Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 9 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto universe as the Uchiha's Genjutsu Demon. Let the tale begin. Chapter 316, Miss the Ramen. Tsunade, who knew the real reason for the Uchiha massacre, decided not to delve too much into this newfound aim that Sasuke had. She noticed the short sword on Kakashi's back and asked, "This looks like the sword Sakumo used to carry around. I thought you had given up on the notion of practicing Genjutsu." I honestly had, but to teach Sasuke more about Genjutsu, I had to polish my own skills. He wanted to surpass Yami in terms of it, Kakashi said as he subconsciously chuckled. Tsunade and Shizen both raised their eyebrows as they heard that. I think that would be setting the bar too high. What do you think? Shizen asked. Tsunade also asked, "She is right, Kakashi. You have seen Yami fight. Do you think Sasuke now is better than the Yami that put down that monster?" "Only in terms of Genjutsu. To tell you the truth, he is still far from defeating the Yami I saw 2.5 years ago. But if Sasuke uses all this strength, including the jutsus and techniques I have taught him, he can go toe-to-toe with Yami's sword," Kakashi said with confidence. He had watched Sasuke grow and had molded him into a fine shinobi, so he knew how strong Sasuke now was. "That's great. I have sent a letter to Jiraiya as well. I hope he does understand the seriousness of the situation and comes back. In fact, his letter was sent a couple of days before you," Tsunade said as she stood up from her seat. Shizen stepped forward and said, "Lady Tsunade, I think it's time we leave now. We have to assign the missions to the Genin squads. Iruma will also meet us there. Ugh, I really need a break. Why did I listen to that noisy brat and become the Hokage?" Tsunade cursed. "I will also go and have lunch with Sasuke. I miss the taste of Ichiraku ramen. I'll bring him here after lunch," Kakashi said and quickly left through the window. He didn't want Tsunade to dump anything on him after he came back from such a long tiring journey. "Let's go, Shizen, before I change my mind," Tsunade said as she left the office with Shizen. As she left, she saw that Sakura was sitting on the table just outside the office. "Sakura, what are you doing here?" Tsunade asked to see her student busy reading some papers instead of practicing in the hospital. Sakura looked up at Tsunade and said, "Huh? Karen told me to sort out these papers. She told me you needed them done today." Tsunade and Shizen understood that Karen must have done so to have her meet Sasuke when he came here. "This girl," Tsunade muttered as she shook her head. "Go and get the morning ledgers from the gates and you might end up meeting someone," Tsunade said and continued walking through the corridor. Sakura was confused for a second when she heard this, but since Tsunade had ordered it, she kept the bunch of papers aside and left to collect the morning ledgers from the different entry gates. As she was walking, she passed by the academy and saw Konohamaru along with his squad mates and sensei enter the academy with a cat in their hand. "Even he became a Genin, and some of my classmates are still Genin," Sakura said as she was reminded of her squad and the two who were still Genins. As she walked further, she came near Ichiraku ramen. As she was passing by, she heard a voice she hadn't for a long time. "Hey Itachi, I would like to have miso soup and eggplant made by you." Sakura stopped instantly as she heard that. She quickly looked to the side, and through the flaps of the shop door, she could see Kakashi's silver hair. She quickly stepped inside the ramen place to confirm the voice she just heard. "Kakashi-sensei?" she said as he entered, only to see him turn toward her. "Sakura, I didn't expect that you would also come here for lunch," Kakashi said in his usual playful and casual tone. "No. I heard your voice, which is why I came in." Whereas, before Sakura could complete what she was saying, she tilted her head a little and saw Sasuke sitting beside Kakashi looking at the menu. Sakura quickly stepped closer to Sasuke and asked, "Sasuke, you are back. When did you come? How have you been?" She didn't expect Sasuke to answer anything, but she kept asking. To her and even Itachi's surprise, Sasuke looked at her and said, "We came not an hour ago." "I am good. How are you?" Sakura's face instantly reddened as she heard this. She had never seen Sasuke answer so casually. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and then back at Itachi. I am fine, Sakura said as she stuttered. She didn't know what to say next. If it was the Sakura from before, then she would have instantly sat close to Sasuke and bombarded him with more questions. An awkward silence swept over the entire place as no one said anything. Kakashi decided to break it and said, "Look at you, Sakura, you have grown quite well in the past years, just like Karen." Sakura looked confused and asked, "Huh? Karen? You guys met her?" as she looked at Kakashi and Sasuke. Sasuke nodded and said, "Yes, when we entered the village we met her at the gate, and Kakashi-sensei did send a letter yesterday saying that we are coming today." Sakura's eyes suddenly widened as she realized Karen knew about Sasuke's arrival, and that's why she gave her work. "Oh, I am going to get even with that girl for sure," Sakura harumphed. "You look good, Sasuke. You have changed a lot in the past 2 years," Sakura said as she noticed her handsome crush grow more handsome. "You look good as well, Sakura, and I can see that you have become stronger as well. We are going to visit Lady Tsunade after lunch," Sasuke said, to which Sakura nodded and said, "Oh yes, Lady Tsunade told me to get the morning ledgers. I better go now. I will see you at Milady's office." Sakura quickly left, hiding her embarrassment. She knew that everyone in the ramen place had seen her behaving and blushing like an idiot. Kakashi didn't say anything and started eating his order peacefully, and Sasuke did the same. After finishing their food, Kakashi paid and they both left Ichiraku ramen. As they were walking toward, Kakashi looked at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, you don't need to behave fake in front of those who care about you. Although someone like Sakura or Naruto may not realize it, if you face someone like Lady Tsunade you will end up making a bad impression." Sasuke nodded quietly, understanding what Kakashi meant. Sasuke didn't have any kind of ill will towards Sakura, but she had never been on his priority list. As they reached the Hokage building, they walked up to the office. Sakura said she would be waiting here for us. Looks like Lady Tsunade gave her quite a big task, Kakashi said as he saw the desk outside Tsunade's office empty. Kakashi knocked on the door, and when he came in he entered with Sasuke. Inside the office, Tsunade was discussing something with Shikaku. Tsunade glanced at Kakashi and Sasuke and signaled them to come in. She glanced again, but only at Sasuke, as she saw the similarities he had with Itachi. "I wish Itachi were here now to see it. I am sure he would smile slightly," Tsunade thought, as she had always seen Itachi have a neutral expression on his face. Even shocking the guy was difficult. The only time it had happened was when she told him about Yami and his fight with the monster. Within a few seconds, she finished her discussion with Shikaku and looked at the two people in front of her. "You have grown quite well when compared to how you looked 2 years ago. It really is a drastic change." Sasuke wanted to say something nice and sweet like Kakashi had trained him, but he had just been warned by Kakashi not to use such simple tricks in front of the Hokage, so Sasuke decided to be himself. He just bowed a little and said, "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I assume you're training." Tsunade was speaking when she suddenly heard a shout from the outside. "I am home, everyone. Naruto Uzumaki has returned to the Hidden Leaf Village." Everyone looked outside as they heard the shout. "So they finally came back, huh?" Shikaku said as he saw the soft figure of Naruto standing on top of a pole at a distance. Even after these years, he is still shouting like an idiot. Tsunade shook her head. Sasuke also looked in the direction from where Naruto came. He wanted to see how strong Naruto had gotten. During the invasion, Sasuke saw how strong Naruto was now, but how much stronger has he gotten after training with one of the legendary Sannin? Only one way to find that out. Chapter 317, Friends or Rivals. "I will have to fight Naruto," Sasuke came to the conclusion. Within a minute Naruto, Jiraiya, and Sakura entered the office as well. As they entered, Jiraiya looked at everyone in the room and said, "Looks like everyone was waiting for us, Naruto." Sasuke looked at Naruto and for a moment was surprised to see that their height was almost the same now. Before Naruto could say anything and distract everyone, Tsunade decided to start her talks. "I hope you trained Naruto this time, Jiraiya. If I found out that you have been teaching him something he shouldn't have, then..." Tsunade massaged her fists. No, no. Why would I spoil such a good kid? I taught him a lot of things. Trust me when I say that he will be able to defeat even Chunins. Jiraiya said. Tsunade was right to worry as Jiraiya is a pervert and she didn't want Naruto to get influenced by it. I have a lot to tell you all about how we should proceed further, but right now I want to see if the time these two took for their training was worth it or not. Tsunade said. Lady Tsunade, are you thinking about making them two fight each other? Sakura asked, to which Tsunade shook her head and said no. Someone else will. That person wishes to keep his identity a secret and it shall be kept so. He is one of Sensei's best spies from Umbu. Everyone was confused when they heard that. Jiraiya, who also had the same sensei and was a master at collecting intelligence, couldn't think of anyone like that. Grandma Tsunade, is that person really strong? I think I should fight Sasuke directly. It will be more interesting. That way we both will know where we stand. Naruto insisted. Sasuke also stepped forward and said, I agree with Naruto on this one. I also want to know how much he has learned. Although I am confident that I won't lose to the likes of him, I need some warm-up for future missions. Sasuke smirked. Naruto made an annoyed expression and said, no need to be this cocky, Sasuke. Just wait and see how I pummel you into the ground. Stop it, you two, Tsunade shouted, making Naruto and Sasuke back off immediately. What I said wasn't a suggestion but a decision. You two are geniuses and will be treated as such until you pass an official examination. So don't even think of getting any dangerous missions. Tsunade said as she sat down on her chair. Come on, Tsunade, don't be so strict with the kids. You can see that they both have grown up. Jiraiya said, trying to butter up Tsunade. Tsunade gave a fake smile and said, really? Grown up? Seeing them bicker like this in front of me doesn't look like the actions of a grown-up. It's you who is bickering here, Grandma. Naruto muttered, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Before Tsunade could scold him for it, Sakura landed a punch on his head, making Naruto hold his head in pain. Lady Tsunade, please ignore whatever this idiot says. Sakura said. Tsunade let out a sigh and said, let's go to the training ground. I will inform the one who will take your test. What if we defeat him? Sasuke asked. I can't make you both Chunin as it has to be done in the official Chunin exams, but I can give you high-rank missions which Chunins and Jonins take. Is there anything else you want? Tsunade asked. Sasuke nodded and said yes. I asked Kakashi about Yami, what condition he is in, what he did exactly in the hidden mist, and why has he not returned yet. I want you to tell me the truth. Tsunade looked around at everyone and saw that even they were curious to a certain extent. The fact that you said this in front of everyone means that you have no problem with others knowing it, right? Tsunade asked. Sasuke nodded and said yes, I don't care who listens to it, but I want to know the entire truth. I asked Shikamaru and the others about it, but they said that you have told them to keep it a secret and spilling it could be considered a serious offense. That is correct. At that time I didn't want the info to see the light of day, but I don't think it is any harm to us now. You will only get the information if you impress me with your skills. Let's leave now, Tsunade said, and everyone left the office. Shizune left in a different direction to get Itachi. Tsunade didn't want Itachi to make any kind of contact with Sasuke or the others, but Itachi was insistent on testing Sasuke. Since there wasn't much that Itachi asked of her and he is loyal to the village to this extent, Tsunade decided to let him be the opponent. As the entire group was going to the training ground, Kakashi pulled Sasuke to the side and said, don't hesitate using your full strength and the jutsus that I have taught you. Sasuke looked at him with a frown and asked, are you not confident enough in me that I can defeat an Umbu? Kakashi shook his head and said that's why I say to observe everything carefully and then react. You asked Lady Tsunade to tell you everything when you and Naruto defeat the Umbu, but when she made the promise, she said that she will tell you everything when you impress her. Do you understand what that means? Sasuke thought for a few seconds and said it means that she is sure that you both won't be able to defeat him. If she is so sure, it means the opponent is someone who can go toe-to-toe with her or Jiraiya. If what you are saying is right, then I hope Naruto won't hold me back. Sasuke said and continued walking with the others toward the training ground. Jiraiya and Tsunade were talking with each other at the front of the group while Naruto was talking with Sakura. As they reached the training ground, Naruto and Sasuke got ready for battle and stood in the middle of the training ground while the others got comfortable and waited near the trees at the boundary of the ground. "So who is this spy you talked about? Sensei never told me anything about it," Jiraiya asked as he leaned on a tree beside Tsunade. Tsunade shook her head and said, "I cannot tell you right now, Jiraiya. Just trust me for now." Jiraiya also didn't say anything since he knew that any decision Tsunade takes will be for the betterment of the village. He trusted her blindly. Just as the others were conversing, Shizen came with an Umbu. Umbu wore a plain black mask on his face, and even the eye holes on the mask were covered with tinted glass. "It is good that I had this mask made for Itachi, since this mask has chakra metal in it. It won't break easily, and the tinted eye holes on it hide the Sharingan efficiently." As if behaving like a normal Umbu, Itachi landed in front of Tsunade and asked, "You called for me, Lady Tsunade?" Tsunade nodded and said, "Those two kids have just finished their training in the shinobi world and have come back to the village. I want you to push them to the limits, just don't do any permanent damage." Itachi nodded and looked at Sasuke and Naruto, who were also looking at him. He walked toward them while pulling out the sword which he had attached diagonally to his back. Itachi had changed everything that could remind anyone of him. His voice and even his walking style. He stood in front of the two of them and raised his sword toward them and said, "Ready when you are." Sasuke and Naruto didn't waste a single second, and Sasuke immediately activated his two-tomo Sharingan and pulled out his sword. He rushed toward Itachi while Naruto created two clones of himself, and the three of them rushed at Itachi as well. Itachi thought that these two kids were underestimating him since he was just an Umbu, but then he saw lightning chakra on the sword and a Rasengan being formed by a pair of clones. Seeing the lightning sword coming at him and two Rasengans as well, Itachi decided to face the attack Hidan and clashed his sword with Sasuke. Sasuke was sure that he will overwhelm Itachi since he wasn't using any chakra on the sword, but instead of clashing in full power, Itachi twisted the sword a little at the last minute, causing Itachi to falter in his next step and the sword to hit the ground, causing a crack on the ground. Kakashi and the others were extremely surprised when they saw this happen. Many didn't give much attention, but at this time the number of spectators had increased. Shikamaru and Temari joined the crowd along with Kurenai and Asuma along with their respective teams. Chapter 318, Pushing the Limits. That's some precise control over his sword. It wouldn't have been easy for him to deflect Sasuke's sword, which was coming with so much speed and power. Shikamaru said, to which the others nodded. They understood that Itachi hadn't taken the brunt of the attack and had redirected it to the ground. Sasuke was shocked to see something like this, and since he had already lost his footing, he was deciding whether to pull out the sword and risk getting hit by the Umbu or just jump back and then search for a chance to get his sword back. Sasuke had many other strengths than Genjutsu, so he won't have much of an issue if he loses his sword for a few seconds. As Sasuke was deciding, he saw Itachi coming toward him, but he wasn't looking at Sasuke but above him. Rasengan, the four Narutos jumped from above Sasuke and two of them stretched their hands toward Itachi. No one in the crowd could guess which one was the real Naruto. As the two Narutos reached close to Itachi, he threw his sword toward one of the Narutos and then held the hand of the other Naruto and delivered a kick to his chest. Everyone expected one of these Narutos to be the real one and either get hurt by the attack or dodge it, but surprisingly both of them disappeared in a puff of smoke. Huh? Both of them were clones? Sakura asked as she began to feel curiosity. Just then one of the Narutos turned into a big shuriken and the remaining Naruto threw the big shuriken at Itachi and then rushed at Itachi with kunais in each hand. The big shuriken forced Itachi to step aside, and this would mean that Itachi without any weapon on him would be in front of Naruto with two weapons in hand. But just then Itachi put his hand in his utility belt pocket and pulled out a kunai as he was midair jumping to the side, and his other hand was still outstretched in the air as it had thrown the sword at the Rasengan holding Naruto clone. The Umbu can block one of the kunais with its kunai, but I am sure that Naruto will use the other kunai to attack at a random spot, Temari said. She was impressed to see Naruto grow up to become this powerful. Just as Itachi blocked one of Naruto's kunai attacks with his own attack, the others were looking at Naruto's other hand as to where he would attack the Umbu, but Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke as well. Everyone's, including Sasuke's, eyes widened as he saw that, and then all their focus turned in a completely different direction. This was the direction where the big shuriken was, and the shuriken turned into Naruto. Naruto didn't waste much time and lunged at Itachi to attack him while he had his back toward him. The real Naruto was the shuriken? Only he can think of something this crazy. Kiba commented, to which Kakashi nodded and said he really is the most unpredictable knucklehead ninja I have ever seen. Naruto was confident that he was going to land the attack, and the crowd was sure of it as well, when suddenly they saw Itachi jerk his hand with a quick movement. Naruto didn't understand at first what Itachi was trying to do, instead of focusing on turning back and doing something to counter him, but Naruto suddenly stopped and leaned backward, and the next moment he saw the sword pass in front of him and go back toward Itachi. What the hell? How is the sword flying back to you? Naruto asked as he looked at the sword in shock, and that's when he and everyone saw something shine near Itachi's hand, and soon it was clear what the shine was. That's a transparent thread. Sasuke, who had just recovered his sword, shouted. He had a thread connected to his hand and the hilt of the sword? That's why he threw the sword so easily. Kurenai said, to which Asuma asked, doesn't that mean that he knew that the big shuriken was the real one? Jiraiya, who had been quiet this whole time, shook his head and said no. It means that he had prepared scenarios in his mind about each of those clones being the real Naruto, and he also applied contingencies for them in such a short amount of time. He didn't take any clone for granted and executed his plan seamlessly. Tsunade chuckled as she heard Jiraiya praise Itachi and said, Jiraiya, don't forget we are here to grade Naruto and Sasuke, not the Umbu. Kakashi looked at Tsunade and asked, Lady Tsunade, this Umbu definitely has the skill of a Kage-level shinobi. Now I am curious as to who he is, so am I. Jiraiya chimed in. The fact that he didn't know of such a shinobi being mentored by his own sensei, and now the Umbu's strength, the curiosity was getting to him. On the training ground, after his attack had failed, Naruto jumped and stood beside Sasuke. Looks like we will have to team up on this, Sasuke, Naruto said. Sasuke didn't reply but subtly nodded. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and said, overwhelm him with your clones and I will sneak in. Attack in. Naruto smirked as he liked that idea. With a few hand signs he created nearly 100 clones all around him. All the clones looked at Itachi and rushed at him like a swarm of bees. Some were in the air, some were coming from the side, and some were head-on. Itachi knew that he couldn't use the techniques that everyone knew Itachi used in the past, which included the fireball jutsu and the exploding clone jutsu. Within seconds, Naruto's clones surrounded Itachi completely. Just as everyone thought the clones were going to attack Itachi, the clones started creating Raisengans of their own. What? Don't tell me Naruto plans to create close to 50 Raisengans at a time? Temari asked in shock. When you have the chakra pool to back it up, I guess this is the best option. Shikamaru shrugged. But then they noticed that something was different. The clones weren't creating Raisengans in pairs, but 3 at a time, with one guy standing in the middle and 2 clones creating Raisengans in each hand of his. Itachi was trying to find an opening to stop this from happening, but since he was the only opponent and he had no idea who the real Naruto was, he had to wait. Just as the clones finished creating the Raisengans, all the clones shouted, be ready for my Raisengan barrage. They all rushed at Itachi with the Raisengans in their hand, and the ones that didn't have it made sure that Itachi had no way to find a gap and escape the encirclement. Knowing that he can't face that many Raisengans at a time and he can't disperse into ravens as it would be a dead giveaway, Itachi jumped up in the air. Just as he was looking around, he heard a voice from behind him. I knew that this is the only move you could make. Sasuke smirked, and the next second Itachi saw a Chidori shaped like a funnel form in Sasuke's hand. Sasuke aims the Chidori at Itachi's chest. He was able to cover the distance pretty quickly, but Itachi reacted instantly as well and was able to turn sideways midair, but this didn't mean he escaped the attack unscathed. Chidori grazed the surface of his chest. Itachi quickly fell back but composed himself and stood back up. Itachi, on the other hand, landed on the ground with the Chidori still in hand. He dispersed it and stood silently. Huh? Why is Sasuke wasting this chance? He finally managed to injure Umbu, and instead of attacking he was just standing. Sakura asked. Everyone else was wondering the same thing. Naruto dispersed his clones and stood beside Sasuke and said, "Come on, let's attack." Sasuke looked at Lady Tsunade and said, "Is this enough? I am sure he is holding himself back quite a bit, and that should have been instructed by you." Tsunade smirked and said, "Well, even if that's the case, you didn't use too many jutsus yourself and held back. I can say that you have definitely become as strong as a jonin." Kakashi stepped towards Tsunade and said, "Lady Tsunade, are you sure? Sasuke and Naruto have hardly shown any skill. I am sure that they can show us a lot more." "I agree with Kakashi-sensei. I wanted to go all out so that Naruto and I can do the same," Sasuke said, but then Tsunade glanced at Itachi for a second and then back at Sasuke and said, "No. I think we have heard enough. Go back to my office and I will fulfill our promise." Naruto and Jiraiya wanted the fight to carry on as they were excited to show the progress, but then he saw Tsunade had a serious expression on her face. The other jonins noticed that as well and left the training ground. Tsunade walked toward Itachi and asked in a low voice, "What happened? You decided to let him injure you. Looks like I have attracted unwanted attention. We will soon have to face a demon we have been avoiding for quite a while now," Itachi said as he looked in a direction where there was nobody to be seen. Chapter 319, Unwanted Attention. "I understand. What are you going to do?" Tsunade asked. "I don't need to. I am sure that he will make a move soon, but he won't face me until he is sure of it. Leave my spilled blood here, let it increase his curiosity," Itachi said, and body flickered away. Tsunade glanced at Itachi's blood and then continued to walk toward the Hokage building. Since this matter was a village secret and supposed to stay that way, Shikamaru decided to take Temari somewhere else. He knew that she would be leaving soon, so he was showing her around in the village. The rest of the crowd, except Team Kurenai and Asuma, who knew most of the things, went to the Hokage office. They were interested in knowing what actually happened in the Hidden Mist and what was currently happening in regard to Yami. As Itachi and Tsunade left the training ground, 3 figures dressed in black appeared from nowhere and stood surrounding the fallen blood. One of them kneeled down and collected as much as he could, and then the 3 of them disappeared instantly. "The bait is set, let's see if the fish bites it or not." Itachi's voice came from the terrace of a house that was far from the training ground. Due to his Sharingan, he was able to see this happen even if it was far. Itachi's eyesight was slightly affected due to his use of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but Itachi's ocular powers were still strong enough to see someone who was at a distance. In a gloomy room, the eye-patched and single-eyed Danzo was sitting reading some files. "Damn it, this Tsunade, what does she think she is doing? She is blocking me from picking up kids for the route from the orphanage, and now the people that I had planted in the shinobi force are going missing?" Danzo muttered as he threw the papers at the man standing beside him. "I am sorry, Danzo-sama. But when we sent Sai as a replacement for Yami Uchiha, Tsunade promoted the Uzumaki girl and put her in the team," the root shinobi who just got showered with documents said. Danzo looked at the root shinobi and grit his teeth as he said, "You idiots. I told you to gather information about every participant of the Chunin exams, then how did you fail to tell me that there was a girl with the last name Uzumaki?" The root shinobi looked down in embarrassment and said, "The Hidden Grass Village didn't give us the correct list and added the girl's last minute. Many from our research department began to hound me to bring her to them so they could experiment on her. Of course, they would. She can heal anyone who bites her and also has the Uzumaki chains. She attracted the attention of Naruto Uzumaki and the others, due to which Tsunade took her in and even assigned a legal guardian for her," Danzo said. He had tried to subtly threaten Hay-8 so that he hands her over to the root, but Hay-8 turned out to be more stubborn than Danzo thought and rejected it. "The girl's other legal guardian is from the Umbu, so we can't touch her. Ugh, these past years have really put me in a tight situation. Koharu and Hamura's death has also caused quite a stir at the elders' table, and now more and more elders are siding with Tsunade," Danzo muttered when another root shinobi walked in front of him. "Danzo-sama, I have some news," the root shinobi said. What is it? Danzo asked in annoyance. He was not in the mood to take any more bad news. My team spotted Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha fighting in Umbu under the supervision of Lady Tsunade and the Toad Sage Jiraiya, the root shinobi reported. The annoyance on Danzo's face increased as he heard that and said, so the two brats have returned after these years of practice. Now, what am I supposed to do with this bad news? The root shinobi gulped down his saliva and said the Umbu who fought them seemed to be a secret. My team heard that he was groomed by Lord Third as a spy and now he is under the orders of Lady Tsunade. He is pretty skillful and his strength could rival that of a Kage-level shinobi. My team collected some blood of his that was split during the fight. Danzo raised his eyebrows as he heard that and stood up. I know most of the spies that Hiruzen raised, but he is crafty enough to do things by keeping me in the dark. The root captain, who was already standing beside Danzo, asked Danzo-sama, since Itachi Uchiha is dead, why don't we get our hands on Sasuke Uchiha? Danzo looked at him in pure anger and agitation and said, do you think I didn't try that? I approached the council and Tsunade for it. But at that time, Tsunade showed others what Yami was doing in the hidden mist and how useful he was to the village. I even leaked Yami's info and his deeds against the Hidden Stone Shinobis to the elders and the Tsukage of the Hidden Stone, but they were already too late. Yami had ended the war, but due to our info, before the remaining Stone Shinobis could be executed for the war, the Stone Elders negotiated compensation in exchange for their lives. This could be bad for us, Danzo-sama, the root captain said. Yes, although the Tsukage Inoki didn't know it was us that gave him the info, Yami's ending the war proved that the Uchihas are still a pillar of this village, and we couldn't get our hands on Sasuke as well as the Uchiha property. Seeing the tension mounting, Tsunade must have had Kakashi leave the village with Sasuke. The root shinobi whose team collected Itachi's blood asked, what do we do now, Danzo-sama? Do we stop investigating this Umbu spy as he seems to become trusted personnel of Lady Tsunade? Danzo didn't say anything for a few seconds and then he coldly said no. I am done tiptoeing around now. Find out all you can about this spy, inside as well as outside the village. If I can't get him, then I'll kill him. Danzo grits his teeth in anger. Hokage building, same time, as Tsunade reached her office she saw that Sasuke, Naruto, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, Sakura, Shikaku, and Shizune were already in the office. You all seem to have a lot of questions. Kakashi, I think it would be best if it's you who starts narrating what conspired in the hidden mist. I am sure Sasuke knows some part of it as Yami did send him a letter as well. Tsunade said as she sat in her chair. Kakashi nodded and started telling the things that happened in the hidden stone. The ones in the room were shocked after every new revelation that Kakashi would make. Firstly, be the identity of the Genjutsu Demon and what all he accomplished alone. They had read some of it in the bingo book, but they didn't know how much to trust the displayed information. Wow, so the fact that he took down those bases alone and killed those stone shinobis was true? No wonder that Tsukage was pissed, haha, Jiraiya said and laughed. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a deadpan look and said, Jiraiya, don't encourage it or else Sasuke and Naruto won't hesitate to follow in his footsteps. I didn't say anything because the situation was such. Naruto didn't understand why Tsunade thought it was wrong, so he asked Grandma Tsunade, the stone shinobis were fueling the war then, didn't Yami's actions become the right decision? Yeah, it might be, but politics is very slippery and the entire narrative can be changed easily. Though I am sure that Yami had ample proof to prove that stone shinobis were at fault and that the leader of the stone shinobis was acting differently from the village's orders. Tsunade said. After that, Kakashi narrated the rest of the story, including the monster's death. Many reactions came, but Naruto's was the biggest one. What? He killed it? Naruto shouted as he widened his eyes and walked a step closer to Kakashi in excitement. Yes, but he was injured since the monster exploded his entire body by overloading it with chakra or whatever energy that was. Kakashi said. I didn't know that Yami could use the Scorch Release. In fact, isn't our Kekkai Genkai the Sharingan? Sasuke asked. He wasn't surprised by the fact that Yami kept the secret because he knew that Yami would never mention the jutsus he had learned, nor would he ask Sasuke. The only times Sasuke saw them were in their spars. Apparently it's not new to have two Kekkai Genkais. And since Scorch Release only had one user, it's hard to tell if it's really the blood that does it. Kakashi shrugged. Chapter 320, Tsunade's Doubt. Can I also use the Scorch Release then, and how powerful is it? Sasuke asked, to which Kakashi said no. You do not have Wind Chakra nature, which is one of the most important parts of Scorch Release, and as for Scorch Release's power, the one I saw Yami use was way more powerful than what it was described in the book regarding Sakura. I am guessing Yami's talent in the Wind Chakra nature has increased its strength several-fold. So where is Yami now, and is he alright? Kurenai asked. She didn't see how much Yami was injured, but Kakashi had told her about Yami's condition and it was horrible. Kakashi looked at Tsunade as he knew that the part after this was best known by her and should be explained by her as well. Tsunade nodded at Kakashi and said yes, I had my summon go to the Bath summoning plane and check Yami. He has recovered from his injuries but wished to stay there and train more. I don't know what he is going to train there, but for the things he did for the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Stone, I think he deserved a good vacation from missions. He not being out there in the shinobi world also died down the heat that the Hidden Stone had on him. Jiraiya nodded and said yes, during my travels I heard that the Sasuke sent some squads to locate and find out more about Yami. I am sure that this is only the mission they have on the surface and they won't leave a single chance to take him down if they locate him. Tsunade nodded at Jiraiya and said you are right, that Sasuke is very stubborn and he won't let things slide this easily. From our spies in the Hidden Stone, we found that Jiro has been put through tremendous torture to extract information from him about Yami as well as the cult. What about the cult? Were they eradicated? Will they pursue Yami? Sasuke asked. He was worried as his brother had gone on one big mission and made enemies all around the shinobi world. Tsunade looked at Asuma and said I think Asuma will be better suited to talk on this as his squad has been keeping tabs on this matter, cooperating with the Konoha intelligence. Asuma stepped forward and turned toward the crowd and said yes, after coming from the Hidden Mist I felt a bit ashamed because I was helpless and basically a burden when fighting against the monster. The best I could do was keep track of our enemies, and since Ino has great aptitude to her clan's techniques and Shikamaru is good at predicting enemy movements, my squad has been assisting the Konoha intelligence department in keeping track. So have they made any progress? Did they figure out that it was Yami who killed the monster? Sasuke asked. He knew how big of a danger it would be if the two villages found out that the monster who their multiple jonins couldn't kill was taken care of by a 10-year-old. Asuma shook his head and said no. They haven't even considered the fact that someone could kill that monster. This has kept both the villages busy, which is a good thing for us. But we have bad news as well. What bad news? Kakashi asked. The Hidden Cloud has been so scared of this monster that they have increased their defenses several folds and even made chakra cannons. This has made it a strong fortress that cannot be attacked if we get into a war with them in the future. As for the Hidden Stone, I have heard rumors that the Sasuke is personally heading an operation into creating stone golems which are good at attacking and defending the borders of the Hidden Stone. Asuma said. Jiraiya's mood became serious as he heard this. The same was with Shikaku, who was hearing this for the first time. Has Shikamaru known this all along? Shikaku asked. On one hand, he was glad that his son, despite trusting his father, didn't let a single word slip out, but on the other hand, he should have known how important of a factor this was in case Hidden Leaf gets in conflict with these two villages. Tsunade decided to answer that and said yes, Shikaku, your son has known this, but I didn't want to bring this information to the council or the elders' table unless I have confirmation or evidence to prove it. Right now all we have is some rumors and imports of expensive material made by the two villages to the Land of Iron. Shikaku nodded and said, that does make sense. I think we are getting off topic now. Shizen intervened as she saw so much confidential information being said in the office. Shizen is right. Sasuke, do you have any other questions? Tsunade asked as she said everything she knew up until now. A small smile appeared on Sasuke's face, which surprised others as they had hardly seen him like that. He said the fact that he is perfectly fine is all I wanted to hear. I am glad that he is safely training rather than out there where his enemies are waiting. But what training is he even doing in the bat cave that he can't do in the village? Maybe the bats have their own jutsus. I want to see what new jutsus he will have learned there. Naruto said excitedly, to which Sasuke nodded as well. I think I may have some idea about it, Kakashi said, which made everyone curious, including Tsunade herself, who had thought the same question plenty of times. Yami contacted you in the past year? Tsunade asked, to which Kakashi shook his head and said it isn't too hard to guess once you know how Yami is. He might be unpredictable at times, but he hates to lose, and after his fight, he understood that there is a certain skill that could easily deal with those cultists, and the fight hadn't reached the extent that it did. A certain skill? Oh yes, I remember Lady Tsunade did say that the demon hearts could be easily countered with sage chakra. Kurenai said. Are you implying that Yami must be practicing sage mode? Jiraiya asked, to which Kakashi nodded. Many in the room were confused as to what sage mode was. Especially Naruto and Sasuke, who were hearing this for the first time. Tsunade stood up as she heard that and said, Kakashi, sage mode is not something one can learn at such a young age. Even someone a veteran like you and me can't accomplish it. Jiraiya nodded proudly and said, she is right, Kakashi. I wouldn't be called the Toad Sage if it was such an easy feat. Practicing sage mode is one of the most difficult things. Even Orochimaru's body is weak when he tries to learn sage mode. Kakashi also nodded in understanding, as he knew how difficult it was to learn sage mode, but Tsunade reacted differently. Wait, a weak body, maybe it does make sense. Katsuya did tell me, Tsunade muttered. Tsunade, what's wrong? Jiraiya asked with a confused expression on his face. Tsunade quickly gained her composure and said, nothing. Now that you all know everything, I think this meeting is finished. The sudden declaration did feel odd to everyone, but they had already found out more than they expected to, so they quietly agreed and started to leave the room. As they were leaving, the only ones left in the room except for Tsunade were Kakashi and Jiraiya. You seem troubled, Tsunade. Anything to worry about? Tsunade looked at the door and waited for others to leave. When she was sure that except for the three of them, no one else was in the office, she said, when Katsuya went to visit Yami, she checked his body. He had no injuries or even scars, but there were two things that she found odd. One was that his body composition felt different. It was way denser and sturdier than a normal human body, and except for the dormant curse seal that Orochimaru gave him, there was something else dormant in his body. I am unable to draw any kind of conclusion from this, Tsunade. The only thing I can think about is they did something to make his body perfectly handle the power of the sage mode. Jiraiya said. Tsunade nodded and said, yes, I think so too. Jiraiya goes to Mount Maiboku and finds out about the bat summons and their sage mode. I don't want the consequences of it to be something like the Ryuchike's sage mode. I told Katsuya this morning to contact the bat summoning plane and get an update on Yami's training. I still haven't gotten a reply. Jiraiya nodded and left the office with Kakashi. Chapter 321, An Urgent Warning. What's the matter, Lady Tsunade? Itachi asked, seeing her in a serious mood. This kid, every letter he sends is like a headache to me, Tsunade said as she massaged her forehead with one hand and showed the contents of the scroll to Itachi with her other hand. Itachi took the scroll from her and read what was written in it. The Kazakage is going to be kidnapped for his tailed beast within the next 24 hours. Do you think he is correct about this? Tsunade asked as she looked at Itachi. Well, his bats are really good at information gathering. Even someone with my sense can't be sure if I am being spied upon by his bats. Should we inform the Hidden Sand about it? Tsunade shook her head and said no. I don't think we need to. Yami's first mission was a joint mission with the current Kazakage Gara. I am sure he will have sent a letter to him as well. For now, just bring Temari of the Hidden Sand to me. I will have Team Kakashi and Team Dai go with her to the Hidden Sand. If the Akatsuki is behind this, then I should go as well, Itachi said, to which Tsunade shook her head and said no. They should never know that you are alive. They might change their plan and their base, and that could be catastrophic for us. You are not to step into the fights unless it is a question of the Hidden Leaf's safety, and this is an order as your Hokage," Tsunade said in a stern tone. Seeing that Tsunade had already made up her mind about this, Itachi decided to go and call Temari, so his body flickered away. At this time, Shikamaru and Temari were having fried fish in the Konoha market. Living in the desert made it really rare for Temari to eat any kind of seafood, so she was trying each and every fish that was in the market. As her guide, Shikamaru had to get dragged along with her as well. Such a drag, why am I in the market at such a time? I could have relaxed at home, but now I had to become a guide. Shikamaru complained to himself as he followed Temari. Stop complaining like a little girl. I am here for one more day and I will leave. If you come to the hidden sand, then I will be responsible for your tour as well, Temari said, not realizing that her chance to give him a tour was going to come sooner than she expected. Temari of the hidden sand, a voice appeared behind her, spooking her and Shikamaru at the same time. Damn, you scared me, Temari said as she stepped backward. What happened? Shikamaru asked. Since he was the son of Shikaku Nara, Itachi didn't see any problem with talking to her in front of him. Lady Tsunade has called you into her office urgently. It's an emergency. Please come with me fast, Itachi said. Realizing that it was something urgent, Temari nodded and followed Itachi. Curiosity also got the best of Shikamaru as he was also running toward the Hokage office. After reaching outside the Hokage's office, Shikamaru saw Lee and Karen just entering the office. Both of you can go in, Itachi said, acting like a regular umbu, and left the lobby. He didn't want anyone inside the office to even start doubting his identity. As Temari and Shikamaru entered inside, they saw that Kakashi, Guy, Lee, Karen, and Sasuke were standing in the office. She also noticed a long cloth wrap thing in Sasuke's hands. Tsunade looked at Temari and then at Shikamaru and asked, "What are you doing here?" She didn't think that Itachi must have made a mistake, so she didn't tell Shikamaru to leave immediately. I was with Temari when the umbu asked her to come here. I was worried as to what happened, so I followed her, Shikamaru said. What's the matter, Lady Tsunade? Why have you called me here so urgently, and that too with these many people here? Temari asked. She had a feeling that something was wrong but couldn't quite put a finger on it. Let's wait for a minute until the others arrive as well. I am sure they will be on their way here as well, Tsunade said. Temari nodded, and within the next few seconds, the rest of Team Guy and Team Kakashi showed up. Naruto came and started asking the same questions at first, but seeing the serious look on Tsunade's face kept him quiet. As Niji arrived just 5 seconds after Karen and Sakura, the two teams had assembled. Tsunade opened the scroll in her hand and stood up. She waved it in front of the two teams and Temari and said, "This is a message that I received from Yami a few minutes ago." There were many changes in expressions across the room. Some were surprised, some were happy, while some had gotten even more curious. But none of this could explain why Temari was called here along with only two teams. What does Lady Tsunade say? Sasuke asked. As his elder brother, it was understandable for him to be impatient and ask such a question, so Tsunade said, "The letter says that within the next 24 hours, the Kazakage will be kidnapped." Gasps were heard throughout the room as she said it. What about the kidnapping of a Kage? Karen asked, to which Sakura replied, "Is it so easy to do? I am sure that the Kazakage is young but still strong." Gara is going to be kidnapped? Naruto asked. Tsunade nodded and then looked at Temari and said, "I know, Temari, that this could be hard to believe, but since the source of this information is Yami and the ones behind it we believe are the Akatsuki, it is possible." The Akatsuki? Naruto asked as he lost himself in thought. Jiraiya had never mentioned the presence of the Akatsuki or their goal. Sasuke's eyes twitched as he heard that. He remembered that this is the same organization his elder brother Itachi had joined and even died. Does Gara know about this? Temari asked in a hurry. She didn't care much about the Kazakage, but as his elder sister, she didn't want him to get hurt. Tsunade shook her head and said, "We are under the presumption that Yami must have sent your village the same morning as well." Because even our fastest hawks won't reach before 36 hours. On the contrary, Yami's bats are faster and stronger. Why would an organization want to kidnap the Kage of one of the 5 great villages? Karen asked. Sakura also voiced her question and asked, does this organization have some kind of goal or do they just want to extort from the village? Tsunade looked at the 2 jonin standing and they both nodded, giving their consent to tell their team about the Akatsuki. Listen all of you, the Akatsuki is not some run-of-the-mill organization that takes on mercenary missions. They are a group of S-class criminals from the 5 great villages with only one goal, and that is to capture the tailed beasts. A tailed beast? What is it? Is it something that the Hidden Sand has? Karen asked as she looked back at Temari, who didn't say anything. So that's what they are after, Naruto said as he clutched his stomach with one hand and looked down. Before Sakura could tell Karen anything, Naruto turned around to face Karen and the others and said, Karen, the tailed beast are monsters that are sealed inside children. Gara has one sealed inside him while I have one inside me. Temari was shocked to hear something like this. She didn't know that Naruto was a Jinchuriki. The others, however, weren't surprised. At some time in their life, they had seen Naruto being ostracized by others for no apparent reason, but in the past 2 years, they had grown enough to find out the particular reason for that behavior. They knew that somewhere they also played a part in isolating Naruto, and they developed guilt about it. Tsunade saw that the mood of the room was getting gloomy. Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder as he also felt some guilt towards him. He was Minato's student and he didn't help out his teacher's son when he needed him the most. I understand what you must have gone through, Naruto, at least Gara had us, Temari said in a low voice. Naruto, are you going to keep whining about the past or move on and try to save Gara? Sasuke said in an annoyed tone. Kakashi smiled as he heard that, as he understood Sasuke's motive behind it. You are right, I will save Gara. Grandma Tsunade, we will save Gara, Naruto said enthusiastically. Temari was happy seeing that a kid from another village was so excited to help her brother out, but she couldn't help but worry for Gara, who was hundreds of miles away right now. Tsunade looked at everyone standing in the office and ordered Team Kakashi and Team Guy, go to the Hidden Sand with Temari and make sure that the Akatsuki isn't able to harm the Kazakage and the Hidden Sand. Chapter 322, Off to the Hidden Sand. Kakashi and Guy along with their team quickly nodded, accepting the mission that was just given to them. Kakashi turned to everyone and said, all you have to do is go home and get ready for the mission. We will meet at the front gate in 30 minutes. Make sure to bring supplies for desert terrain and also take double the amount of food tablets, as we won't be stopping for long and will continue traveling even at night. Guy also nodded and said, you heard him, Team Guy, and get ready. We have to save the Kazakage. The team members nodded and left the office. While leaving, Kakashi tapped Sasuke and leaned forward near his ear, and said, there is a chance that we will come across Yami as well, so bring his sword and the scroll with his belongings as well. Sasuke nodded and left the office. After the 6 shinobis were gone to prepare for the mission, Shikamaru looked at Tsunade and said, is there any way that Team Asuma can help this lady Tsunade? Tsunade shook her head and said, since we don't have much information about what is happening or will happen, we can let all 4 squads go there. So for now Team Asuma and Team Kurenai will remain on standby. If need be, they will be sent as backups. Shikamaru, I will leave the job of briefing Asuma and Kurenai about this. Shikamaru nodded and then turned around to leave. He glanced at Temari, who looked a little down. He walked a step near to her and said, don't worry, everything will be all right. As he left the room, Temari looked at Tsunade and asked, how reliable is this info? Tsunade looked at her once and asked, why do you ask, Temari? Both our villages have known the threat of the Akatsuki for more than a year now, and we also know their aim. This won't be a big stretch to say that they have started executing their plans in the open now. Temari nodded and said, I understand. I will go back to the room and collect my belongings as well. I will see you at the gate, Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi nodded while Guy also gave her a thumbs up to cheer her. As they left, Guy asked, even I am curious as to how Yami found that out, to which Tsunade shrugged, but then Kakashi said that's not the thing that has got me curious. What I am thinking is why Yami sent it to us. Huh? What do you mean? If he doesn't send it to us, then who? Tsunade asked. Yami is no idiot. He won't take a step until he knows it will have some impact. He knows that it will take more than 2 days to reach the hidden sand, and even if we hurry we can't reach it before 24 hours. Then why would he send it to us knowing we won't be of any help? Kakashi said. Kakashi, I feel like you know the answer to your question already. Tsunade said. She also felt that the question and the explanation that Kakashi just gave was right. Yami would never think that the least shinobis would reach the hidden sand in time to even save the Kazakage in case the Akatsuki managed to kidnap them. I don't like to speculate about Lady Tsunade, so I will keep it to myself for now. But if I am right, then those 2 squads you are preparing for our backup, we will need them sooner than you think. Kakashi said and left the room. Guy, who didn't understand what was even happening, quietly followed Kakashi outside the office. When she was alone, she looked at the ceiling and said, "Come down here." The next second Itachi appeared in front of her and looked back at the door and said, "Such a small thing and I missed it." Kakashi is right, Lady Tsunade, the help we are sending won't be able to reach in time if the timeline Yami gave us is right. Tsunade sat back on her chair and said, "Yes, maybe, but I can't just let 4 squads go to a mission blindly based on a half-assed note sent by your brother. Ugh, this kid is going to have a greater headache than Naruto." "Then I'll go," Itachi said, to which Tsunade looked up at him and said, "No. That could be more dangerous. What if someone recognizes you there?" "We already had this conversation, Itachi, and I am not going to have it again." "Alright, but at least let me take advantage of the situation to do something else," Itachi said, to which Tsunade asked, "What do you mean?" "Danzo has caused many problems even after the Hidden Mist War. I don't want him to do anything now. I am sure that he will try to take advantage of the situation that the Akatsuki will be creating." Tsunade thought for a few seconds and said, "Don't leave the land of fire, and whatever you do, don't let it come back to me. I don't even want to know what you are planning to do." Itachi understood what she meant and left the office. An hour later, both the teams along with Temari and Tsunade stood outside the gate. "I want all of you to understand that we must not let the Kazakage be harmed under any circumstances. And since all of you already know, Naruto is also a Jinchuriki, so the Akatsuki might try to target him as well." "Will we meet Yami there?" Lee asked. He was excited to see his past teammate and even have a fight with him if possible, but even after 2 years, Yami hadn't come back. "I am hoping for it as well," Tsunade muttered loud enough for everyone to hear. "Kids, let's go. We are not stopping unless there is an emergency, so get ready," Kakashi said. "Haha, don't worry Kakashi, we will reach the hidden sand faster than anyone ever has. We will trump our last time's score," Guy said with confidence. "You are right, Guy-sensei. We will break our own record and reach the hidden sand before 24 hours. Lee said, and both the teacher and student took off in the direction of the hidden sand. The others looked around for a few seconds, but they knew that these 2 overenthusiastic people won't stop for him, so they also followed the 2 of them. While the 2 Konoha teams had left for their mission, a storm was brewing in the hidden sand. Just as Tsunade and Itachi thought, Yami had sent a letter to Gara as well. At first, Gara and the other elders of the council didn't take it seriously when one of the shinobis said that it wasn't sent by a hawk but a big ferocious-looking bat. The mood immediately changed. Gara and some of the elders immediately ordered countermeasures to be put in place. They knew that in the shinobi world, only one person can use bats as a summon. "How are the preparations going?" Gara asked, to which Baki replied, "We have increased the security at the border. Though we don't know how many people are planning to attack or what method they will use, we shouldn't be worried about the threat coming to us head-on. As for inside the village, I didn't increase much of the patrol units as it may cause chaos and confusion among the common folks." "That is good. I don't want the people to become nervous before anything even happens," Gara said. One of the elders who didn't have much confidence in Yami's letter asked Kazakage-sama, "I don't think we should pay so much attention to such a rumor. I mean, we have predicted a sandstorm to appear soon, and in such weather, the enemy won't be able to travel in numbers. As long as you are in the village, I don't think there is anything to worry about. Another person at the table said, Kazakage-sama, please permit me to go to the front gate and supervise our troops there. I don't want even the slightest negligence. Gara looked at the particular elder for a few seconds and nodded as he said, do as you please, Elder Yura. He then looked at everyone in the village and said, in case someone does attack the village, then focus on the safety of the people. I am strong enough to fend off my enemies. While the entire meeting was going on, Kankuro was standing behind Gara. He hadn't said a word, as the news of his brother being under threat was more than enough to make him nervous. I know, Gara, that no matter how much I tell you, you won't listen. I wish Temari was here right now, then she would have convinced you. Kankuro said and left the office with Baki. Kazakage, you really took a leap in position there, huh? A voice came from behind Gara as he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Gara looked to the side a little but didn't dare to make any sudden movements when he saw the blue eyes Yami. Chapter 323, They Are Coming. I didn't expect you to recognize me at first glance, Gara. Yami said as he took off his hand over Gara's shoulder and sat on one of the chairs at the table. Suggest a good pick for teenage Yami. I am trying to find one, but it might take a few days. Those blue eyes are not something a person can forget. Especially when they turn red. You seem to have changed a lot, not just physically but even your personality. Gara said as he sat beside Yami. Yeah, I guess that is something that happened for the better. As for you, you look the same, but your temper has totally changed. Yami complimented. Someone taught me to cherish those that are close to me and do everything in my power to keep them safe. Gara said. He didn't name the person, but Yami knew that Gara was talking about Naruto. It is good that you have started taking my warning seriously. I wonder if the help from the hidden leaf has left the village. Yami said as he looked outside the window thinking. Is it true? The threat? Don't tell me that to get information about the organization, you joined the Akatsuki, Gara said as he looked at Yami. Yami raised his eyebrows as he heard that and asked, why would you even think about something this ridiculous? Gara, who normally had a stone-like expression on his face, looked away a little and said, I heard that you went inside the Mizukage faction as a prisoner to get information and to cripple them from the inside, and I thought that since your brother. Gara was speaking, but then he stopped because he felt that he might be crossing a line by bringing Itachi into the topic. I see, Lady Tsunade has shared plenty of information with you. She truly regards the hidden sand as an ally. Yami said and stood back up. Yes, she does, and so do I. Since you are here, then I presume that you have a way to stop it from happening. Gara asked. Yami nodded subtly and said yes, but the casualties will be high because you and the elders see this as you being in the center of the fortress, but the Akatsuki sees you surrounded by thousands of weaknesses. They could leverage the lives of the people present here and take the chance to kidnap you. Gara knew what Yami was saying was right, so he asked, are you suggesting that I give myself up to them? I don't know what they plan to do with the tailed beast. That is one solution to this problem, but the chances of you getting killed are higher in this case. Yami shrugged. Yami had raked his brain on this issue months before and even made sure that the attack would happen. He had one of his bats follow Yura at all times and keep an eye on him. Just a few days ago, when he finished his training and left the cave, he entered the hidden leaf in disguise and approached Yura. Using his Genjutsu, he found out the latest instructions that were given to this sand shinobi. I do understand that victory comes at a cost, but I don't want the cost to be the lives of my people or the stability of the village. Gara said. He then continued, I will fight the Akatsuki farther from the hidden sand, and at that time the only thing I request from you is to protect the village. Watch out for the fireworks. Yami said and disappeared into a puff of smoke. At the same time, Yami was sitting in a hotel diner where he received all the memories of the clone. A smile appeared on his face as he was drinking the soup in front of him. Right now he was disguised as a middle-aged merchant. After learning Sage Mode, it feels like the cloudiness in my head has disappeared completely. Everything looks so simple to me and I can think of things from a wider viewpoint. Yami thought. Since he had come to this world, he had made many changes, but he always tried to keep them as little as possible. That was because he didn't want the future to deviate more than the original, or the upper hand that he had with the knowledge of the future would disappear. I have already made so many changes that things are bound to be different. I no longer care much about the future I have seen in the anime, rather I prefer to create my own. It may put the lives of people who are unharmed in the anime in danger, but I can't walk on eggshells anymore. Things may change, but Gara's shitty hairstyle didn't. Yami thought as he picked up the bowl and finished the soup in the bowl. Now that was one good soup. Would hate to get it destroyed by Deidara's bomb. Yami muttered and got up. A few seconds later came out of the restaurant and headed toward the main gate. It was already afternoon now, and due to the intense heat, not many people were out on the streets. Yami went into a quiet alley and then lifted his hand and said, "Go and get my sword and other things. I don't know if Sasuke even returned to the village or not to track my own blood that is on my scroll seals. If Sasuke is carrying it wherever he goes, then just pointing at his own will make him understand what you mean." After Yami finished speaking, he kept staring at his arm, and the next second, 2 eyes appeared on it, and then a shadow leaped from his arm and disappeared into the shadows. Yami didn't act surprised by any of this and left the alley. Yami then came out of the shadows, but this time with a changed face and clothes. He now looked like a 30-year-old man with Suna shinobi clothes. As he reached the main gate, one of the shinobis stationed there looked at him and said, "It seems like you have started feeling well now, Nobu. You have been sick for the past few days." "Yes, I started feeling well, and then I heard that the border forces were increased, so I got curious and came to work," Yami said. "Yes, border security is heightened for the moment and no one knows why. Though I heard that it may be due to the sand monsters that come during a sandstorm." "Well, it's good that you came. Go and take your post," the shinobi said, and let Yami pass. The real Nobu was now at the bottom of the sea. While traveling, Yami saw that the real Nobu was extorting villagers in the name of keeping their villages safe. Yami already wanted an alternate identity to move around in the hidden sand, so he asked him the basic things using his Genjutsu and then killed him. Yami didn't think that writing his deeds onto a piece of paper and putting it in a complaint box was going to work. As Yami entered, he saw that Yura was assigning people to work at different posts. After waiting for a few minutes, it was Yami's chance to get a post, and luckily the post that Yura gave him wasn't far from the main gate and the tent where Yura was going to sit. Border of the land of wind and land of rain, same time, 2 figures wearing a red and black Akatsuki cape were walking at a steady pace. One of them was short and was walking quietly, while the other one had blonde hair and was constantly talking while looking around. "After waiting for so much time, at last we get to go now," the blonde said. The short one didn't even look at him and said in a gruff voice, "Deidara, if you don't stop being annoying, then I will turn you into a puppet." Deidara dismissed what his partner said and continued talking. "Don't be like Sasori. You should be happy that you are going to your village. I am impatient as to when I will get to go to my village and show my art to everyone. After the death of Itachi Uchiha, the orders were cancelled and we were told to stay low until a new member is found. I don't want the same thing to happen to us," Sasori said. "Ah, does that mean you care for me?" Deidara said in a sweet tone, trying to get Sasori all riled up. "Never. I'd rather kill you myself than have anyone else have the fun of doing it. But I don't like to waste time, which is why I have to go with you. Like Kisame, I can't be kept waiting for a new partner," Sasori said as he suddenly stopped and stood under a tree. "Huh? What are you doing? You just said that you don't want to be late and now you have stopped?" Deidara asked, to which Sasori pointed in a direction and said, "To avoid repeating Itachi's mistake, we will be attacking the villages with 2 teams. This means a total of 4 people will go to kidnap every Jinchuriki. The other team is coming." Just then even Deidara heard the sound of 2 people walking toward them and looked in the direction they were coming from. Chapter 324, The Best Spy. As Deidara looked in the direction of the footsteps, he saw 2 people walking toward him. One of them had gray hair and a triple-bladed scythe, while the other one was tall and had hidden his face up to his nose. They both were wearing Akatsuki robes, and Deidara could see the scratched-off ninja headband one had on his forehead while the other one had on his neck. As they reached close, the purple-haired one gave a big smile and said, "So you two are the ones tagging along with us?" Deidara looked at him and said, "No. You are the ones tagging along while I am going to show my art to the people of the Hidden Sand." "Ah, I like it when someone doesn't back down. You might turn out to be an interesting sacrifice," the purple-haired guy said as he stepped forward toward Deidara, but then the one beside him interrupted, "Stop annoying me, Hidan. Or else I will have to tear you apart." Hidan looked at him as if a kid had been denied candy and said, "Don't be such a spoilsport, Kakuzu. You know this will be fun." Kakuzu ignored Hidan and looked at Sasori and said, "Shall we get going?" Sasori nodded, turning towards the direction of the Hidden Sand. Deidara chuckled and said, "Look, Sasori, they found someone like you. Stop blabbering or they won't even find the real you." Sasori said and then continued to walk. "I wish someone would pay me to kill the two of you. I would gladly do it." Kakuzu said in a gruff voice as he looked at Hidan and then at Deidara. "Enough with all that, now let's get going. The plan is already in motion," Sasori said without looking back. "I have no interest in walking toward my death, and that too before I take my revenge. So what is the plan? Consider my yes if your plan is to rush inside the village and kill everyone in sight. I am sure Lord Jashin will be happy and grant me more power," Hidan said. Even though he behaved like a reckless maniac at times, he didn't want to get caught off guard. Sasori noticed that Kakuzu didn't stop Hidan and let him talk, which meant that he had the same questions. "I have an inside man in the Hidden Sand, and once we reach close enough, I will activate him and he will kill everyone who is guarding the front border. Then Deidara and Kakuzu will fight the Kazakage while me and you will take care of the shinobis that bother us. I get to slaughter people and we even complete the mission. What more could I want? Let's go with this," Hidan said as he regained his phase and started walking with the others. Kakuzu also didn't show any kind of dissatisfaction with the plan, but then he looked at a tree nearby. Before Hidan could ask what he was looking at, something came out of the tree branch. It was another person wearing the Akatsuki robe. This one looked less human than the others. Half of his body was white while the other half was black. He also had green hair and a big green jaw coming out from his shoulder and closing above his head. "Zetsu? You are coming with us too?" Deidara asked as he saw him. "No. I was sent to make sure that nothing unexpected happens. I wouldn't have even shown you my involvement in this if something out of expectation didn't happen," Zetsu said. "Are you saying we may have to postpone our plan to kidnap the Kazakage?" Hidan asked with a sad expression on his face. "I am not someone who makes the decisions. All I can tell you is that the security at the borders increased several folds and 2 squads of Leaf Shinobis crossed the land of fire into the land of earth. I am not sure if they have entered the land of earth for some random mission or to go to the Hidden Sand," Zetsu said as he looked at Sasori. The entire plan from when to kidnap and how to do it was all created by Sasori, so he would be the one to make the decisions right now. Except me, only one person knew the date and time of my arrival, and that person is my inside man. But until I activate him, he shouldn't remember the plan at all," Sasori said. "What do we do now?" Not only was the inside man compromised, but the village knows it as well. Hidan asked, to which Sasori said the Leaf Shinobis just entered the land of earth from their side, which means they will need at least 30 to 35 more hours to reach the Hidden Sand. Instead of stepping back because of all these preparations, let's get our hands on the one tail before the Leaf Shinobis reach the Hidden Sand. "Oh, now we are preparing the plan? I like it, let's go," Hidan said and started to walk faster than before. Kakuzu didn't care even if the plan was postponed, as he was already paid to do this mission. Seeing that the Akatsuki members weren't straying from their path and the Kazakage kidnapping was still going to happen, Zetsu didn't feel like he needed to add anything or inform Pain. "I have to walk because of you guys, or I just prefer flying on my artistic creations," Deidara said as they continued walking. Since the number of Akatsuki members had doubled since the initial plan, Sasori was sure that preponing the plan wouldn't cause them any problems. The only difference was that instead of going in quietly, they would have to face the Kazakage and his shinobis head-on. As they were walking, Kakuzu looked at Zetsu, who occasionally appeared from different trees around them, and asked the leaf shinobis, "Is there anyone among them with a good bounty? I don't want to miss some extra cash if it's walking toward me." Zetsu nodded and said, "Although most of them have a small bounty, Kakashi the copy ninja is among them and he has a hefty bounty on him. One other thing, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Itachi's younger brother Sasuke Uchiha are also coming." As Hidan heard the name Uchiha, he quickly looked at Zetsu and asked, "What about the Genjutsu Demon? Is he there as well?" "Heh, if he was then Zetsu would have definitely mentioned him." Deidara said, "Yes, that kid has a good bounty as well. He will also fall by my hands." Kakuzu smirked under his mask. When Yami's bounty was first announced, Kakuzu searched for him in the Land of Fire so that he could kill him. Since Itachi was already dead at that time, Kakuzu had no problem hunting him. "And oh, that kid is my sacrifice. I may have left my cult, but he has killed many followers of Lord Jashin, and the only way to repent his sins is to offer his blood and guts to Lord Jashin," Hidan said in a serious tone. This was the first time Kakuzu had seen Hidan this serious. "We will reach a village soon, so tone down the talks, and Zetsu, you can lead now. After today, along with the hidden cloud, the hidden mist will also be on the hunt for the Akatsuki," Sasori said as he saw a small village coming at the horizon. A village bordering the Land of Fire and Earth. Same time, the two leaf squads who were traveling for a few hours now, just crossed the border of the Land of Fire and had entered the Land of Earth. As they entered, they came across a village that was full of merchants selling stuff from both lands, be it food or clothing. The number of shinobis in the village were too low and were only stationed near the village's head's mansion. Just as the two squads entered the village, Kakashi said, "Everyone, we will have a quick meal here and leave this place within half an hour. Kakashi-sensei, we should keep going. We need more than a day to reach the hidden sand," Naruto said. All the way till here he talked less, but whatever he said, the others were able to understand what pain Naruto had to go through as a Jinchuriki. They could understand Naruto's motivation and his reason for hurrying. "Naruto, I understand that you want to reach there as fast as possible, but we are already going to travel the entire night and live on protein balls in the night, so we better gobble up some good food while we have the chance. Reaching the hidden sand in an exhausted state is not going to do us any good. And look at others as well, they are already tired of keeping up the pace with you." Naruto looked back at the rest of his and Guy's squad and saw Sakura and Temari breathing heavily with beads of sweat covering their faces. I am sorry, I didn't know I was dragging everyone," Naruto said with a little embarrassed tone in his voice. Chapter 325, It's Almost Time. Temari walked forward toward Naruto and said, "I didn't know that you were a Jinchuriki as well, but I can understand the pain you must have gone through your entire life. But this isn't the way to express it. I am sure that my brothers can hold off the Akatsuki till we arrive there." Everyone could see that she herself was under much stress, but even she knew that it was impossible to reach the hidden sand in the given time frame. By this time, as the entire group was talking, they noticed that the villagers around them were looking at them nervously. "Why are they looking at us like that?" Sakura asked, confused by the behavior of the villagers. That's when Temari said, "Actually, like the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth isn't that prosperous, so the civilian villages manage things by themselves, and the only shinobis are the ones who are posted as the village head's guards. The only exception is when a threat is around the village and the hidden sand has sent shinobis to get rid of it." "Should we tell them that there is nothing to worry about?" Lee asked, to which Kakashi shook his head and said, "I think that would be a waste of time. Just find a nice place on the outskirts to eat something and let's leave." Everyone nodded, and after walking for a minute or two through the peering gazes of the villagers, the two squads reached a small open restaurant at the end of the village. They were all seated at the tables and ordered the food. Except for them, there weren't many people there. As they were eating, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Neji immediately looked up at the sky. Since they were all sitting at one big table, this behavior was noticed by everyone, and just as they were about to ask what it was, they saw something coming at them at tremendous speed. "What is that?" Karen asked as she stood up. Naruto, Sasuke, and Lee were also ready to attack, and Sasuke even tightened his grip on his sword when Kakashi said, "Sit down everyone, it's not an enemy attack." The others were confused as to why Kakashi would say that. Sasuke still didn't loosen his grip on the sword's hilt, while Neji even activated his Byakugan. Just as the thing got closer, they saw that it had red eyes and sharp teeth, both extremely threatening. Is that a? Temari was asking when Sasuke took his hand off and stood normally as he said, "Yes, it's a bat." Is Yami sending another letter? Maybe the Akatsuki postponed or canceled their plans? Naruto said, trying to be positive about this. He didn't want to hear any kind of bad news. He already regarded Gara as his friend, and the last thing he wanted was to lose him. But to everyone's surprise, the bat came and landed on the table beside the group's table. A strong gust of wind spread in the area as the bat landed. Even the table that the bat landed on cracked. Huh. I don't see a letter tied to its legs. Lee said as he looked at the bat's legs. Maybe he is going to pull out a message scroll from his mouth. Kakashi said as he had seen Yami do that before with the bat. They all waited for a few seconds, but the bat didn't do anything. Neji stood up and looked at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, it seems to be staring at you," and he was right because that's what the bat was doing. Since Sasuke was sitting in the middle of the group, they didn't notice that the bat wasn't looking at them as a collective but at Sasuke alone. "Sasuke, do you do something that confirms to the bat that it's you and then it gives you the letter?" Naruto asked. He didn't know how this worked, but he could only take a few wild guesses. Sasuke looked at him and said, "There is nothing like that, you idiot. In fact, this is the first time I am seeing this kind of bat. Normally the bats that Yami used to send were the normal small black ones. What if he isn't here to give anything but to take something?" Karen asked as a fluke. The others didn't know what she meant, but 3 people instantly did. Neji and Kakashi both looked at Sasuke, who nodded and stood up immediately. "Were you guys able to think of something?" Temari asked as she saw Kakashi looking at Sasuke and him standing up as if he had come to some kind of realization. Kakashi didn't say anything and just nodded. The next second they all saw Sasuke take out a storage scroll from his pocket. He made some hand signs and 2 things popped up from the scroll. The first thing was another storage scroll, but it looked way more complicated than the normal ones and it had the Uchiha logo on it. The second thing was the sword wrapped in cloth. "What are these 2 things?" Naruto asked as he tried to touch the cloth on the sword, but Sakura slapped his hand away. "This is bad manners, Naruto. You shouldn't touch others' things without their permission," Sakura said, and the next second looked at Sasuke and asked, "What is this, Sasuke? Can I take off the cloth and see what's in it?" Sasuke didn't say anything and placed the sword beside the bat's legs. The bat looked at it for a second or 2 and then grabbed it with both his legs. Sasuke then held the scroll in front of the bat, and with a small inhale the scroll instantly went inside the bat's mouth. The bat then immediately flew away with the same speed and ferociousness that it had come. Those were Yami's things and his sword. "I guess we don't have much time before Yami needs them," Sasuke said as he kept looking at the direction in which the bat flew away. "He'll be all right," Kakashi said as he tapped Sasuke's shoulder. The entire group gobbled up the food that was served to them and continued their journey toward the Hidden Sand. The Hidden Sand village. 3 hours later, it was already evening and the shifts were going to change in a few hours. Even though the patrolling was triple than usual, the sand shinobis posted at the border were quite lax. One of the most important reasons for that was the sandstorm which was now approaching. The village already had sturdy walls in place to protect it from such storms, and no idiot would try to travel the desert in such a storm, so the chances of an attack were too low. Even Yami was lax as he knew the time the attack was going to happen. For now, Yami was just keeping an eye on Yura from a safe distance. He knew that Yura himself didn't know that he was a traitor, and when Sasori activates him, that is when Yura realizes what he must do to let Sasori and Deidara in. Yami, who was now just standing guard with a few others looking at the wide empty desert in front of him, looked up. He felt that the bat he had sent was coming back. The time the bat took to come back from when it was sent gave Yami the estimate that Sasuke is among the blood lady Tsunade is sending to the hidden sand and where they must have reached. I think they must have crossed the land of Earth. I guess Lady Tsunade trusted my letter way too easily and took action immediately. I can assume that Naruto is also there with them like in the canon. Yami thought. As he was thinking about all this, he noticed some movement. The movement wasn't happening in the open desert but in the tent where Yura was supervising everything. Yura came out a few seconds later and started patrolling the border himself. He was inspecting like a normal elder would, but then Yami felt something odd. He noticed that from time to time Yura would look in a particular direction in the desert. Since there was no physical sign as to when the jutsu on Yura will be activated, Yami knew that he would have to completely trust his instincts and act on it, or else the sand shinobis he might need to use as cannon fodder become a burden to him. As Yura was coming closer, Yami was focused on finding someone in the desert. All he needed was something more than his gut instinct, and the next second he was going to take action, and sure that time came within the next 15 seconds because Yami saw 4 silhouettes coming toward the hidden sand a few kilometers away. Chapter 326, The Firework. Yami at first didn't understand why he was seeing 4 silhouettes instead of 2. He was already using his enhanced vision to see something that was still far. Due to this, none of the shinobis posted at the gate could see the 4 people heading toward them, and neither did the Akatsuki members see the village or the people standing at the gates. It was already dark, so they were already nearsighted. Yami turned to Yura, who was talking with one of the senior guards just a few steps away from Yami. He walked toward Yura and said, "Elder Yura, I am glad to be working under your expertise." Yami then held out his hand toward Yura. Yura, as well as the senior guard, didn't feel odd at all because it was obvious for normal low-level shinobis to butter up the higher-ups to get a favorable posting or mission. Yura also didn't think much and shook Yami's hand and asked, "What is your name?" "Nobu," Yami said, and kept shaking Yura's hand. "Keep doing what you..." Yura was saying this when he suddenly stopped talking. He didn't say anything for the next 2 seconds and suddenly withdrew his hand from the handshake. The senior guard was surprised by this and asked, "What's the matter, Elder Yura? Is there some problem?" Yura came out from his daze and said, No, I think I just was lost in thought." Yura then looked at Yami once with a gaze of confusion and quickly regained his composure. "I think I forgot something back in the tent. I will take my leave now," Yura said and left. The senior guard kept looking at Yura back, thinking what must have happened, but then he looked back at Nobu, who was now smiling a little, and said, "Don't get too excited just because you were able to meet an elder of the council. Get back to your work, or else buttering up others won't get you anywhere." The smile on Yami's face vanished as he heard someone reprimanding him, but he still looked at the senior guard and said, "I understand, sir. I will go back to my post now." In the desert, the 4 Akatsuki members were getting closer and closer to the hidden sand. The sandstorm had already slowed them, and even after multiple suggestions made by Deidara and Hidan, Sasori decided to keep walking instead of stopping and taking shelter. "Come on, man, we have been walking for hours now, and that too in the desert. We didn't find a single human all this time, and even the desert monsters attacked us. Are you sure that you are leading us in the right direction?" Hidan complained for the 7th time. "We have reached," Sasori said as he looked a little up and the walls of the hidden sand started to appear in front of them. For now, they could only see the outline of a big structure with lights shining at various places, but Sasori, who was a native of this village, knew this was his home. "Now what do we do? Should I start?" Deidara asked excitedly. He opened both his hands to show his palms. Hidan and Kakuzu were a little taken aback seeing a mouth in each of his palms. The tongue was coming out each month, rolling on his palm as if waiting for a tasty meal. "Not yet. I have to reach out to my spy inside the village. If he is still usable, then I'd rather use him to get us an easier entry. It will save us a lot of time and effort dealing with small fries," Sasori said. When Sasori first heard about the leak in information about his attack on the hidden sand, the only person he could think capable of doing it was Yura, but the technique Sasori used on him wouldn't even let Yura know that he is the spy. So Sasori was willing to take a chance. The only other way for the plan to leak would be the wide mouth of Deidara, which was a big possibility. Sasori activated his technique, which immediately reached Yura, who had just come out of the camp. Him being a traitor and what all he needs to do, everything comes to his mind instantly. It takes a few seconds for him to understand all this and decide on his next step. By this time, the 4 Akatsuki members have already come close to the main gate. A few guards who were stationed at the mouth of the gate looked at each other and decided whether they should go ahead and ask the visitors for an ID. Due to the storm and the darkness spread out by late evening, the guards couldn't see their faces and clothes properly. "Now see my spy clear the way for us," Sasori said as he sensed his jutsu activating. If Yura was the one who gave the info, then he wouldn't be guarding the gate like Sasori wanted him to. The 4 Akatsuki members stopped and waited for Yura to start the fighting, but then they saw Yura jump toward them. None of the Akatsuki members moved as they knew he didn't have any weapon in his hand and he hadn't used any chakra. "What is this idiot doing?" Kakuzu asked as he saw Yura jump at him and the others. Sasori also frowned as he saw this, and the next second Yura appeared in front of the 4 Akatsuki members. "What are you doing?" Sasori asked, but Yura didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't have a single expression on his face and didn't even blink once. "Something's wrong," Kakuzu said as he sensed chakra being used by Yura. The use of chakra was so minuscule that Hidan and Deidara missed it. The 4 members quickly stepped back, and just as they were taking the next step, they saw multiple places on Yura's body inside his shirt light up. They all recognized what that glow was and used various jutsus and defense techniques to save themselves. They all had years of experience under their belts, so their responses were pretty quick. "Were those?" Deidara asked as he looked at the pieces of flesh that were left of Yura. "Yes, those were paper bombs and multiple of them attached to my spy's body," Sasori said with a grave tone. "But why did he do this? Was he a double agent who was forced to blow himself up?" Deidara asked. "Who cares? Doesn't the blood smell nice? Oh, it's been a while since I have experienced it," Hidan said as he clutched the scythe in his hand tighter. There was a smile on his face, and seeing it, Kakuzu understood that Hidan was now in the mood for more bloodshed. The guards who were posted at the gate heard and saw the loud boom. The only thing they saw was that Elder Yura jumped toward the 4 men, and the next second he exploded. Due to the storm, they didn't know whether the men attacked the Elder or the Elder blew himself up. But they weren't even going to think about the second option, so the only thought that came to their mind was that the 4 in front of them were the enemy. Yami was still standing at the gate disguised as Nobu. There was a smile on his face as he looked at the 4 confused Akatsuki members and the Sand Shinobis who couldn't decide whether to attack the 4 people or not. "Captain, what do we do?" one of the guards asked. "Did they just kill Elder Yura?" another one asked. Just as the place was going to get noisier, a voice emerged silencing everything. "I am here now, don't worry, all of you." Everyone recognized that voice immediately. "Lord Gara, Lord Kazakage is here. Now these intruders don't stand a chance here. Lord Gara can easily defeat them." As everyone was confident in Gara's skills, Yami knew that Gara stood no chance against the 4 of them. Yami looked back and saw Kankuro and Baki running toward the gate as well. Some of the elders were also behind them. In all the confusion of the guards cheering and Kankuro and Baki taking care of securing the villagers, Yami slipped away and turned back into Yami. The disguise of Nobu had already served his purpose, but the Hidden Sands alliance was with the Hidden Leaf, not Yami, so Yami decided to keep a disguise alive just in case. I was doubtful if this new kind of Genjutsu would work or not, but it is very easy and a lot more effective. I am not sure how Gara is going to feel about me using his village elder as a firework. Yami muttered as he also remembered the trick he just pulled on Elder Yura. In the desert, the 4 Akatsuki members were now looking at Gara, who was heading toward them from the village standing on floating sand. He with his worst hairstyle, folded hands, and the gourd of sand on his back looked at the 4 Akatsuki members and said, "The Akatsuki has finally decided to make their move." Chapter 327, Gara vs. the Akatsuki Part 1. I'd heard that the Kazakage is young, but he is still a kid, haha. All four of us being here is overkill, Kakuzu said. Since it has got to this, I think it's best if we start the attack. Sasori said as he was getting ready to fight Gara now, but Deidara stopped him and said the Kazakage is my prey. As we decided, I will fight with the Kazakage. Deidara then put his hand in his Akatsuki code and pulled out some balls of white clay. Gara saw all this, but he didn't understand what Deidara was planning to do. The mouths on Deidara's hands then swallowed the balls of clay and started chewing them. Are you saying that after walking this far, I don't get to have any fun? Hidan asked disappointedly. Kakuzu looked at the shinobis coming outside the village who were led by Kankuro and Baki. The elders were also with the group of shinobis. I don't care if you guys fight or not. I just want it to be finished before dawn so that we can start the extraction process. Sasori said. By this time, the mouths on Deidara's palms started spewing out the chewed-up clay. They were doing it so fast that very quickly a lot of clay started forming under Deidara's feet. What is this jutsu? Gara muttered as he had never seen someone do it. Tsunade hadn't shared the information of the individual strengths and jutsu's information with Gara. Although Itachi had given her information about most of them, she couldn't trust others with it. She didn't know what all spies are in her and the hidden sand, and if this information could reach the ears of the Akatsuki. The clay that was under Deidara's feet now started to take shape, and within seconds, it formed into a complete white owl. The owl was big enough for a single person to stand on it, and it made no sound. This is the first time I am seeing this blondie fight, Hidan said as he looked at the owl. The owl then flapped his wings and Deidara jumped on his back. The owl suddenly started flying and flew high enough to meet the same altitude as Gara. Since Gara had no idea about his opponent's powers, Gara stretched his hand out toward Deidara and two streams of sand shot themselves toward the bird. Even though the attack was fast when compared to a normal shinobi, the bird easily swerved left and right to avoid it from hitting. Did you think it would be that simple, Lord Kazakage? Are you perhaps underestimating me and my art? Deidara asked as he saw the simple attack initiated by Gara. He thought that by using such a simple attack against his big owl, he and his art was getting underestimated, which infuriated Deidara a little. The mouths in his palms started churning the clay more hastily, and within the next few seconds, Deidara had a dozen or so small balls of that clay in his hand. The clays looked like small spiders with small dot-like eyes and flat legs. The owl flew toward Gara and even increased its altitude a little. Gara looked around trying to figure out what Deidara was planning. From time to time he would send streams of sand to attack the bird, but the owl was quick enough to dodge them all. After circling Gara twice, Deidara spread his hands and threw all those clay spiders toward Gara. Since Gara didn't know what those clay spiders were about to do, he created a shield of sand around him from where the attack was coming. As the spiders landed on the sand shield, they started crawling around trying to go through it, but Gara distanced them further. Seeing that they had no way to reach Gara due to the distance, the spiders immediately exploded. The explosion was something no one expected from the spiders. Just as Gara's instinct kicked in, the sand under his feet became a little thin and created a dome around him. The wind pressure that was created due to the explosion was enough to make Gara fly back a little. The sand shinobis on the ground were also affected by it. Though none of them got hurt, they understood how dangerous that clay was, so they diverted their direction a little far from under Gara. None of them wanted to die as collateral damage to the fight happening in the air. The elders also ordered the shinobis to take a defensive stance and maintain distance from Gara. They didn't want the shinobis to be a burden to their Kazakage. The shinobis looked up to see whether Gara was alright or not, and luckily the dome quickly dissipated back into the sand under Gara and he was standing untouched. See, he is alright, there is no need to worry, the shinobis assured each other. Seeing Gara still standing arrogantly like before, Deidara said, "Don't be happy because you came out of this unscathed. I was testing the waters, haha, now you will see my art." Deidara then spread his arms toward Gara, and the constant spewing of clay from the mouths created a structure in the air. It didn't take a long time for the spewed clay to take the shape of a centipede. The centipede then jumped toward Gara. Gara immediately backed off a little and sent multiple sharp waves of sand toward the centipede to stop it from reaching him. The sharp and sturdy sand attack did cut the centipede in multiple places, but it only slowed down the centipede. The parts from where the centipede was severed also started connecting back to each other and regaining their shape. Gara understood that it is going to be tricky to get rid of Deidara's clay, so he unfolded his hands and raised his arm a little, which made the sand on the ground rise up in the air and hold the clay from different angles. Since the clay was now held at different angles, it couldn't just escape, and its momentum toward Gara was halted. This move wiped the smile off Deidara's face as he saw his attack was easily countered. Seeing him like that, Gara understood what Deidara was going to do, so he immediately closed his fist, which made the sand surround the clay centipede and multiple layers of sand pile on top of it. The very next second, the centipede exploded. The explosion was properly contained and the sand didn't let any kind of impact escape in the atmosphere. Gara then left his control over the sand, which now fell to the ground. The ball of sand that had covered the centipede now opened like a coconut, with the middle being hot and even hard in some places. Gara understood that the thermal explosion was so high that it almost melted the sand. Deidara understood that Gara's control over the sand was way more than he had imagined, and right now they were standing in a desert full of it. This was his domain, so the only upside he now had was that he was in the air. Gara decided that he had enough on the defensive and he wouldn't win this easily if he didn't change his strategy. He looked down at his brother and the other shinobis who were ready to attack. Since none of them knew anything about the rest of the shinobis, it would be a suicide if they just started attacking the Akatsuki blindly. A little far away from all this, Yami was now watching the fight when he saw a bat come and fly in front of him. The bat then opened his claws and allowed the sword to drop down. With a small flick of his leg, Yami lifted the sword back up in the air and caught it. He then stretched out his arm and the bird sat on it. "What else have you got for me?" Yami said, and the bird spat a scroll from his mouth. Yami immediately kept the sword aside, leaning it on a nearby stone where he had taken cover, and took the scroll in his hand. "I don't have the luxury to check my belongings in the scroll right now, but I don't think anyone would dare mess with my stuff," Yami muttered as he looked at the sword and tucked it in his kimono pocket. "You can go back in now," Yami said, and the bat turned into silver strings and merged into Yami's arm. He looked back at the fight going on between Gara and Deidara again. Gara's people had given him enough space to fight now. He was utilizing the sand around him to launch constant attacks at Deidara. With a flick of his wrist, pillars of sand were going up and down, making Deidara's owl harder and harder to dodge. Deidara was also getting frustrated since he had to use most of his attention to maintain his balance on the bird and not get him. But the inevitable happened, and one of the pillars went straight through the owl's wing, making it lose balance and fall sideways from the sky. Chapter 328, Gara vs. the Akatsuki Part 2. Even though it wasn't a real bird, it was flying using simple science, so when it didn't have a wing to create lift, it was bound to fall. Deidara knew that once his feet touched the ground, Gara would again go on the offensive, and he won't be able to even come near Gara when that happens. "I can't lose without showing everyone what I am capable of," Deidara said as he grit his teeth, and the next second, everyone saw him go inside his own clay bird. They didn't understand what he was trying to do, but then the size of the bird decreased and 4 wings appeared from its back just before the bird could drop on the ground. Gara understood that Deidara was making a last-ditch effort to stay in the air, so he flicked his wrist and a sharp-pointed spear-like sand pillar rose from the ground under Deidara. The big wing of the owl also merged back into the body of the owl, and just as the spear was about to reach the bird, the 4 wings in the back flapped instantly, swerving him to the side. They flapped again, making him rise up in the air, but this time his speed was way faster than before. Just as it stopped after reaching a particular height, a small hole appeared in front of the clay body and Deidara's head appeared from it. 2 more holes appeared on the side from where Deidara's hands appeared. "I hate to use this since it's so stuffy in here, but what can I say? For the hidden sand to enjoy some fireworks, I must make some compromises." Just as he said that, his eyes shifted to the sand shinobis who were standing on both sides of Gara. Gara sent multiple streams of sand to restrict Deidara's movements, but this makeshift clay suit of his was a smaller target, and since it had 4 wings it could make extremely sharp turns. Yami himself was a little astonished to see it. Deidara did look funny in that, but it was a clever strategy. Yami realized that in the canon, Deidara was limited to his own innovative thinking, but this one wasn't. Deidara quickly flew toward the left side of Gara where the shinobis were waiting for a signal to launch an attack on the 3 remaining Akatsuki members. Hundreds of small balls made of clay just popped out from Deidara's makeshift suit and rained on the shinobis standing below. Gara was about to focus on creating a platform made of sand in the air that would serve as a barrier between the clay balls and his shinobis, but then he saw Deidara fly straight toward him speedily. What do I do now? I can't let those clay balls fall on my people, as most of them wouldn't be able to run away from such a big area, and even if some do manage to swat them away with their jutsu, then they will end up swatting them on other shinobis. Gara thought. He knew that if his sister Temari was here, then she would have used a wind jutsu strong enough to blow the majority of the balls away, lowering the number of casualties. On the other hand, if Gara let himself get attacked by Deidara now, he would be severely injured, and in that state, he wouldn't be able to save anybody, including his own people who were inside the village. Everyone, run away from the balls, Kankuro announced and took out a puppet from his back. Wind users, ready your wind jutsu and blow the balls away from others. Baki instructed the ones behind him. The other elders and squad leaders gave a similar order, but they knew that the casualties were still going to be high. Just as Deidara and the other Akatsuki members thought that the fight had started to go their way, a large gale of wind blew out of nowhere. At first, they thought it was just the storm getting intense for a second, but the wind blew only in one part. The part where the clay balls were falling, and instantly all the balls were thrown in the direction of the 3 Akatsuki members. What the hell? Deidara muttered as he saw it happen. He then saw Gara making a move to protect himself, so Deidara immediately stopped midair and flew back. The balls were now headed toward the Akatsuki members, and the wind had increased their speed as well. The area was too big to run away, so the Akatsuki members used their own way of defense. Sasuke's tail rotated above his head to stop any balls from touching his body, while Kakuzu unleashed hair from his Akatsuki cloak and raised them up in the air so that the explosion happened mid-air. The most excited one was Hidan, who took out and waved his scythe around trying to blow them up. He had a big smile on his face and he was laughing while explosions happened around him. He is behaving like a kid who is popping air bubbles, Yami thought as he chuckled to himself. What just happened? Baki asked as he looked at Kankuro, who was just as confused as the others, so he just shrugged his shoulders. Maybe Temari has come back from the hidden leaf, Baki said. He knew that Temari was the strongest wind-style user in the hidden sand. Kankuro shook his head and said no. She wouldn't be back so early, and even if it was her, even then she isn't strong enough to blow away all the balls with just precision. Then none of us were harmed, and all of the balls fell on the Akatsuki members. By this time the clay balls had already detonated on the Akatsuki members. As the dust settled, the sand shinobis expected the Akatsuki members to be injured, but none of them had a single blood spilled. Though Hidan's Akatsuki cloak had a few tears, Kakuzu's hair was burned due to the explosion, and he had to abandon some of them, which was negligible damage. The most damaged thing was Sasuke's metal tail. It was now busted from several places, and its movement wasn't as smooth as before. In the end, Sasori just detached the tail from his body. This was annoying. I didn't think Blondie's attack would backfire on us, Hidan said as he looked at his torn Akatsuki cloak. Sasori looked around and said that is not the main problem here. The wind that just blew was not some natural occurrence. It came from the gate of the hidden sand. Kakuzu walked a few steps forward toward the sand shinobis and said the only way to fish out the culprit of that wind jutsu is to attack the ones he saved. Kankuro sensed that Kakuzu's chakra was getting riled up, which meant he was going to attack now. He quickly brought 2 of his puppets in front of him and said, I'll handle this one, you keep an eye on the others. The one with the scythe seems like he will jump in soon enough. Baki nodded and ordered some of the shinobis to assist Kankuro while the rest spread out and surrounded Hidan and Sasori. Who are you? I have never heard of anyone using a power as bizarre as you, Kankuro said. He wanted to get the gist of what Kakuzu's power was. He had seen the dark-colored hair flow from his body and explode those clay balls, but if Kankuro doesn't understand Kakuzu's power, then he cannot counter and win it. I am Kakuzu. Brats like you won't have heard about me, and since this will be your last fight, you won't even need to hear more, Kakuzu said as he lunged toward Kankuro. Kankuro quickly blocked Kakuzu with one of his puppets. The puppets had 6 hands in total, with 3 on each side. One hand tried to hold Kakuzu, but he was too strong, so another hand joined as well. With 4 of the hands busy pushing Kakuzu back, the palms of the other 2 hands opened and something flew out of it and hit Kakuzu's chest. The speed of the projectile was too fast for Kakuzu to even know what it was. He looked at his chest and saw that they were 2 oversized needles. Kakuzu kicked the puppet on his chest, creating some distance between the two. He then pulled out the 2 needles that were lodged in his chest. As he pulled them out, he saw that they had some yellow liquid on it. Kankuro chuckled as he saw Kakuzu halt his attacks and said those needles contain a paralyzing agent. In a couple of seconds, you won't be able to even move. I guess the Akatsuki are feared for nothing. Kakuzu looked at him with his green eyes and said, it's too early for brats like you to stop me. Even the first Hokage wasn't able to kill me. Chapter 329, Time to Butt In. What? Kankuro asked in a shocked tone. He thought that he had heard wrong. You scared brat? I once tried to assassinate the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju but failed, Kakuzu said, narrowing his eyes. He could see the tension rise up on Kankuro's tattooed face and also on the faces of the shinobis surrounding him. Kankuro knew that this statement was way too outrageous for it to be a lie. But if what the man in front of him is saying is true, then he is not someone the likes of Kankuro and a handful of sand shinobis can deal with. Kankuro knew that if he himself started doubting his capability, then the morale of his people would be worse. Kankuro immediately sent one of his puppets toward Kakuzu, but this time the hands of the puppet were wide apart as if trying to hug Kakuzu. Kakuzu, who didn't know what Kankuro was trying to do, just stood there. He knew that those toys made of wood wouldn't do him any harm. Just as the puppet reached Kakuzu, all the arms of the puppet suddenly detached from the main body. Not just that, but the entire torso of the puppet opened up, showing a hollow space inside. The puppet came closer to Kakuzu, and eventually, Kakuzu's entire body went inside the puppet's torso. Just as that happened, Kankuro muttered, "Got you." As he said that, the torso closed back up with Kakuzu inside it, and the arms which had detached a few seconds ago had sharp knives pop out from their other side. With a clap of his hand, all those 6 arms with knives on its end were inserted into various slots that were made on the wood of the torso cover. This was one of Kankuro's trump cards, and no one who had witnessed it had lived to tell about it. Kankuro then looked at the bottom of the puppet, expecting to see blood seeping out from the puppet, but that didn't happen. Captain Kankuro, what is happening? Is he dead? One of Kankuro's men asked as he himself was waiting for the blood to come pouring out of the hollow puppet. I don't know, but maintain a safe distance, Kankuro warned. He didn't want to face any casualties so early in the conflict against the Akatsuki. After waiting for 5 to 7 seconds, Kankuro decided to check it out himself and moved a step forward. Just as he did that, he saw that dark hair started coming out of the holes where the knife arms had pierced. Kankuro didn't understand if this was good or bad, but the next second, the entire puppet exploded. This created a loud noise and even destroyed the entire puppet. Kankuro held a hand against his eyes to shield them. Just as he removed it, he saw that the pieces of the puppet were spread to everyone around him, and Kakuzu was standing in front of him, but not without something disturbing on his body. The entire body of Kakuzu looked like it had been stitched numerous times, and he also had 3 masks on his back. The sight of his body weirded out many shinobis. How is this possible? That technique should have killed you. They all target vital organs, including your heart, so why didn't you die? Kankuro asked in a daze. He couldn't think of one reason why Kakuzu was standing in front of him alive. Told you, brat, it's not that easy to kill me. You have to kill me many more times to get rid of me, and I don't think you have any more cards to play, Kakuzu said, and just then plenty of hair started coming out from the stitches of his hands and his back. The hairs were way more than the ones he had previously taken out to get rid of those clay balls. They were also denser and longer than before. Kankuro was even questioning what Kakuzu was and whether he was even human in the first place. I hope wasting so much time on you will get me a good bounty, or else it is just a waste of time and energy, Kakuzu said, and the thousands of hair strands moved toward Kankuro. Kankuro quickly took a few steps back and attacked with his other puppet, but the strands of hair just flew a hole through the entire puppet and chucked it outside, rendering it useless. The distance between the strands of hair and Kankuro was shortening. Baki was about to jump in and help him, but he suddenly felt an attack coming toward him. He immediately jumped to the side and a voice fell on his ears. I was jealous that you weren't giving me much attention. Baki looked in the direction the voice came from and he saw Hidan standing just a few paces away from where Baki stood before, and the scythe had penetrated the ground where Baki was exactly standing a second ago. Thank God I jumped away at the right time, or else I would have suffered a serious injury, Baki thought. He then looked in the direction of Kankuro and saw that Kakuzu was pushing him back, and now the hairs had become so long and denser that they had blocked Kankuro's escape from three sides. Baki looked up at Gara to see if he was available to bail out Kankuro, but Gara looked too busy dealing with Deidara, who wasn't giving Gara a single chance to give even the smallest attention to other parts of the battlefield. He was constantly hurling clay at Gara or trying to harm the troops around Gara, and with all that, Gara's hands were full. Kankuro was getting desperate as each and every second was passing. He knew that even in the wide open desert, Kakuzu wasn't giving him a single chance to escape. Kankuro couldn't even take the time to bring out more puppets. Every time he tried to do something, Kakuzu would make a swift attack, forcing Kankuro to be on the defensive. A little distance away from this, Hidan was toying with Baki. Baki had instructed his men to stand back as it would be no use making them fight. He had understood that for Hidan those sand shinobis were like weeds that he could uproot without much effort. Hidan was just waiting his multi-bladed scythe at Baki, but not with the intention to kill. He would laugh erratically between attacks and only make multiple injuries on Baki's body. After a minute or so in such a fight, Gara quickly glanced to the side and saw that his brother was exhausted and was trying his best to save himself from the dense hair strands, and Baki was now breathing heavily with multiple bleeding wounds on his body. Finish it, both of you. Stop toying with your prey and wasting my time, Sasori said in a gruff and annoyed tone. Kakuzu and Hidan weren't the type of people to take orders, but since this mission was given to Sasori and they were just helpers, they had to listen. Both Kakuzu and Hidan lunged forward to execute their final blow to their opponents when they felt something. It wasn't just anyone's presence, but something akin to fear in their hearts. They suddenly stopped, and then a voice came. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Just as this voice was heard, a large sea of flame came from behind Kankuro and Baki toward the three Akatsuki members. Just by being in the vicinity, Kankuro and Baki felt that they themselves would melt now, so they jumped far back. The sand shinobis were also shocked to see a jutsu of this proportion. It had covered such an enormous amount of space that Sasori and the two Akatsuki members had no way to run sideways to avoid it. Sasori quickly dug a hole just below him and jumped into it, while Hidan and Kakuzu were the first ones to get the brunt of the fire-style jutsu. Deidara and Gara, who were busy battling, also stopped seeing the enormous wave of fire. Deidara knew that whoever performed this jutsu was definitely Kage-level shinobi or higher. Just as the wave of fire stopped, they wanted to look back and see who was the one who performed this jutsu, but then they heard a loud scream. They looked in the direction of the scream and saw that it was Hidan's scream. His entire skin was burned and he looked like an ugly black statue. Is he dead? One of the Sand Elders asked as he saw the burned Hidan, who was still standing with his scythe in hand, but then Hidan opened his eyes. He moved his body a little and very soon his body started healing. His movements, which were slow and rigid at first, started to become smooth. His healing was so fast that skin started appearing on his body. Just then some clusters of molten sand were thrown in the air a few meters behind Hidan, and Sasori jumped out of it. The fire did quite a number on you, Sasori said, and threw an Akatsuki cloak at Hidan. Chapter 330, Hidan's Rage. Hidan caught the cloak and wrapped it around his healing body. He hadn't said anything while this was happening, but the last part of his body to heal was his face. His eyebrows and hair also started growing. Everyone looked to see what kind of a state Kakuzu was in, so they looked to the side and saw a round black ball. As it was still and there was no voice or movement coming from it, Hidan walked towards it and swung his scythe toward the black ball. The blades of the scythe pierced the ball, and just as he pulled out, the out layer of it fell on the ground like a coconut husk. Hidan was about to swing his scythe again, but then a hand punched a hole from the inside of the black ball. The next second another hand came from inside, and together they tore open the ball. As the two sides of the ball fell on the ground in the form of semicircles, everyone could see that they were just the hair that was woven into each other and layered upon one another to protect Kakuzu from the fire wave. But even though Kakuzu was unscathed by the fire attack, the sand shinobis weren't disappointed, because they could see that Kakuzu had become way thinner than before, as if he had used up all the hairs he had. Kakuzu was also breathing pretty heavily. Who are you?" Kakuzu asked as he looked in the direction from where the fire originated. Everyone suddenly remembered that they didn't know who was the one to save Baki and Kankuro. They all looked back and saw someone walking toward them. The person had worn a long black kimono with a purple sword tucked to his side and a black cloth covering his face till his nose. Even though the person's face was covered, none of them had to guess the person's name, as his red Sharingan was visible to all. The sand shinobis, who also looked into those blood-red eyes, felt their souls shake in their hearts and their nerves go cold. "The storm is really annoying," Yami said as he tucked a finger in his face mask and untied it, exposing his entire face, which had now matured and become more handsome than before. He let the piece of cloth flow away in the winds of the storm and looked at the Akatsuki members with a smile on his face. Is he?" "Yes, it's him. It's the Genjutsu Demon." One by one the sand shinobis recognized Yami. But they were all shocked, because they knew that Yami's age was 12 years old, but he looked like someone who is 14 to 15 years old. How is it possible? It's only been 2 years since then," Kankuro said in a surprised tone. He couldn't believe that Yami had grown so much in just 2 years. It was obvious, because the body reconstruction didn't just heal his body but created a whole new body that was like a vessel that could contain the powers that Yami had within him. If the body was created like a normal 12-year-old, then it would just explode when Yami tried to circulate a high amount of pure chakra through it. Due to Yami being born as an Uchiha, his body was already sturdy and stronger than most of the other shinobis, but still, it was at its limit because of the quality of Yami's chakra and its sheer quantity, which could overwhelm even a Kage-level shinobi's body. But now his body was growing as per his own power, irrespective of his age. Yami was informed of all this by the Big Bat one day when he came to see how Yami's training was going. The one thing Yami understood that day is that even if his current strength surpasses a Kage, his body was still of an early teen, which meant he still had a lot to achieve. At the battlefield now, the word had spread that the Genjutsu Demon had intervened and stopped Baki and Kankuro from taking in a fatal strike. Although many sand shinobis knew that their village had signed an alliance with the Hidden Leaf, now that a renowned leaf shinobi is helping them renew their confidence in the alliance. "The Genjutsu Demon, huh? He does have a hefty bounty on him. He is my..." Kakuzu was saying, but then he saw Hidan start running toward Yami, screaming, "Haha, I found you!" Hidan ignored Baki and Kankuro along with the sand shinobis who were in that way and bolted at Yami. Although Yami was confused by this erratic behavior of Hidan, he knew that Hidan was a cultist and worshipped Lord Jashin like Priest Ji and the others, so he just jumped in the air and easily dodged the first swing that Hidan had taken toward him. But getting his attack easily dodged by Yami didn't stop Hidan from continuing swinging his scythe at the Genjutsu Demon. He didn't use any chakra except to boost his own speed and kept swinging. Yami was already aware of Hidan's power to taste a person's blood and inflict wounds on himself which would hurt the blood's owner. "He seems desperate to get my blood, then it is good that I took a detour before coming here. I didn't think I would need to use it so early," Yami thought. Konoha Hospital, same time, Underground Research Lab. Tsunade was standing wearing a doctor's coat in front of a stretcher on which laid a shinobi with multiple injuries. The shinobi had blood trickling down his eyes and mouth. With a small ball of cotton, Tsunade wiped the blood and threw the ball on a metal plate beside her. She looked at the table where the metal plate was and then glanced at the thing kept beside it. It was a black mask with tinted glass on the eye holes. Tsunade glanced at the shinobi and said, "I told you not to push your limit until you are completely healed, Itachi. I didn't expect you to get in such bad shape even so soon. Rest for a few days now." Tsunade then removed her doctor's coat and placed it on the chair nearby. Around her were many glass jars with destroyed hearts and many other things. These were the specimens Yami and the Kakashi had collected from the hidden mist. They were either related to the cultists or the monster. Just as Tsunade was thinking while looking at the glass jars, a puff of smoke appeared on her shoulder. "Sorry it took me so long, milady," a sweet voice came from her shoulder. It was none other than her summon Katsuyu. "No problem, Katsuyu. I know that Yami has left the Batcave. He sent me a letter this morning and he is probably now at the hidden sand," Tsunade said casually. She had sent Katsuyu to find out when Yami's training would be finished, but since he had already contacted her, she had got her answer. "It is good that he contacted you, Lady Tsunade, but there is one thing you should know," Katsuyu said, making Tsunade a little curious. "Yami left the bat summoning cave 2 weeks ago. But instead of getting summoned in the hidden leaf, he asked the big bat to summon him to the land of hot water, Fugaku. Why would he go there? I have heard that the village is a very calm village and they hardly get into any trouble with the rest of the shinobi world," Tsunade asked. "I also asked the same question, but the only answer I got is that there is something else in Fugaku that Yami was interested in. I came here late because I was busy finding the reason why Yami visited Fugaku." "So what is that reason?" "I am guessing it must be pretty important if Yami decided to visit it before coming back to the village," Tsunade asked. Katsuyu's words and Yami's actions had piqued her curiosity. Fugaku is facing a serious underlying issue. In the catacombs, which are located in a remote part of the village, evil has taken root. This evil is the same cult that Yami and the others faced in the hidden mist. Since Fugaku has come out as a peaceful village instead of a hidden village, the cultists have started leaving the village and traveling to other lands. Yami wanted to visit those catacombs, Katsuyu explained. "So Yami killed everyone in those catacombs? That's a good thing, I guess." Tsunade sighed, but then Katsuyu shook her head and said no. "That's what's puzzling. None of the cultists have been killed. It seems that Yami's intention was never to kill them." Chapter 331, Hidan's Ritual. He didn't kill them? What was this kid up to and why did it take him 2 weeks there? Tsunade muttered, but Katsuyu had no answer to that, so she didn't say anything. "Katsuyu, you can go now. I have to talk with Jiraiya about this," Tsunade said, and Katsuyu vanished in a puff of smoke. Tsunade then turned back and looked at Itachi, whose breathing was getting stable now. "I know you heard everything. Don't pretend to be unconscious in front of me." Itachi opened his eyes but didn't say anything for a few seconds, and that's when he slightly frowned. Tsunade noticed the immediate change in his expression and asked, "What is it?" "That frown on your face tells me that you remembered something." She wasn't going to let go of this matter so easily. Itachi took a deep breath and said, "I don't know if this is related or not, but Yami might just be passing through Fugaku and had no intention of wasting time on the cultists. His aim might have been something different altogether." "What do you mean? Is there anything worth visiting near Fugaku? And that too something of significance to the Uchiha clan?" Tsunade asked. The Chinoite clan, when Yami was 3 years old, mother read him a book that described all the Kekkei Jinkai related to Dojutsu. Yami was fascinated by the powers of the Chinoite clan. Itachi said. "That clan? But haven't they been exiled to the Valley of Hell? I remember that Fugaku has declared the entire valley off limits for outsiders," Tsunade said. She had heard about the clan decades ago and never given it much thought. "That is right, but Fugaku is too weak to enforce such a declaration. And I don't think it is nearly enough to stop Yami. The powers those people hold are not something that can be dealt with easily. If Yami's purpose is meeting them, then it might take the time that he has taken now," Itachi said. Tsunade didn't say anything and just left the lab. Itachi gave a big sigh and said, Yami, if I was in my best shape then I wouldn't have told her a single word so as to confirm the news myself, but since I am in this state, I can only rely on her. Hope you aren't up to something you shouldn't be doing. Hidden sand. Back at the battle, Yami was easily dodging all of Hidan's blows, but Hidan was also not one to give up. He kept at his attacks and even increased his speed. Yami could see the madness in the man's eyes. He was trying his best to not be angry. This kid, he is way stronger than it was mentioned in the bingo book, Sasori said as he looked at Yami easily evading all the attacks. Kakuzu, who was now recovering at a fast pace, also kept staring at Yami. For him, Yami looked like a lottery ticket. Someone who could earn him a ton of money. After a few seconds, Yami kicked Hidan's chest, pushing him back a little. Hidan didn't lose his footing and reduced the distance he was thrown back by stabbing his scythe into the ground and dragging it with him. Yami created 3 shadow clones of himself and sent them rushing toward Hidan, and that's what everyone saw. But behind the cover of those shadow clones, Yami pulled out a glass tube. He popped the cork of the tube and dipped his finger in it. By focusing his chakra on his fingertips, he let his chakra mix in with the blood that was in the tube. This could very well create a problem of its own, but what can I say, everything bows before power. Yami muttered and held the tube behind his back and started running behind the shadow clones. He kept changing his positions with the shadow clones, due to which no one was able to tell which is the real one. As Yami expected, Hidan didn't back out from the situation and started to attack all the clones. After a few seconds, he was able to cut through 2 of the 3 clones. All this time Yami hadn't landed a hit on Hidan. He knew that if Sasori and Kakuzu think that Yami is just toying with Hidan, then they would also jump into the fight, and Yami didn't want to create such a big mess. Eventually, Hidan's stubbornness paid off and he was able to graze Yami's shoulder with his scythe. He didn't even think for 1 second that suddenly it became too easy to hit Yami. He just took the free win and quickly jumped back, standing beside his 2 teammates. Finally, I got it, Hidan said with wide eyes and a big maniac smile on his face as he looked at the blood on his scythe. Yami didn't say anything and just stood still while holding the wound on his shoulder. Now I can take my revenge in my way, Yami Uchiha. You sent many of my people to their deaths, and even Ji, who was like a brother to me. There is no chance in hell that I am going to show you any mercy. I want to torture you till eternity, but for now, I'll sell by just ripping you apart and tearing you to shreds, Hidan said. The Sand Shinobis along with the others were confused as to why Hidan was suddenly behaving so confidently just after getting 1 hit. It is good that Hidan is able to take off 1 big obstacle from the board, or else Yami Uchiha would definitely slow down our mission to capture the Kazakage, Sasori thought. He was worried that Yami's interference might prolong this fight and he and the other Akatsuki members might have to back off. He swung his scythe around him, creating a red circle with a star inside of it. This action confused everyone because they could see that the circle wasn't made of the blood that was on the scythe. Hidan licked the blood that was on the scythe and smacked his tongue on his lips and ingested the blood. Only 1 lick would have been enough, but Hidan's anger had already broken the boundaries. He licked the scythe once again, but now with his entire tongue covered in blood. The ritual is now complete, Hidan said, and his entire body turned black and white. He looked at Yami's red eyes and said, I can play with you how much I want now. Hidan then put the multi-bladed scythe on the top left of his chest and tore apart his chest diagonally. He saw the blood gushing out of Yami's chest. Yami's eyes widened as to why and how it happened. Kankuro and Baki ran toward Yami to see what had happened, but then Hidan said, I've heard you Uchihas are very proud because of those eyes of yours. As he said this, he took out a kunai from his inside pocket and stabbed his own eye. Hidan's eye was unhurt by this, but one of Yami's Sharingan started bleeding and his eyes burst to spill blood everywhere. Yami put 1 hand on his bleeding eye in an effort to control the damage, but then Hidan stabbed the other eye as well. He heard Yami scream as his other eye started bleeding and burst like the other one. Yami, with both his eye sockets empty, fell to his knees. Haha, this is what I wanted. Gee, I have taken your revenge at last. Hidan screamed happily, but then he heard Kakuzu call him from the side. What the hell are you even doing? Why isn't anything happening? Kakuzu asked, to which Hidan's smile froze as he looked in front of him and saw Yami standing without a scratch on him. What the hell just happened to me? Hidan asked as he looked at the other two Akatsuki members. He is called the Genjutsu Demon, so it is obvious as to what he did, Kakuzu said as he chuckled at Hidan's foolish question. Sasori interrupted their talks and said it wasn't a simple Genjutsu. Yami didn't stop you from hurting yourself in the Genjutsu. What? Hidan asked and looked at his body. Even though during the ritual he won't be injured at all, the slash that he made on his chest did tear his Akatsuki cloak diagonally. How is this possible? I completed the ritual successfully. Why aren't you affected? Hidan asked. The fact that his body became black and white meant that his ritual was done successfully, but the damage he inflicted on himself didn't reflect on Yami. I already knew about you before coming here. I didn't think I would need to deal with you this early. I must commend you that you in fact did complete the ritual, but the victim was not me, or should I say victims. Yami smirked as he flaunted the empty test tube in front of Hidan. The tube still had traces of blood inside it. Hidan connected the dots and understood that he had been fooled and the blood belonged to someone else. Chapter 332, The Unexplored Lands. Victims? What do you mean? Hidan asked as he looked at the blood on his scythe. Yami walked toward Hidan and said, before coming here I took a little detour and paid Fugaku a visit. I must say it is a pretty peaceful place, but the stench of you cultists ruined my mood. I visited the catacombs that your cult resides in. Unfortunately, due to the bizarre barriers that your people had in place, I couldn't go inside the catacombs, but I was successfully able to lure some of the priests that would come out of it to get food. So this blood belongs to those priests? Hidan asked, to which Yami shook his head and said no. No, that would attract Fugaku as well as the higher cultists' attention. I merely convinced them to tell me about those cultists who are residing in the shinobi world. Luckily 7 of them were in the land of fire, hiding as civilians and performing rituals in secret. This was the mixture of all their blood. Yami explained. What? How is that possible? I am sure you are bluffing, Hidan said. He didn't think that the villagers knew what his power exactly did, and planning something to such an extent beforehand was not something a kid was capable of doing. Hidan wanted to refute more, but then someone whispered a few names in his ear. Hidan got spooked due to that and looked back. Kakuzu and Sasori also didn't understand his behavior and looked back. When did he? Kakuzu asked. He didn't understand how Yami was already standing behind them. I couldn't even sense him. How is this even possible? Sasori thought. He wanted to jump farther away from Yami, but he had the feeling that if he moved then he would become Yami's primary target. Hidan, who got spooked, quickly said, the names that you whispered are the names of those who left the catacombs a year ago. So it's true, huh? This was the mixture of their blood? At the same time, all over the land of fire, 7 people had a slash on their chest, and their eyes were pierced and destroyed. Some of them were at their house when it happened, but the rest of them were in public. Different places in the land of fire were right now in chaos due to what had happened a few seconds ago. Hidan was quiet for a few seconds, but then he looked back at Yami and said, it doesn't matter. Even if you have fooled me now, this was just one of my trump cards. There is nothing you can do about the others, as only the bishops in the cult know about it. There is no way you can know what they are until it's too late. Hidan was right when he said this, because in the anime, this is the only thing he used and they didn't know anything else that was in his arsenal. Yami had tried to lure out the higher-ups in the cult, but he was unsuccessful. I know, which is why I didn't waste my time only at the catacombs. My true aim was something else. Fugaku, 1 week ago, it had been 2 days since Yami had used Genjutsu and extracted the information about the cultists outside in the shinobi world. He was sure that there were much more, but for now these names would do. For now, I will only take the blood of those who are in the land of fire. As time passes, I will take from the ones in the land of mist and the hidden mist island. Yami thought. In the past 2 days, Yami had managed to get a few drops of blood from the 7 cultists who were hiding in the Land of Fire. The stealth skill that Bora taught him was doing wonders. Yami thought that there was still time for him to face Hidan. All he had to do was latch onto Team Asuma and he would be able to face Hidan eventually. After he finished collecting the blood, he used his Genjutsu on some old locals who would know about the Valley of Hell. He didn't want to rush blindly inside the valley. The Chinoite clan had been there for decades and God knows what kind of protections they have implemented against the outsiders. By talking to them he found that Yugakure has assigned 3 squads to guard the boundaries of the valley. Since the valley is too deep and dense, they don't know whether someone is alive in there or not. Since the shinobis from the rest of the shinobi world have no trade relations with Yugakure, no one tries to come near the valley. The most common rumor that Yami heard was that the Chinoite clan drinks blood. By seeing the anime, Yami knew that it was just water that had become red due to the minerals in the valley, so he had nothing to worry about in this aspect. Yami completed his information gathering during the day and at night sneaked away to enter the Valley of Hell. He didn't know how much time it was going to take to complete his goal in the Chinoite clan. He had already sent 2 bats to spy on Yura. He knew that there would be an instance when Sasori would meet Yura personally. As Yami started moving toward the valley, he sensed the Yugakure forces that were posted a kilometer prior to the valley. They posted their people a kilometer away? They must be really scared of these blood-drinking people. Yami muttered as he started to scout the guards. Most of them were Chunin-level shinobis while a few were in between but Jonin level. For a small village like Yugakure which has no problems with anyone, this is more than enough strength for isolating the valley. Yami easily slipped past 2 Chunins and entered the area of the valley. As he kept going in, he saw a small stream flowing through the middle of the valley. The surprising fact was the water was coming from inside the mountain and it was red in color. As Yami continued to follow it, after 15 to 20 minutes he heard some voices. He quickly used his stealth and hid in the dense forest as he moved slowly toward the source of the voice. "Why can't we just sleep? This is so boring just standing here at night doing nothing," one of the men said. The other one who was sitting on a rock nearby looked at him and said, "I understand what you mean. I have been doing guard duty for 5 to 6 years now and no one except animals have come here. Father told me that no one from the outside world has visited our clan for the past few decades. Will we ever go out and see the world?" the first one asked. The other one shrugged and said, "On such matters, even the elders of our clan have divided opinions, so what can I say?" Yami heard their talks for a few seconds but then proceeded to go deep inside the valley. The entire road behind the 2 guards was lit with burning wood stumps. As he continued to enter the area became brighter than before and very soon, Yami was just a few hundred meters away from an actual settlement. There were bamboo houses, some big, some small, but one of them which caught his eye was a big house with a pointed roof. Yami guessed that this must be the house of the clan head which could also be considered as their Kage. Yami summoned a few bats and had them surveil the entire area. He only knew 2 people from the anime who belonged to the Chinoite clan. Yami didn't remember the name of the arms dealer he saw in the anime but he definitely knew the face. After making the bats search for the face for a few hours, Yami eventually found him sitting outside a house in a remote location. Yami quickly reached the place where the man was sitting, creating a small fire. Just as Yami was thinking about his next move, the house door opened and a beautiful woman in her 30s walked out of the house with a girl holding her hand. "Father, what are you doing?" the little girl asked as she crouched beside the man. "Nothing, Chino, just making a fire so that your mother can cook. Today's meeting took a lot of time." Oyashiro said. "All right, I will go to Hoshi's place and get some fruits as well," Chino said and left the house. As she was gone, the woman stood beside Oyashiro and asked, "You seem restless, Shiro. Is something the matter?" "Yes, the situation is really dire. The clan head is trying his best to keep the clan peaceful, but the first and the third elder want the entire clan to go out into the shinobi world and exact revenge. They want to kill the daimyo and wage war on the Uchiha clan," Oyashiro said as he sighed deeply. The sadness in his voice was evident and the women also patted his shoulder as if telling him to hang in there. Chapter 333, Good and Bad News. What can be done now? They're using various tactics to get the people on their side, the woman said. I don't think there is any other way left, Sumi. I don't want to drive our clan to extinction, but I can't let them perform unnecessary slaughter. Even if they are targeting the Uchiha clan or the daimyo, the people who wronged us are dead a long time ago. Let's wait a few months and see where this is going. Oyashiro said. So his wife's name is Sumi. I don't think they ever mentioned it in the anime. I guess I reached it not long before Oyashiro made his move and slaughtered his clanmates. Yami thought. I still think it's too extreme, Shiro. We have to find some other way to prevent our clanmates from dying. Sumi protested. She didn't want the clan to go out and declare war, but she also didn't want for her clanmates to die at the hands of one of their own, and that too her own husband. Shiro shook his head and said, I don't see any other way, Sumi. I don't. As Sumi and Shiro were talking, they heard a voice some distance behind them. Maybe there is a way to save your clan. They both immediately looked behind and saw a figure entering their house. At first, they had no reason to be armed since the village was isolated and the most dangerous enemies were the animals that could be easily killed by Shiro and Sumi. But this time it was different because they were talking about something no one is supposed to hear. They assumed that one of their neighbors or the shinobis who hunt in the nearby forest heard this. The couple slowly but confidently entered the house. The house was light with oil lamps at all four ends of the room. As they entered, they saw a person sitting on a chair. Shiro and Sumi looked around to see if there was anyone else, but after seeing that the person in front of them was the only one around, they became a little more confident. They also noticed that the person in front of them had no weapons, no sword or utility belt or anything that could be used as a weapon. But the thing that shocked them the most was the clothes, because they knew that such clothes weren't available in their village. You are not from here, kid? How did you enter the valley? Shiro asked. He picked up a sickle that was kept near the door beside some bundles of crops. Yami looked down at his clothes and said while nodding, the clothes gave it away, huh? Shiro and Sumi didn't say anything and kept quiet. Shiro signaled Sumi something and she just took a step back and closed the door. They expected Yami to react in some way or the other to this move, but he acted as if nothing happened. But I guess you don't know much about the outside world since you didn't just rush and attack me after seeing my clothes? Yami said. He expected the people of the Chinoite clan to at least know the symbol of the Uchiha clan, which was embossed on the front and back of Yami's kimono. Bora had it made based on the kimono Yami was wearing when he first came to the cave. Why would we attack you just because you are from the outside? Shiro asked. He didn't know what the world outside thought about his clan, but they were not savages to attack anyone in sight. He and Sumi were both waiting for the answer, and the next second they got it because they saw the kid's eyes turn from blue to red. This is just like we read, red eyes with Tomo around the middle. Sumi said hesitantly. She didn't know how to react, nor did Shiro. The name's Yami Uchiha, Yami said with a smile, focusing more on the word Uchiha. The eyes of the couple widened as they heard it and they rushed at Yami. Shiro with his sickle and Sumi, who just pulled out a long needle from her hair bun. Just as they were about to reach Yami, they heard a snap of fingers. They both suddenly stopped and felt that the world around them changed, and the next second they saw that they weren't moving to attack Yami but each other. Shiro saw that his sickle was just about to touch Sumi's neck, while Sumi saw that her needle was going to pierce Shiro's eye. What the? Shiro said in a low tone, realizing what was about to happen. He and Sumi both immediately withdrew their weapons and looked to the side at Yami, who was still sitting there. How did this happen? We were about to attack you. Sumi asked, but then she realized it herself as she said, Genjutsu? But we have the Ketsuryugen. How can a kid do that to us? Shiro stretched his hand and pushed his wife slightly behind him as if protecting her, and said the kid's Genjutsu was strong enough to overwhelm our resistance to Genjutsu. Which is why he is sitting so confidently in front of us without a single weapon on him. I heard you both talk. So the elders of the Chinoite clan are planning to go out and attack the Uchiha clan, huh? Yami asked in a curious tone. Shiro grit his teeth and said, so you heard everything. this is not something everyone is on board with, but the council is weighing towards it a little. Do you plan to go back to the outside world and warn your clan about it? Sumi quickly tugged at his shirt and said, what are you saying, Shiro? If he does that, then the Uchiha clan will come here and wipe us all out. I don't want to take the life of a kid, but for our clan we can't let him leave the valley. We need to subdue this kid and take him to the council. We can't let him leave from here. Shiro said in a low voice only for Sumi to hear. Sumi also nodded subtly as she heard that. As Shiro was thinking about what move to make, Yami said, I have good news and bad news for you. What would you like to listen to first? Seeing that Yami wasn't looking to escape immediately and talking with them, the couple relaxed a little. Shiro didn't know what Yami was up to, so he said, the good news, we would like to hear it first. Yami smiled and said, the good news is that except for me and my elder brother, all the other Uchiha clan members are dead. What? Sumi couldn't control herself as she heard that. How can a clan as strong as the Uchiha clan just die out like that? Sumi asked. That's a story for another time. Yami waved his hand. That indeed is good news for our clan, then what is the bad news? Shiro asked. He wasn't going to blindly believe whatever Yami says, but if it is the truth, then the war that his clan is planning to wage won't happen at all. The bad news is that I alone am enough to wipe out the Chinoite clan. Yami said as he stood up and started walking toward the couple. Shiro and Sumi were about to chuckle when they heard Yami speaking confidently. Even though Yami had proved that he is capable of putting them two in a genjutsu, it was because they weren't aware of his prowess, but now that they were alert, they were sure that Yami won't get to do something like that again. Just as both of them were about to talk, they froze. They suddenly felt their instinct telling them to run away and not look back. The lights, which were burning with the same intensity as before, looked a lot dimmer, and each and every step that Yami took felt like a thump in their hearts. What is happening? How can a mere kid make me feel like this? Was he telling the truth when he said that he has enough strength to wipe out the clan? Thoughts kept pouring into Shiro and Sumi's minds. Sumi felt sweat trickle down her forehead and neck and also saw the same happen with Shiro. What do you want? Sumi asked in a fearful tone. By this time Yami had already reached the door. He opened the door and said, victories inevitably come at a cost. So I will let you decide what that cost will be, and will you be able to bear it? Your daughter will be here in 10 seconds. I will visit in the morning. Yami took a few steps outside and said, and it goes without saying that disclosing what happened today to anyone else will have consequences. Sumi and Shiro kept hearing what Yami said without saying a word or even looking back at him until they heard their daughter's voice. Mom, Dad, is the food ready? Why did Yami go to Fugaku? Chapter 334, Shiro's Dilemma. Seeing their daughter in front of them oblivious to things that just happened, Shiro and Sumi sighed in relief. They didn't even want to think what would have happened if their daughter was with them when Yami had visited. Chino, me and your dad were busy discussing something else. You come in and we will have the food ready in no time. Sumi said as she wiped the sweat off her forehead and neck with the sleeve of her dress. Shiro also nodded and smiled at his daughter. He went outside and began preparing fire for food. After an hour or so, when Shiro was sitting outside near the dying fire, Sumi came out and said, Chino has slept now. She came and sat beside her husband and kept staring at his expression. What are you thinking? She asked, to which Shiro said about what he said. You know that attacking the Uchiha clan is just a justification those elders have given. They will just find someone else or some other reason to go out there and take unnecessary lives. I understand what you are saying, but we can't trust a complete stranger instead of our own clanmates. And the stranger is none other than an Uchiha. Sumi said in a worried tone. She knew how adamant her husband was to keep the clan from going out and killing others, but she was right as well about trusting someone they have grown to hate. We have time till tomorrow morning to decide. No matter what happens, I don't want you or Chino to be caught up in this. Shiro said in a determined voice and stood up. Sumi understood that he had come to some kind of a decision, so she asked, what are you going to do? As long as you and Chino aren't the price, I will do whatever he says. Shiro said, to which his wife held his arm and pulled it toward her, making him face her. What are you saying? We will find some other way to deal with him and the village's problems as well. Sumi said, to which he shook his head and said, do you believe even a word of that, Sumi? You felt his power today, even his presence is way more threatening than the clan head. It is something I have never felt before, every instinct of mine was telling me to not provoke him, and all this happened only when he walked closer to us. And look at the village, no one knows that there is an outsider here. We don't stand a chance against him, Sumi. Sumi didn't say anything for a few seconds and kept staring at her husband's eyes. After almost 15 seconds, her gaze softened as she stepped closer to Shiro and hugged him. Is everything going to be all right? I never felt so unsure of myself, Shiro. Trust me, I won't let anything happen to you or Chino. Let's go and sleep now, Shiro said as he walked inside the house with Sumi. The next morning they both woke up early and did their usual work. They knew that for some reason Yami wasn't appearing because Chino was still in the house. An hour later, Chino woke up as well. She noticed the change in her parents' behavior, but she assumed that it must be due to the volatile situation of the elders. Even though Chino looked small, like a 7 to 8-year-old, she was older than even Sasuke. But due to living a sheltered life, she never thought to doubt her parents' words or feel anything odd. Mom, Dad, I am going for training now, Chino said as she left the house. The couple came to the gate of the veranda to see her off. Due to living in the valley for so many decades, they had established a working civilization. As she disappeared from their sight, Shiro turned sideways to talk to his wife but saw Yami standing beside her. When did you come? Shiro asked as he looked at Yami. Yami was looking in the direction Chino had gone. Hearing her husband say something, she looked at her and saw that he was looking at him. She was about to ask what he was talking about, but then she noticed that he wasn't looking at her but behind her. She turned back and saw Yami standing there. This spooked her and she subconsciously took 2 steps behind. Have you both come to a decision? Yami asked without even glancing at the couple. Seeing that none of them replied at anything for a few seconds, he looked at them. Shiro gulped down his saliva and said, I will do whatever you say, but I have a condition. Seeing his determined look and tone of speaking made Yami smile a little. Yami felt amused seeing Shiro like this, so he said, all right, what would that be? My wife and kids, they should be safe no matter what, Shiro said. One condition guarantees only one life, Shiro, so choose your wife or your daughter. Who do you want to be safe? Yami asked. My daughter, of course, my Chino, she must remain safe, Shiro said immediately. He looked at his wife, who also nodded at this. Fine, her safety is my responsibility. The first task you need to do is propose that the entire clan come out of the Valley of Hell and seek peace with the outside world, especially the Uchiha clan, Yami said. But such a proposal will be immediately shot down, especially by the first and third elder. They will not let the others even conduct a vote on this matter. I can push the agenda further, but Shiro was saying, but Yami stopped him and said no need to push the agenda if it's shot down. Yami said calmly. Then what is the use? Shiro asked with a confused face. He was expecting the answer from Yami, but unexpectedly Sumi was the one who gave the answer. You don't care about the proposal, you just want to know who's against you. Yami nodded as he looked at her and said, yes, eradicating your clan doesn't give me any advantage, it would just be a waste of time and energy. In the outside world, allies and enemies change their roles every few years at random. For example, a village that tried to invade us 2 to 3 years ago is now our most trusted ally. Their old ally is now their worst enemy, and so on. It's your clan that is hung up on petty revenge. Sumi and Shiro felt a little anger in their hearts when Yami called their sense of revenge petty, but listening to how he described the relations of the clans and villages of the outside world, it really did seem petty. Alright, when do I go to ask for the meeting? Shiro asked, to which Yami spread his hands and said, no good time like the present, I'll roam around the valley a little more till you are done. I hope you will remember properly who all opposed you. I will obviously confirm whether your information is correct or not, but don't make me get rid of them all. Yami said, and body flickered away. Sumi, I will leave now. I don't want to do the devil's bidding a second more than I need to. Shiro said as he left the house. Sumi knew that the time to decide had passed, and since her daughter's safety was guaranteed, she didn't care much about anything. Shiro walked toward the clan head's house and saw that the first and the third elder were already talking with a few other elders outside the clan head's house. They must be trying to instigate them into taking their side. I don't know for how long will the clan head and the second elder be able to hold out against them. The other elders are just wallflowers. They get swayed away easily with anything. Shiro thought. He greeted a few elders and came in front of the door. One of the two guards outside the door asked Elder Oyashiro, "Is something the matter?" "I wanted to talk to the clan head about something." "Will he be able to meet?" Shiro asked. One of the guards signaled him to wait and went inside the house. He came out within 10 seconds and opened his side of the door. This meant that the clan head was ready to meet him. Shiro nodded and went inside. Just as he entered, he saw a big oval table in front of him. It was made of wood and had the Ketsuryugen eye carved in it. It had become somewhat of a symbol for the clan now. The eyes that made them look ugly, dangerous, or a monster in front of the others was now proudly kept as their symbol. "What did you want to talk to me about, Oyashiro?" A man in his 70s walked outside the room into the hall where Shiro was. He looked quite old with shoulder-length white hair and a white goatee, but his sturdy body was not to be underestimated. Chapter 335, Meeting of the Elders. I have a proposal for the future of the Chinoite clan, Shiro said as he gave a small bow. The old man nodded and sat down on the chair opposite Shiro. You have already told me your plan, haven't you, Shiro? I mean, it isn't a plan but a decision to keep the Chinoite clan in the valley for a few more decades, the old man said. Shiro shook his head and said, this time my proposal is very different, and the first part of it includes getting out of this valley, not just a few of us, but all of us, the entire clan. The old man, who was looking at Shiro with a calm gaze, instantly became alerted and said, Shiro, don't tell me, you also agree with the first and third elders' proposal to go out there and exact revenge? No. The later part is different. I want to form an alliance with one of the villages or clans outside and settle there. Even though we didn't experience the outside world, I think our kids don't deserve to live like this. Shiro said. The old man was thinking when he heard the door creak open. One of the guards stationed outside peeked in and asked the elders were asking if there is any meeting to be held today or can they leave now? The clan leader sighed and said, tell them all to come in now. Shiro was happy when he heard that because this meant that the clan leader had taken his proposal seriously enough to tell the other elders about it. That is the only goal Shiro had. He didn't care if the elders agreed to it or not. The guard was a little surprised at first when he heard this, but he nodded and pushed the door wide open. Within the next few seconds, multiple people ranging from Shiro's age to the clan leader came inside the house and took seats at the table. The only chairs that were left empty were two on the clan leader's right side and one on his left side. Very soon 2 more people entered the house. Shiro, along with a few young elders, stood up as he saw them enter. They both looked almost identical to each other except for the fact that one of them had a patch over his eye. Clan leader, sorry for the delay, we didn't know there was going to be a meeting today. The one with the eye patch said with a fake smile on his face while the other one stayed quiet. We greet the first and third elders. Shiro and the others said. The one with the eye patch signaled Shiro and the others to sit down. The clan leader also gave a fake smile and said, Elder Teki, this meeting was called because of a proposal Shiro has brought. Both the elders glanced at Shiro once, and then the one with the eye patch sat at the closest right seat of the clan leader while the other elder sat at the second right-hand side seat. The clan leader pointed at the empty seat on the left-hand side and said, the second elder is out teaching kids at the training hall, and I know what his decision on this proposal will be, so there is no need to wait for him. The second elder is the biggest pillar of support the clan leader has, and they both have been best friends since childhood, so I don't think anyone will have an objection to this decision. Shiro thought, and he thought right, because none of the elders said anything and just nodded. The first elder who had an eye patch was Deki. He looked at Shiro and asked, "What kind of proposal have you brought, Shiro? I hope it is not the one that has been going on in our council for decades to keep us shut in this valley forever." Shiro was a little scared to talk to the elder like this, but he knew that since the clan leader is present, the elder won't make a move. "I think we should all leave the valley and go outside. After that, we can form an alliance with one of the nearby clans or villages and live there peacefully," Shiro said. When Shiro said the first part, many of the elders were a little shocked by that, and the first elder even had a smile on his face, but the second part put a frown on everyone's face. "What? Live peacefully? What kind of a joke is this?" Deki said with an annoyed expression on his face. Shiro was about to try and convince the first elder more because it would be odd if he gave us so easily, but then the clan leader signaled him to stop and looked at the first elder. "Deki, we do not know a single thing about the outside world. I know that you don't want our people to be in this self-made prison anymore. Shiro's idea is peaceful and will also let us experience the outside world," the clan leader said. Deki shook his head and was about to refute when Teki, third elder, who was sitting beside him, slammed his fist on the table. He didn't do it forcefully enough to break or crack the table, but it was still firm. "Are you saying that we forget the humiliation and injustice our ancestors faced? Let them walk on us once again like they previously did?" Teki said as he looked at the clan leader and then at the other elders sitting at the table. At first, when the elders were confused about Shiro's offers, they were not a little angered hearing Teki's words. "As I thought, Teki knows how to sway people with minimum words, and Deki can stab you with a smile on his face. That's how they have been since childhood." The clan leader thought as he saw a headache incoming, seeing the other elders, including the ones that were his age, getting swayed by the few words said by the third elder. Shiro got worried. He knew that Yami was going to get rid of the elders who opposed this plan, but if these wallflowers oppose this plan, then Yami will kill them all. "I can't let them all die just because they got swindled by a few words. They make up 40% of the clan's strength, and if they die, then our clan will be so weak that we won't be able to survive in the outside world even if Yami lets them actually get out of the valley alive." Shiro stood up and looked at everyone else at the table, and his eyes stopped at the first and third elder. "Third elder, the injustice that you speak of was done by people who won't even be alive anymore. At that time, the clan fought each other to extinction. It was a fight between two clans, and we lost. Even if we focus on Daimyo's wife blaming our clan for her husband's death, those things have happened in the past. Along with my skills, I don't wish to pass on the burden of revenge onto my daughter's shoulders. We don't even know how much the world has changed now. Let's not doom our future generations for our own stubbornness and doom their lives." The elders at the table were pretty surprised to hear Shiro say that. They had always known Shiro to be a peaceful and soft-spoken kind of guy. Even though his strength was one of the topmost in the entire village, he didn't have any interest in a position of power. Everyone at the table understood that he was calling the first and third elder stubborn. Deki looked at Shiro and said, "I didn't know you had it in you to give a fiery speech like that, Shiro." Everyone noticed that subtle anger in Deki's voice, and he addressed Shiro by his name without using the prefix elder with it. The clan leader saw that things were getting pretty heated, so he just tapped Deki's shoulder and said, "I have other matters to attend to as well. So let's not waste more time on this and start taking the votes." 20 minutes later, Shiro walked outside the clan leader's house. He didn't wait to talk with any of the other elders and went straight away towards his house. Just as he was about to enter the gate of his house, he heard a whistle. He looked up and saw Yami sitting on one of the tree branches chewing on some kind of twig. "How many?" Yami asked, which Shiro said 4, the 1st, 3rd, 8th, and 11th. Though I am sure that they will now be busy brainwashing the other elders with their poisonous words. "Leave that to me. I will let you know if I need any help from you," Yami said, and body flickered away. "Let's see what the clan leader is like," Yami thought as he looked at the pointed roofed house. Chapter 336, the Chinoite clan leader. The center of the village. He could easily transform into someone, but since the clan is already small and isolated, one unknown face could attract the eyes of everyone around. After a minute or so with a few detours, Yami managed to reach the house of the clan leader. The one advantage that Yami had was that since the clan was isolated for such a long time, they had no knowledge or experience in fighting with shinobis from other clans. Yami decided to do a recon first and look around the house from the outside. There were 2 guards outside the front gate and 2 outside the back gate. The house had a floor built on the ground floor as well. Yami jumped on a tree nearby the house and stood on a sturdy branch. From there he could see inside the house. Even though the window was closed, there was a room inside with a small table and 4 chairs, a kitchen, and a shelf with plenty of books and scrolls on it. For a few minutes, the entire room was empty. He didn't want to use his sensing capabilities to probe the clan leader as it could easily backfire. Since he is a clan leader, he might find out that someone's chakra is trying to sense him. Just as Yami thought of finding some other place to peek inside and get a gist of the number of people inside the house, he saw a sturdy old man walking inside the room. Judging by the kimono he is wearing, I guess he is the clan leader. Yami thought as he looked at the sturdy old man. The clan leader went to the kitchen and took out 2 cups. He then picked up a teapot kept nearby and poured tea into both of them. One thing that seemed odd was that the tea was almost black in color. After filling the 2 cups he picked them and placed them on the table at opposite sides. Yami guessed that the clan leader must have prepared for some guest if he was going this far to pour it himself. Yami wanted to see who the guest was. He was almost sure that it must be one of the elders who came here to change the clan leader's mind about Shiro's proposal. After setting the tea, he opened the window and sat in front of one of the teacups. He isn't going to wait for the other person who he poured the tea for? After taking a sip, the clan leader sighed and said, "Come an outsider. If you are visiting me, I would love to show you hospitality." Yami frowned as he heard that. He knew that the technique Bora had taught him was top-notch and would not be uncovered by someone weaker than Yami. Yami decided not to make a move and see how things were going to play out. But then the clan leader looked at Yami and said, "The tea will get cold if you don't come in. My old bones have no interest in getting in a fight with you." Now that the man had looked in Yami's direction without any hesitation, Yami understood that he had been caught and there was no use delaying or denying the inevitable. He jumped from the tree onto the edge of the window railing, crouching a little to fit inside the square hole, and said, "I am not going to be rude and reject a cup of tea." The clan leader glanced at Yami and then again looked back at his tea. Yami jumped inside the room and sat on the chair in front of the other teacup. He looked at the black-colored tea and didn't even touch the teacup. "Don't worry, due to the red water here, the color is like that, but I ensure the taste is exquisite as well," the clan leader said calmly. Yami took the teacup in hand and brought it closer to his nose first and sniffed twice. Surprisingly, the tea smelled really good. Even with his enhanced senses, he couldn't find anything inside the tea that could prove him harmful. Yami took a sip and surprisingly it tasted good as well. Yami nodded after the sip and said, "It really tastes good. Out of all the places I visited, no one had such good coffee." A small smile appeared on the clan leader's face and then he gulped down the rest of the tea from his cup instantly. "I have so many questions. Who, where, and why?" "I hope you have no problem answering them," the clan leader said as he placed both his hands on the table. As soon as he did that, his cup was on the table and the table itself started vibrating a little. Yami understood that this was because of the chakra the clan leader was keeping around himself that exerted physical pressure on the things around him. The clan leader expected Yami to be intimidated by this, but to his surprise, Yami smiled and said, "All right, since you were able to spot me, I will answer a few questions of yours, but I want to know how you sensed me. You can tell me after I answer your questions." For a kid still wet behind his ears, "You are impressive. I thought that you were from Fugaku." A kid whose curiosity got the best of him, but now it seems like I was mistaken. That cockiness cannot be of someone who would be from the peace-loving Fugaku. The main reason for the Chinoite clan to come and settle in this valley was that they knew that the Fugaku village was not as ambitious as the other hidden villages and they had no intention of expanding or subduing the Chinoite clan by storming the valley. "I don't hear any questions and I don't have a lot of time to waste on you or your clan," Yami said, looking outside the window. It was almost afternoon now, and the kids were now going from the training hall to their homes. Forget about going back, kid, that ain't gonna happen. But still, tell me your name, clan name, and village. Of course, I will need to know the purpose of you coming here, but it would be hard to trust your words on that question, so I might have to use alternate means. The clan leader said, and the chakra around him riled up even more. The cup burst outwards, making small pieces of it fly around. The pressure of chakra around the room also increased, and the biggest change was the eyes. The clan leader activated his Ketsuryugen. The clan leader was sure that now the kid in front of him would be scared shitless when his complete power had been on display, but he saw that the kid was unaffected. The clan leader was shocked by this and was about to ask how it is even possible, but then he noticed the change himself. The chakra in the room was off the charts now, and the clan leader was the one feeling the pressure. A frown appeared on his face as he touched his forehead and noticed that the kid in front of him had made him nervous. He had a smirk on his face because he couldn't remember the last time someone made him feel like that, but the smile on his face froze when he saw the kid's eyes change. "You are an Uchiha?" the clan leader asked, but his tone was slightly higher than before, and he even stood up in shock. "Yami Uchiha, Hidden Leaf Village, sit down, we have things to discuss," Yami said in a serious tone. The clan leader was about to say something, but then he noticed that the pressure on him was increasing several-fold and the things around the room started to shake. This was noticed by the guards downstairs. "Clan leader, what's wrong?" a voice came from downstairs, and two guards came up. As they came up, they looked at the clan leader first and then at the kid in front of him. Before they could even ask who Yami was, Yami looked at them and their movement stopped and they stood still. Then one of them shouted, "Everything is all right up here. The clan leader is just training." Then they both went down and the shaking of things also stopped. The clan leader looked back at Yami and said, "A Genjutsu this strong, you truly are a monster from the Uchiha. Why are you here? Does your clan wish to attack us even when our numbers are this low and we haven't done anything?" Yami shook his head and said, "I want you to convince most of your elders to agree to Shiro's proposal." "I mean, not exactly, but something like that." Chapter 337 Man with a Plan. "Oya, Shiro's proposal? How do you know about it?" the clan leader asked. "I am the one who suggested it. I will explain to you how things need to work out, and then I will let you decide whether to help me or not," Yami said. He had already wasted enough time here, so he was in a bit of a hurry to do some things. "Do you expect me to just agree to whatever you say? I am not going to play with the lives of my clanmates based on the whims of an Uchiha kid," the clan leader said. Yami could see that his words weren't the entire truth and his eyes were wavering. This meant that there was still a chance. "All right, I will tell you everything, as this will make things much easier and faster," Yami said and started explaining his plan to the clan leader. After almost 15 minutes, the clan leader was massaging his forehead with one hand. He kept looking at the ground as if thinking deeply. He then looked up at Yami and said, "Although your plan is brutal, to say the least, and borderline traitorous, I can see the mutual interest you are talking about. But are you sure that you will be able to keep your word? You're asking me to blindly trust you without getting anything in return," the old man said. "It is how it is, deal with it. Or else I can just go back and after a few months or years, the other villages will attack you and your clan. Isn't it better to make the first move?" Yami reminded, to which the clan leader nodded and said, "I hope you keep your promise." After talking about a few more things, including how he sensed and located Yami, Yami left the clan leader's place. The clan leader then went down and called one of the guards standing outside. The guard came and asked clan leader, "You called for me?" "Yes, tell all the elders to come for a meeting this evening. Also, pass on a message to the second elder to meet me half an hour before the official meeting," the clan leader said, to which the guard nodded and left. By this time Yami went back to Shiro's place. He saw the couple and their daughter Chino having lunch inside the house. He could see that the couple happily talked to their daughter, but they were, no matter how hard they tried, whenever they looked at each other they would have a serious expression on their face. "I don't like to rule with fear, but in certain instances, things like this are necessary to get the work done," Yami thought. Yami didn't want to justify his behavior, but he felt that this was the best way to get rid of any kind of guilt. Just then one of the clan leader's guards came to Shiro's house and called out to him, "Elder Oyashiro, are you home?" Shiro heard this and came out of the house followed by his wife and daughter. He saw the guard and asked, "Yes, I am here. What's the matter?" "Clan leader has called for a meeting this evening." "He hasn't said what it is about," the guard said. "One more meeting? All right, I'll be there then." Shiro nodded and the guard left. Yami hadn't told Shiro anything. Not even that he was going toward the clan leader's house. Shiro was confused by this meeting and so was Sumi. "Mom, I am going with my friends to the Red River. I will come back in the evening and even bring some rabbits for dinner," Chino said and left the house within seconds. The couple smiled as Chino left, but the moment she was out of their sight, the smile on Sumi's face turned to worry as she asked, "Why did the clan leader call the meeting? Was it related to that demon who made you make that proposal? What if the clan leader knows that you were in contact with an Uchiha?" Sumi bombarded the poor Shiro with questions and Shiro obviously didn't have any kind of answers to give her. Before Shiro could say anything, a small twig fell from the tree and fell on his shoulder. The couple immediately looked up and saw Yami sitting there. "When did you come back and what did you do for the clan leader to call for such a meeting?" Shiro asked. He wanted to make sure that his wife and daughter aren't in any trouble or else he would start to make his escape now. "You don't need to know that. You have already done what I told you to do. Now I have one more task and that's for her," Yami said as he pointed at Sumi. "What? For Sumi? This wasn't in our deal, you only said one task and that was for me." Shiro quickly defended his wife, but Sumi stepped forward and said, "For the sake of our daughter and our future, I will do it." "What do you want me to do?" "Get me some good food, I am hungry," Yami said, to which the couple just stood there dumbfounded. It took them a while to realize that Yami was just hungry. In the Bat Cave, he was always served meat-filled food for a healthy body, but for the past few days, he was eating the protein balls he got from Yugakure. "Go prepare some food fast for this monster before he tells you to go and kill an elder," Shiro quickly whispered to his wife. Sumi nodded hurriedly and went inside the house. Almost half an hour later, she opened the door and said, "The food is ready." Yami jumped down and entered the house. He saw the prepared food and started eating. The couple stood behind him without saying a word. Without looking at Sumi, Yami said, "It's good that you didn't use any kind of poison on this food or the flavor would have been spoiled. We don't use poison since it is hard to keep in check with the lack of resources we have here, or else I would have mixed in the poison of 100 snakes in it," Sumi said while glaring daggers at Yami's back. "She is just joking, hee, we would never think of doing that," Shiro said while he nudged his wife to keep quiet. Yami finished his lunch and stood up. He looked back at the two of them. Sumi was still staring a bit angrily at him, but it was very mild, while Shiro was a bit fearful as to how to handle the situation. Sumi was sure that Yami was now going to threaten him, but she then saw him smile. This wasn't the evil smile or the fake smile, and as a mother, she could definitely recognize a real smile. If someone threatens your family, then you should try everything to kill that person even if it causes your own death. Only mothers think like this, Yami said as he walked past the couple outside the door. The angry expression that Sumi had on her face instantly disappeared as she heard that. She didn't know what to make of this or how to respond to it. She never thought that the person she wanted to kill now would say something like this. They looked back but saw that Yami had disappeared from the place. "He is gone," Shiro murmured. "What do we do now?" Shiro asked as he looked at his wife, who was just standing there thinking about what Yami had just said. A few hours later, at the clan leader's house, the clan leader was sitting beside a bald man with only one hand. "I am sorry to put you on this, but since you are the second eldest, I can only ask you to do it." The second elder stood up and said, "Whatever you have told me in the past 15 to 20 minutes sounds more like a made-up story, and if it was someone else who told me this, then I would have killed him on the spot. I will make the necessary preparations as per the plan, and since I can only use my most trusted people, you don't have to worry about the leaks." Yes, I understand. 24 hours is a short time, but that is what the Uchiha kid said, so we have to pull this off, the clan leader said. Alright, it's time for your meeting now. I will leave through the back door. I have no interest in mingling with those snakes standing outside, the second elder said, and left. This tongue is poisonous as ever, the clan leader sighed and then shouted, let all the elders in. Let's get this meeting started. Chapter 338, The Exploration Team. The guard opened the door and all the elders entered inside. They already had confused expressions on their faces since they didn't know what this meeting was about. The Chinoite clan didn't have much work to do except farming and hunting, so it was rare to hold meetings like this, and that two meetings on the same day. The first and third elders were the first ones to enter this time. Shiro also came and sat down. He was rather quiet because of his outburst this morning. The clan leader only glanced at Shiro for a brief period and then turned his attention toward the other elders. He didn't want Shiro to know that he and Yami had already met. Since everyone is here now, I think we can start with the meeting, the clan leader said as he held 2 sheets of paper in his hand. I didn't know our clan was busy enough to hold 2 meetings on the same day. Are we here again to hear another one of Oyashiro's proposals? The third elder asked as he looked at Shiro and smirked. The rest of the elders wanted to also chuckle at this, but they couldn't since the clan leader was also at the table. Actually no, this is a proposal I have thought about and will only be implemented if we act fast, the clan leader said, making all the elders become serious. A proposal given by the clan leader held way more weight as compared to those by the elders. A proposal, by you? The first elder asked with a frown on his face. He already didn't like the current clan leader sitting in his position, but now he was using his position to push policies for the clan? This definitely didn't sit well with the first elder. Yes, don't worry, it isn't Shiro's proposal, but a whole new one, and I am sure that you will agree with me on this as well to a certain extent, the clan leader said, smiling at the first elder, which made him even more uncomfortable. Alright, let's hear it, the first elder said. He and the current clan leader had always been at odds with each other, so it was almost impossible for them to agree on anything. I propose creating a team of elders and their most trusted and faithful shinobis to go into the outside world and learn about it. They will be there for 3 to 4 months and decide whether our clan should pursue the way of revenge or peace, the clan leader said. The elders immediately perked up listening to this proposal, since most of the elders wanted to go to the outside world, albeit for different reasons, be it revenge or just to explore the shinobi world. There is no way the clan leader will see things me and my brother do. He must be planning to send those soft-hearted elders along with Oyashiro outside, and when they come they will butter up the rest of the clansmen to go along with their peace-seeking plan, the first elder thought. He looked at his brother, who was thinking the same thing. Clan leader, although your plan seems to be a middle way of my and Shiro's plan, who will lead this team, and who will be the members of this team? The third elder asked, to which the clan leader said, I have yet to decide that, so I thought I'll ask the elders here if someone might be interested in taking this place. While saying this, the clan leader straight up stared at Shiro, which was noticed by everyone. The first and third elders understood what they thought was right, so the third elder quickly said, who better than me and my brother for this? I would like to go ahead with this exploration, clan leader, Shiro said. He didn't want the elders to go out there and create havoc. It would be better if he could go out there with his own people and show them that they can have a place out there in the world. The other elders understood that both parties will try to get their names as the leader of the exploration team, and whoever gets the chance will be able to further their cause and also have an advantage when the decision of revenge or peace is made. The clan leader didn't like Yami's idea of keeping this plan from Shiro, but now seeing him desperately try to get on the team as a leader, he understood why Yami did that. For the first and third elders to truly believe that this is a legit plan and not a facade, it was necessary for Shiro to be genuine. There are 2 people I think are needed to be on the exploration team due to their specific skill set and their area of mastery. Those 2 are the 7th and 10th elders. The negotiation skills of the 7th elder and the fighting techniques of the 10th elder are the skills that are a must-have for the team. I will leave up to them to decide who to lead the team. The 7th and 10th elders instantly looked at each other in happiness when they heard their names being called. They tried their best to hide the excitement, but it was as clear as day. The 7th and 10th whispered amongst each other for a few seconds, and then the 7th looked at the clan leader and said, "Clan leader, we discussed and came to the conclusion that even though the 9th elder Oyashiro is strong and knowledgeable, the thing we will need now the most is experience, and no one better than the 1st and 3rd elder are suitable to offer that. You praise us for no reason, 7th eldest. I am honored by your words," the 3rd elder thanked the 7th. The clan leader gave a disappointing expression as he heard the 7th elder's words, and seeing that brought a smile to the 3rd elder's face. Looks like the clan leader's attempt to butter up the 2 elders backfired, and instead of taking his side, they chose me and my brother, the 3rd elder thought. I understand your reasoning, 7th elder, but... The clan leader was talking, but the 1st elder, who was quiet the whole time, spoke. Clan leader, I think we should not waste much time on this. Trust me and the 3 elders, we will prepare a team, and by tomorrow night we will venture out into the outside world. The 1st elder's words carried way more weight when compared to the 3rd, so no one said anything. Without saying much, the clan leader sighed and said, "All right then, I will leave it up to you. We don't have anything much to discuss, but we will provide the elders and their team with all the resources they need, so get to work everyone," the clan leader said, and stood up. This was a sign for the others to stand up as well. The other elders also realized the mood in the room and started leaving. The 7th and 10th elders were the first ones to leave, as they knew that it was because of their choice that the clan leader was pissed. The 3rd elder leaned towards his brother and whispered, "Looks like the clan leader is pissed. He seemingly hit a nail on his own toe." The 1st elder nodded and said, "Prepare the people from our side. We can't let a single one of these cowards get in our team, or else we will have to behave restricted out there and won't be able to start plotting our revenge." After the elders left, the only ones remaining were Shiro and the clan leader. The clan leader hadn't told him to wait, but he decided to. "Clan leader, we can't let this happen. Shiro was speaking when the clan leader signaled him to stop talking and said, "I am tired of walking on eggshells, Shiro, and our people have to. We have to make one or the other decision, and there is no other way to. The decision has been made, so go and follow the orders for now." Shiro could see that there was no room for negotiation now, so he nodded and left as well. Shiro went back home and told his wife Sumi everything. "Shiro, things are getting pretty crazy nowadays. You know that the 4 elders and their people will create enemies as they go outside, so even if they come back and we decide to go out into the world as a peaceful clan, the enemies they made will come after us." Sumi said, "I understand what you are saying, but I don't see any other way than to wait for the inevitable to happen. The clan leader also tried to get me into the team as one of the leaders, but the 7th and 10th elders made their decision and stuck to it. As long as they know that they are in the good graces of the 1st elder, they have nothing to fear." Shiro shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 339, Digging the Cave. "There must be something that we can do. We have to stop them from going outside, or at least have a way to keep tabs on them," Sumi said, and she and Shiro both started thinking. What if we ask Yami for help?" Sumi asked. "Why would he help us? He has no interest in exposing himself to the clan members. In fact, he will be happy that it's our clan members who will initiate the attack on their village and the daimyo. He can have his village and his allies wipe us all out. This is just like giving him a good reason to do it," Shiro said. He remembered when Yami told him that he won't have a single shred of regret if he had to kill the entire Chinoite clan. Wait, why would the clan leader even suggest such a wild idea in the first place? Sumi asked, to which Shiro shrugged and said, "I am not too sure, but he is getting old now and he can feel the control slipping out of his hands into the hands of the 1st elder. The 2nd elder is the only one keeping him at bay, or else they would have already gone to war with each other. Maybe that kid wanted to rile up the elders by making you give such a proposal and antagonize the entire clan. After all, we don't know a single thing about the outside world, and he could have lied to us to make us drop our guard. I hope Yami does something about the 4 elders you told him about this afternoon, or else tomorrow they are going to leave the valley with a ton of people who are ready for revenge." Sumi and Shiro tried to look around for Yami and even called him out a few times to get his attention, but Yami was already busy doing something else. 1st elder's house, same time, brother, we finally get the chance to do things our way and not stay in this hellhole like cowards." The third elder, to which the seventh and 10th elder nodded. The first elder was quiet and thinking as always. "I agree with the third elder, we cannot stay oppressed anymore. We need to go out there and show the world what they have done to us, and we can punish them for it." The 10th elder said. "Have you all decided on the team?" the first elder asked as he looked at his brother and the other two elders. "First elder, I was thinking about taking those that are stronger than average in our team. The clan leader hasn't told us the exact number of how many people to put in the team, so let's just fill it with those who have a strong Ketsuryugen. That way we can do a little damage to the villages outside and maybe even wipe out Yugakure." The seventh elder said. "Yes, I think this a good idea. We can make Yugakure our base and even use them as cover when we need to hide there. I am sure that the outside world must have forgotten what they have done to us, so when we attack, we have the surprise advantage." The 10th elder pitched in his thoughts. "Both of you are idiots," the first elder said, making the 7th and 10th elder quickly put brakes on their thoughts. The first elder looked at them and said, "We need to take the people who want revenge, so even if we go out there and do anything, they won't turn against us. Even if one of our team members messes up the report when we come back, the clan leader will blow the thing out of proportion and turn our clansmen against us. So only take those who you all know will show absolute loyalty to us and our cause. I am sure that Oyashiro will try to talk the clan leader out of this plan, but now the ship has sailed. I don't want a single slip-up in this, and I am sure my brother will supervise everything properly. Don't worry, big brother, I will handle everything here. I will leave the decision of what to do and how to do with you, isn't that right, you two?" the third elder asked as he looked at the two scared elders. They both hurriedly nodded and said, "Of course, elder, we will follow your guidance." They then left the house to take care of the preparations. Within hours, the news of what the clan leader had planned and the elders who were chosen to lead the team, everything spread across the clan. Everyone was talking about that. Many shinobis tried to approach the elders so that they could get on the team. Even Chino wanted to be a part of that team, but after much insistence from her parents, she decided to drop the idea. Just like that, the entire day went into those preparations. At night, the clan leader who was supposed to be in his house was somewhere else. He was deep inside the jungle, which was deemed a forbidden place by the clan due to the number of poisonous animals that stayed there. The clan leader stood in front of a big cave. He could hear some sounds inside. Just as he was waiting there, a figure came out of the cave. The figure was none other than the second elder. His clothes had plenty of dirt on them, so the clan leader said, "I told you to get it done, not do it yourself. Don't provoke me to say something. I don't care if you are the clan leader, I will whoop your ass like I did when we were kids. You had me dig the rest of the thing in just 30 hours. You think he will be easy?" the second elder asked. Yes, I know that I have given you an impossible task, but I know that you are a miracle worker, so you can do anything." The clan leader tried to butter up his old friend. "So where's this kid you told me about?" the second elder asked as he looked at the clan leader. Just as the clan leader was about to say something, the second elder heard a voice coming from inside the cave, along with the voice coming closer to him as well. "So the clan did try before to go out, and you guys even dug a hole under the mountain." The second elder looked back and saw Yami come out from the cave. He looked at the clan leader with a questioning gaze, as if asking where did he come from. The clan leader shrugged and said, "He didn't come with me." Yami grabbed both the old men's attention again by saying, "When the clan leader told me to meet tonight, I was skeptical at first, but now the visit seems worth it. So you are Yami Uchiha, and this crazy plan is orchestrated by you?" The second elder said, to which Yami nodded and said yes, despite the fact that the clan leader has asked me to come here, which means he has something in mind. "I do, Yami. The cave you see here goes under the mountain and is supposed to open up just behind a waterfall at the border of Yugakure. While the digging was almost complete, my father took the seat of the clan leader and stopped the digging. At that time everyone was enraged and wanted to just go out and kill everyone who had wronged them. My father used the excuse of low numbers and lack of strong shinobis as a reason to make people stop. He and I, We both tried our best to steer our clan towards peace, but some like the first elder's family, and a few others have remained adamant. I will have all of them go through this cave tomorrow and will let you decide what to do further," the clan leader said. Yami nodded and said, "Sounds good for now, but make sure that except for those who are going to go through here, no one should know about this." "Don't worry about that. All the people working inside are loyal to me and won't open their mouths no matter what." "So are you planning to collapse the cave onto them when they enter?" the second elder asked. "Why don't you leave that to me? I will try to retrieve the resources that you will give them, but I can't make any promises," Yami said. "They will most likely take the weapons that were brought by our ancestors here. We have very few of them since it is hard to make something like this here. So we might need it if someone notices tomorrow's fiasco." Yami nodded and left the area. The second elder also went back inside the cave while the clan leader returned to his house. The next day everyone was busy preparing for the departure of the exploration team. Some were helping with food or weapons or possible ways to move around the shinobi world based on old maps. The third elder had announced that an exploration team had been decided and a total of 45 members including the 4 elders will be going. The clan leader and the second elder both started vetting the 41 people to make sure that none of them were from their side or else they might die for no reason. Chapter 340 Exploration Team's Departure. "Looks like the first and third elders were way more thorough than us." The clan leader smirked as he sifted through a stack of papers. "What do you mean?" the second elder asked, to which the clan leader said all the 41 people he has selected blindly follow him and would kill and even die for him. He was thorough enough to not let even a single person from our faction or the neutral faction enter the team. That might cause some amount of backlash. He is getting too reckless. The second elder sighed. He was right, because when everyone finds out the list of people that are going to be on the exploration team, they will immediately notice the blatant bias that the elders have shown in selecting the people. He doesn't care. He plans to leave the valley today, and that's the only thing he can think of. He will leave the troublesome task of handling the backlash to me. The clan leader chuckled in annoyance. He then looked at the second elder and asked, "So how is the digging going?" The second elder nodded and said, "We finished the digging and stopped only a few meters before the waterfall, just like you said. I was also going to handle the placing of explosive tags inside the cave, but the kid intervened and told me that he will do it himself." "That kid came to meet you at the cave in the morning?" the clan leader asked in a surprised tone. "Yes, he did. And he talks as if we were working for him. I never thought I would have to listen to the orders of an Uchiha brat. My parents and grandparents must be turning in their graves now." The second elder blamed the clan leader for letting Yami do his will. "I agree with you, but the kid's abilities are far ahead of me and he is solving 2 of our problems in one go. I don't know whether I can trust him or not, but it is at least better than doing nothing," the clan leader said. Just as the talks were going on, Yami was inside the cave. Using his bats, he was trying to find the weak spots so that fewer explosions could collapse the cave. He didn't have anything, and the second elder only had 3 explosive tags with him, which he gave to Yami. So now Yami had to utilize those 3 tags in such a way that it blocked the way properly and didn't let anyone go back inside the valley. Just like that, many things were happening inside the valley today and the outside world was unaware of it. As the evening approached, the list was announced publicly. The ones that were already on the list knew about them being selected yesterday night itself, but the other shinobis found out today. The people from the clan leader's faction and the neutral faction tried to oppose the list, but some good speeches from the clan leader and the first elder did the trick. In the evening, everyone had gathered at one end of the valley where the forbidden area of the forest was located. The second elder told everyone that since this area is dangerous, this is the best place from where the exploration team can go. The clan leader, second elder, and the rest of the elders will go with the exploration team for a few hundred meters, but then the team will have to travel by themselves. Shiro was also present there along with his family. Chino wanted to go inside the forest as well, but Shiro stopped her from doing so. Even Sumi waited with Chino and the other clansmen. She didn't want Shiro to do anything stupid, so she spent most of the day convincing him not to interfere, but she was still worried. She knew how stubborn her husband was, and once he made up his mind about something, then he won't stop until he sees it to the end. As the exploration team and the elders entered the Forbidden Zone, the clan leader and second elder guided them through. Walking side by side with the two of them was the first elder as well. "Where are we going?" "This forest is filled with unforeseen dangers," the third elder asked, to which the first elder said, "Our chakra pressure is high enough to drive the poisonous animals away from us. If I am not wrong, a few decades ago a cave was being dug to go to the outside world." The first elder said the last part, looking at the clan leader as if telling him that even I know where we're going. "Huh? A cave that leads to the outside?" the seventh elder asked. The clan leader nodded and said the first elder is right. Decades ago a cave was being dug here in the Forbidden Zone. It wasn't completed, but now it has been, and it leads to the outside world. I will have to thank the clan leader and the second elder for paving our way towards the outside world, the first elder said with a slight smile on his face. The second elder's face scrunched up when he heard that, but he didn't say anything. Within a few minutes, the entire group reached the entrance of the cave. "This is as far as we can come with you all. The rest is up to you all," the clan leader said. The four elders and their team of 41 shinobis walked forward and entered the cave. Shiro was getting restless seeing them go inside, but he didn't do anything. The third elder turned back and looked at the clan leaders and the rest of the elders and said, "We will come back within 4 months, and then we can decide how we should go about with the rest of the shinobi world." The third elder didn't hesitate to show a sly smile when he heard that. He knew that it was already too late for the clan leader and Shiro to object to anything. The clan leader and the others watched the exploration team disappear inside. After waiting for a few seconds, the clan leader glanced at the second elder once and then at the rest of the elders and said, "Let's go. We did our best, and it's up to fate and the elders. Let's believe in them to do the right thing." "Clan leader, are you sure about this?" Shiro asked impatiently. "Shiro, there is nothing left to do. We must leave now," the clan leader said and started walking back toward the clan grounds. The other elders also followed him, but Shiro just stood there thinking whether to go in or not, but a single stare from the second elder made him follow the rest of the group as well. They all eventually reached the clan grounds and dispersed. There was no use thinking now, and they were all waiting for the results that would appear 4 months later. Shiro hurriedly went to his house and saw his wife waiting for him while his daughter was sleeping. He signaled her to come out of the house and shut the door so Chino won't be able to hear anything. "Sumi, they left through the cave," Shiro said. "A cave? I thought they would go up the mountain and find their way from there," Sumi said. "Yes, I thought so as well, and I even wished that they would be stopped by someone up the mountain and the entire plan would fail, but now while going I found out that they have dug a cave under the mountain that opens up on the other side of the mountain. If that's true, then they can easily enter the shinobi world and carry out their plans. We need to do something," Shiro said as he started to pack the weapons he had in his house. "What are you doing, Shiro?" Sumi asked to see her husband pack his things. "I am going inside the cave to stop them. I need to bring them back. I have to sacrifice a few to save many. I am sure that Yami Uchiha will do something if we cooperate with him," Shiro said. He didn't wait for Shiro's reply and started walking out of the house while signaling Sumi to follow him. "Chino is sleeping, so I don't think I have to worry much. She is strong enough to defend herself if anything happens," Sumi thought as she followed Shiro. Within half an hour, while running at their max speed, the couple reached the cave. "Is this the cave?" Sumi asked, to which Shiro nodded and said, "Yes, I will go in and find them. You stay back some distance as my backup." "What will you do when you find them?" Sumi asked in a worried tone. She knew her husband was strong, but fighting 45 shinobis at the same time is not an easy task. "I will do anything it takes to stop them. If I need to convince them or fight them," Shiro said. "Will you be able to kill them?" A voice came and the couple looked back to see the second elder standing. "Second elder? You are here?" Sumi asked, to which the old man only nodded and smiled. Chapter 341, Trapped in a Hole. I have known you since you were a kid, Shiro. It's not in your nature to stand on the sidelines. The second elder said. Elder, you know that what is happening is wrong. Let me go in. Shiro said. Sumi also nodded and said, Elder, although I tried to convince Shiro, I myself know that it is wrong to let them go. Our clan will go on the path of destruction. This cannot be our fate. I understand, Sumi, and I hear you, and the reason I am stopping you too is because that won't be our clan's fate. The second elder said. Shiro got confused when he heard that. An expression of anger appeared on his face as he said, like the clan leader, are you also putting your trust in the first and third elder? The second elder shook his head and said, no, it's because the fate of the 4 elders and the 41 shinobis by their side was decided yesterday over tea by the clan leader and his guest. The couple got even more confused as they heard that. Whatever the second elder was saying didn't make any sense. Did he hit his head while digging this cave? Shiro thought as he looked at his wife, who probably had a similar thought. Just then they heard a muffled boom followed by the sound of tumbling rocks. The sound came from inside the cave and it only lasted for 4 to 5 seconds, and then it was followed by a long silence. What just happened? What did we hear? Sumi asked as she tried to enter the cave, but the second elder stopped her. Now that the 2 of you are here, stay, it will all be over within a few minutes. The second elder said. Inside the cave a few minutes ago, the entire group was going through the cave. They could see the area that was dug years ago and the area that was dug recently. I never thought this day would come, brother. The third elder said as he was getting excited to go into the outside world. The clan leader has become desperate now, and his one mistake created such an opportunity. I am surprised that he could convince the second elder to go along with his decision. The seventh elder said. The first elder chuckled and said the second elder didn't let go of a single chance to show his displeasure to our plan, but as an elder, he also has to follow the clan leader's decisions in such times. He didn't even install oil lamps here in the cave. The third elder immediately became serious and said that's all he can do, make things hard for us. He can't do anything else since we are following the clan leader's plan. Boom! A sound came from behind the entire group which shook the ground underneath their feet. As a reflex, they all used chakra to solidify their grip on the ground and also stood close up to the walls of the cave. What was that? The 10th elder asked as he looked behind. Elder, should I go and check? One of the shinobis from the group asked, to which the elder turned his head to the other side and looked at the first and third elder. The third elder nodded subtly, and then the 10th elder said, take 3 of our people with you and find out what that sound was. You also go with them. The first elder said, making the 10th elder look back and stare at him in confusion. This made the elder repeat what he said. It didn't sound like normal rumbling or falling of rocks, but an explosion. Don't just send the shinobis, but you go with them as well. Arguing with the first elder was never an option, and since they were still in the valley that no one had ever come in, there was no reason to worry. The 10th elder nodded and picked 3 shinobis to go with him. The third elder looked at his brother and asked, Brother, I think you are just being paranoid. Why would an explosion occur behind us? I could understand if it was in front of us where the outside world is, but... The first elder cut off his brother's chatter and said the clan leader is not someone who will play tricks, but the second elder is. He may have caused that explosion to close the mouth of the cave. Now I don't know if this is to stop someone from finding the cave and attempting to go out of the valley or to trap us here. But it was definitely an explosion. A few meters away from the whole group, the 10th elder was going with 3 of his shinobis to investigate the cause of the sound. They kept walking for a minute or two and eventually reached a place where they saw that the rocks had fallen onto each other. Huh? Did the cave collapse? One of the shinobis asked. The 10th elder looked at the shinobi who had an oil lamp with him and said, Go take the lamp with you and inspect closely what has happened. The shinobi nodded and with 2 of his comrades went ahead to inspect the rocks. He looked back once at the elder and said, The rocks are too big to move just like that, elder. We can try to smash it, but we will need to use chakra and a lot of force. The other 2 shinobis also looked back at the elder to decide their next move. The elder gave an annoyed expression and said, Are you out of your mind, you idiot? The cave collapsed because this part was dug decades ago and now you want to use force to blast the rocks. Do you want to kill everyone here or what? I didn't know that. I apologize, Elder, the shinobi quickly said. The other two were also wondering what to do next, but then they saw something strange. Elder, there is something behind you. One of the shinobis pointed at the Elder, but he was actually pointing just a little to the side behind the Elder. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? The Elder asked. Yes, Elder, I saw it as well. They looked like red eyes, but now like ours. Way scarier, another shinobi said. These idiots just get spooked by anything, the 10th Elder muttered and turned back. Due to the darkness he couldn't see much, but there was no one standing behind him. There is no one here, the Elder said and turned back. Just as he turned back, he instantly activated his Ketsuryugen. The reason to do that was because the 3 shinobis who came with him were dead and the oil lamp was placed on the ground. The Elder looked around and then at the corpses of the 3 shinobis. One had a hole in his torso where his heart should be. The second one's head was completely destroyed and his blood and brains were spread across the rocks behind him. The third shinobi was still standing and his head was twisted forcefully 180 degrees. The 10th Elder knew that this was definitely the work of someone strong, which meant someone from the Elders followed the group inside the cave, so he called out, "Who is there? Who did this?" With his active Ketsuryugen he needed to prepare for the fight, so he took out a kunai and was about to cut his own wrist to bring out some blood he can control, since it is the most efficient way to use the dojutsu. But before he could do that, he felt a hand approach him. But the hand wasn't aiming at his heart, nor was it a clenched fist, so the Elder didn't panic and was thinking about his next move when the hand reached his face and with one smooth motion, both his eyes were plucked from his eye socket. Arg! The Elder screamed, but after not even a second that he got to scream, the kunai the Elder had in his hand got snatched away and the Elder's head flew up in the air. As it fell to the ground, it tumbled on the ground and rolled toward the collapsed wall. It hit the lamp and just stayed there. Empty eye sockets and an expression of despair was imprinted on the man's face. A hand appeared from the darkness and picked up the lamp. This hand belonged to Yami, who had just collapsed the wall. He looked at the head of the 10th Elder by his feet and kicked it deep inside the cave. With his devouring law, Yami then devoured the physical body and souls of the 4 people he just killed. Chapter 342, Scare Them to Hell. Yami plucked the eyes of the 3 shinobis as well before devouring them. He then searched among their remaining things and found a few weapons and resources that the clan had provided them. Though the 3 shinobis had resources only for 1 man to last a few days, the Elder had way more than that. In fact, Yami found a few used swords and a storage scroll within the Elder's belongings. All the swords were just normal swords and had been resharpened again recently based on the new edge it had. Yami held a few of the swords and moved them in his hand to get a feel. Very soon, he felt comfortable using one of the short swords among the bunch of swords. Although I can't use chakra on its edge, it will still be better than having no weapon. Let's go and meet the rest of the exploration team. Yami muttered as he stamped on the oil lamp, extinguishing it. For him to have a Sharingan, he didn't need any source of light like the oil lamp in the darkness. He could see clearly enough already, and his enhanced senses were also giving him accurate information about everything in the cave. At the other part of the cave, the 3 Elders and the 38 shinobis were waiting for the 10th Elder and his people to come back. Why is this idiot taking so much time to move away a few fallen rocks? The 3rd Elder asked in annoyance. You, a 3rd Elder, should I go and check what the holdup is? The 7th Elder asked. He knew that the 10th Elder wasn't someone who would waste his time, but he couldn't just tell this to the 3rd Elder, so he offered to go himself to help out and bring back the 10th Elder. Just then everyone heard something tumbling down toward them. The Elders and the shinobis didn't pay much attention to it since they thought it must be a rock that came from where the explosion had happened. As the tumbling rock, or what they thought it was, came into view, the shinobis who saw it first became alert and shouted, "Elder HM? What is it now that you have to shout?" the 3rd Elder asked, and the shinobis moved aside and brought an oil lamp closer to the head of the 10th Elder. As the 3 Elders saw the head, they instantly stood up and pulled out their weapons. The shinobis were horrified to see the state the Elder's head was in. He had no eyes and his expression was that of horror and his mouth was wide open as if he was screaming when he died. Everyone stays alert, looks like an enemy has entered the cave. Everyone make appropriate distance among one another and find the son of a bitch who did this to the 10th elder, the first elder said as he slid his arm a little and rubbed his sword on the wound once just enough to cover some parts of it with his blood. By this time one of the shinobis who was standing at the last had placed his lamp just beside the head so that the elders and other shinobis could see why they had called out the elder. As he was moving forward to pick up the lamp, a foot appeared from the darkness and stamped on the fire, extinguishing it in a swift move. Before the shinobi or the ones around him could react to this, they heard a voice. Wind style, wind blades, and just like that Yami just held his palm spread out and invisible blades made of condensed wind originated from his palm towards the shinobis. By the time the shinobis realized that something was coming toward them, they were already cut into pieces. Arg elder save us! Screams echoed through the cave as almost 20 to 25 shinobis got hit by those wind blades. Some of them weren't so lucky to get hit fatally and die instantly. Some just got hit enough to be severed from their lower body or an arm. They were still alive and crawling toward the elder seeking help. Save me, kill me, elder voices started going around in the cave. Yami ignored the ones who were on death's door. It was a fate they had chosen when they decided to go outside to avenge the clan from the rest of the world. Yami didn't bother killing them and putting an end to their misery. He moved forward and looked at the shinobis who were far enough to escape the attack of the wind blades. Seeing the state their comrades were in, the shinobis were already fearful of what was happening. Just as they took a step back, the first elder shouted, "He is just one man, kill him." He also signaled the 7th elder to rush and fight at Yami. Who is this kid and how did he come from this end of the cave? I don't think he belongs to our clan. The first elder thought. He wasn't going to give up on his goal to go into the outside world just because one kid stood in his way. The 7th elder was already half scared when he saw the head of the 10th elder, but he knew that with the 1st and 3rd elder behind him, he didn't have a choice. He put his hand behind his back and pulled out a weapon that was shaped like a sickle but a little bigger and had teeth on its edge. The shinobis and 7th elder activated their Ketsuryugen and looked at Yami. "You shouldn't have messed with our clan, kid. You have no idea how feared these eyes are," the 7th elder warned. He wanted to intimidate him. "Really? Feared, you say? How feared are these eyes then?" Yami said as he activated his Sharingan. "What? That's the Sharingan. He is an Uchiha." "Why you are an Uchiha?" the 7th elder asked. Yami didn't answer his question and he didn't need to because it was obvious from his eyes that he was an Uchiha. The fear that the 7th elder was feeling doubled and tripled the moment he saw those bright red eyes. Everyone present there had heard about the horrors of these eyes and the power they brought to the shinobis wielding them. They had seen the picture drawn in their ancestors' books, but now seeing it in real life made them feel small. It was as if the eye was weighing on them. Seeing the morale of his men and the 7th elder break like this, the 1st elder looked at his brother who himself was in a daze looking at Yami. The 1st elder nudged him and then shouted at the shinobis, "This kid belongs to the clan that drove our clan to the verge of extinction decades ago, and that too without any provocation, and now he is doing it again. Many of our ancestors lost their loved ones because of his clansmen, and now he is slaughtering our people. Are you all just going to cower in fear and let all those sacrifices be in vain, or are you going to fight for your freedom?" The 1st elder's speech filled the hearts of the shinobis standing there with unending rage and anguish. Just thinking about how their clansmen suffered was painful, to say the least. The 1st elder is right, he even gouged out the 10th elder's eyes and now wants to do the same with us as well. Let's show him that we are the best of the Chinoite clan and our revenge starts with this kid's life. The 7th elder also gave a small speech. "You guys should become politicians." Yami muttered and he pulled out the short sword he had chosen. The shinobis who were now pumped up on the elder's speeches and on adrenaline rushed at Yami. The cave wasn't too big, so they knew that Yami didn't have many means of escape. "Don't you put your jutsus in an enclosed space like this," the 7th elder ordered. He didn't want the cave to collapse because of the bombardment of jutsus. Seeing them come, a smile appeared on Yami's face and he rushed at them as well. Using his short sword, he started to cut down one after the other. His 3-tomo Sharingan and his enhanced senses were working in such perfect sync that he felt that he was able to see and feel everything that was happening a few meters around him. Due to this, his reflexes and movements were so smooth and confident that no matter how much the shinobis tried, they couldn't even touch him. His attacks are different now, the first elder said, to which his brother asked, "What do you mean?" The invisible blades that he had used earlier were deadly but weren't accurately aimed at their vital points. They were meant to create a bloodbath and scare our people, but now the kid is using 1 to 2 attacks on each of them and attacking the vital organs with pinpoint accuracy. Chapter 343, Blood Spear. "Looks like you and me and to interfere in this, brother," the third elder said as he was getting ready to pull out his weapon, but then the first elder stopped him and whispered, "Let them tire out the kid. We will only jump in if we see an opening to end his life, or else after he has finished the others." "What? But if we both manage to kill him in the end, what will we do in the outside world?" the third elder asked in confusion. He didn't care about the lives of the shinobis, but they were the ones who would do most of the grunt work in the outside world. "The two of us are more than enough to wreak havoc in the outside world. I don't think we need these people who can't even take care of a kid," the first elder whispered as he looked at the shinobis getting killed by Yami. The seventh elder, who was now focused on Yami, saw that due to the narrow cave, only 2 people could fight Yami at one time. He then jumped and stood upside down on the ceiling of the cave. "Hold that kid," the seventh elder shouted as he rushed toward Yami with the sickle in hand. 2 of the shinobis who were still alive quickly made some hand signs and slammed their hands on the ground. The next second, the soil under Yami's feet started creeping up his leg. Yami noticed that, but he didn't do anything. Just as the soil reached near his knee and the seventh elder had almost reached Yami, the soil solidified and gripped Yami in place. "Now you won't be able to escape from this, you bastard," one of the shinobis who cast the jutsu shouted with a big smile on his face. The other shinobis also wanted to curse at Yami, but then they saw Yami throw the only weapon he had in his hand, and the weapon straightaway pierced the shinobi's skull through his temple. This was the same shinobi that had cursed Yami. The other shinobis who were going to curse quickly quietened as they saw this happen. They didn't want Yami's sole focus to be on them personally. Due to Yami throwing the short sword at the shinobi, another second had passed and the seventh elder had reached near Yami. He swung his sickle toward Yami's head in hopes of beheading him, and the shinobis as well as the first and third elders were sure that this was going to happen, but then they saw something that they couldn't believe. Yami caught the sickle. Everyone stopped instantly as they saw Yami hold the sickle with 3 of his fingers as if it was nothing. There was no change in his expression. The seventh elder froze in the same position he was in. He didn't even try to pull the sickle back since he was still contemplating what Yami had just done. "How did you?" the seventh elder asked in a daze, to which Yami just smirked and applied some pressure on his fingers, breaking the sickle into 2 pieces. "You aren't strong enough to be a threat to me. None of you are," Yami said and joined both his hands, creating a hollow space between his palms. The seventh elder jumped back and landed on the ground. The other shinobis just stood there as they didn't understand why Yami joined his hands, but in the next seconds, they saw a blue glow coming from his palms and instantly electric sparks started coming out of it. The shinobis who were standing close to Yami, including the seventh elder, felt the immense amount of chakra condensing in those palms. "Move away from him," the first elder shouted with wide eyes as he saw the glow increase. Just as the shinobis could react to the first elder's order and jump back, Yami slammed both his hands together and immediately several strikes of lightning burst out of his hands toward the shinobis in front of him. "I haven't perfected this technique, but such an enclosed space with no allies around is perfect for it," Yami said as several lightning strikes hit the shinobis. The shinobis tried to run back and some even braced themselves for the impact, but they all thought that this would injure them and then go into the ground, but that didn't happen. The lightning strikes went through their body, destroying everything in their way, be it flesh, bone, or anything else. Wherever the strikes hit, a small explosion happened with no fire or anything being produced. Some heads instantly exploded, and some shoulders burst into pieces, making the arm fall to the ground. Loud screams again echoed throughout the cave. "How is this possible? How can someone be this strong?" the third elder asked as he looked at his brother, who himself looked worried. The first elder instantly said, "We can't let him be, we need to jump in now." The first elder then slit his wrist and let the blood flow out of his wrist and fall on the ground. By this time, except for 2 to 3 shinobis, all the others were taken care of. The seventh elder also lost an arm in this lightning strike. The first elder walked forward and then held his open palm over the blood that had fallen on the ground. The blood started rising and gathering under his palm. He was still walking, and within seconds, a long spear made completely of blood and soil was formed in his hand. "You are a strong kid, but not strong enough to contend with someone like me," the first elder said, and with all his force he threw the spear toward Yami. Yami knew that even though the spear wouldn't do him much damage, it would at least give him a few injuries, and these injuries would be an entry point for the first elder's blood and chakra to enter Yami's body. If that happened, then Yami would lose control over his body, and the first elder will gain control over his blood, making him a puppet. Yami didn't know how good his body was at resisting this control, but he wasn't one to take chances. Yami liked to be sure of his victory, and he wasn't going to get done by an elder of a forgotten clan. Yami looked at his devouring law tattoo, and it started to spread, and changed his hand to pitch black like it always happens when he is about to devour a corpse, but instead of it devouring the corpses around Yami, lightning sparks started appearing around his hand. It was obviously Chidori, but instead of a ball of lightning, it was cone-shaped. It was a jutsu Yami himself created. He knew that in the future Kakashi will create this, so Yami tried it a few times, and it was fairly easy. The only change was that this lightning wasn't blue but purple in color. "Something like this isn't enough to stop my blood spear," the first elder thought as he was confident in his own technique. Yami started running toward the spear and pushed his hand in front of him to confront the spear. At first, Yami was going to avoid the spear entirely and let it go behind him and hit the rocks that had blocked the way, but Yami felt that he could take on the power of the spear and counter it effectively. Though a head-on confrontation will lead to problems of his own, he was sure that even if he is injured and some of the first elder's blood or chakra gets into his body, then it will be through his black hand, which will devour it before it can spread in Yami's body. Yami created small blasts under his legs to give his speed a boost, and the next second his purple Raikiri collided with the blood spear. Zzzzzzzzz. At first, the two jutsus collided with each other, trying to push the other one back, and then boom, a wave of air blew from the center of the clash, throwing the 3 shinobis along with the 7th elder back. The 3rd elder also had to use chakra on his hands and feet to stop himself from getting pushed back, while the 1st elder only used his on his leg and covered his eyes to protect himself from the dust that was thrown in his direction. "Is the brat dead?" the 7th elder, who was now pale due to his wounds and mainly loss of blood, asked. "Don't jinx it by asking, you idiot," the 3rd elder scolded him. The 1st elder was confident that his technique would even work on someone like the clan leader, but when the dust settled, he was shocked to see that Yami was still standing, and to everyone's surprise Yami was pushed back less than 1 foot, even though he was the closest to the blast. Chapter 344, Finishing the Elders. "What is this kid made of?" the 3D elder muttered as he saw Yami standing there unscathed. He looked at his brother to decide what they were going to do next. The 1st elder shook his head and said, "This kid is not normal. The Uchiha clan was strong, but not this much. We need to leave now." The elder then turned around and started running in the opposite direction of Yami. The 7th elder was now sitting on the ground in a half-dead state. What is he doing? The most he could do was raise an arm as if trying to reach out to the elder. The 3rd elder looked at his brother and then back at Yami. He didn't take time to decide what he must do and quickly followed his brother. The 7th elder and the 2 shinobis with him didn't know what to do, since the elders they were depending on had forsaken them at such a time. Please don't kill me," one of the shinobis pleaded. Yami didn't want to waste more time on this than it was necessary, so he looked around and found the corpse of the shinobi whose skull he had pierced with the short sword. He walked toward the shinobi and pulled out the short sword, and without saying a word beheaded the 2 shinobis. He walked and stood in front of the 7th elder and saw that he was now at death's door. Yami brought his sword closer to the elder's neck, but then decided to leave the man to his fate. He then looked in the direction in which the 1st and 3rd elders ran and decided to follow them. Both the elders with oil lamps in their hands continued running without looking back. "Keep running, don't stop. We will take our revenge on him and his clan after we get out of this cave," the first elder said. "You two thinking of going somewhere?" A sound fell on the brothers' ears not once but twice. The first elder stopped running immediately and held his lamp in front of him and heard footsteps coming toward him. Within seconds the footsteps came so close that Yami appeared in the light of the oil lamp. "How is this possible? We left you behind," the first elder asked. Just as he was about to ask more, he heard his brother's voice. "Brother, the kid is here in front of me." The first elder got confused as he heard that and looked back to see his brother holding a lamp behind him, and beside the lamp was Yami standing. "Is he using a clone? I can understand that he caught up with me here, but how is he there with you?" the third elder asked. The first elder didn't know what to say because he had the same question. But just then he felt tightness in his chest. He looked down and saw Yami's hand on his shoulder while the other hand pierced inside his chest. The first elder tried to move back, but the hand on his shoulder didn't let him budge a single inch. "Be brother s save me," a low voice came from behind, and when he looked back, he saw that his brother was being killed the same way. "Even after running so much, how did you catch up to me?" the first elder asked. He wanted to ask if Yami had made this provision beforehand or if there was some kind of shortcut to surpass sections of the cave. Both the Yamis chuckled at the same time and said, "You never ran, you're still here." Just as both the elders were confused and wanted to ask what he meant, they saw the scenery change, not by much but with the two elders facing each other and Yami standing in the middle. The two elders looked around and saw the seventh elder sitting on the ground in a pool of blood, dead with his eyes open, and the other shinobis slaughtered nearby as well. The eyes of both the elders widened as they saw this. They realized what had happened. They never ran, it was just a genjutsu. "We never stood a chance," the first elder said, and then his lifeless body fell on the ground. Yami then looked at the third elder, who also gave up on his life seeing his brother die. Yami looked at his clothes, which now had blood all over them. He wiped his bloody hands on them and muttered, "Some merchandise got damaged due to the lightning strikes. I shouldn't have used it. What a waste." Yami then started collecting the resources that each of them had. Obviously, the three elders had the most of it. He also plucked their eyes and stored them in a storage scroll. He didn't have any kind of jar prepared to store the eyes, and he didn't have to because it wasn't going to be stored for long. Yami then started devouring the shinobis that were there. Even though most were just weaklings, some extra power is always welcome. Devouring the first and third elder did give him the feeling of being strengthened. After doing all that, he used a fireball jutsu inside the cave to burn any sign of a fight or who had happened between. He didn't want to expose what happened here in case someone from the Chinoite clan wanders into this cave and starts putting two and two together. Fallen rocks that he had blasted with the paper bombs. As he stood in front of the wall of rocks, he looked at his palm and soon wind chakra started gathering on it. Within seconds, it formed into a ball of wind chakra rotating amongst itself. Rasengan, Yami murmured and smashed the jutsu on the rocks. With tremendous force, the rocks and other debris got blasted away, clearing his way back toward the forbidden part of the forest. Shiro, Sumi, and the second elder who had been standing outside the cave's entrance heard the loud boom. "What the hell was that?" Shiro asked as he looked at the entrance of the cave. "Has the cave collapsed entirely?" Sumi asked, but before the second elder could say anything they heard footsteps from the cave. "Looks like the exploration team is coming back due to the collapse of the cave," Shiro said, but then Sumi interrupted and said, "But I only hear one person's footsteps." That's when they saw Yami come off the cave. At first, they were confused as to why Yami had appeared, but then they looked at his clothes, which were stained with blood. "I didn't believe it when the clan leader told me, but you really managed to pull it off," the second elder said. "What is going on here?" Sumi asked as she looked at Yami and then at the second elder. "Why are these two here? I don't want there to be more witnesses than necessary," Yami said as he looked at the two of them. The second elder walked in front of the couple and said, "You don't need to worry about them. The clan leader and I guarantee that they will keep their lips tightly shut." "The clan leader?" Are you saying that he is the one who the clan leader met? What did you do with the exploration team? Shiro asked. This isn't the right time or place to talk about this. We will talk about this later, the second elder said, to which the couple just nodded. Shiro might be an elder himself, but he wouldn't dare cross the second elder's word, and he knew how scary Yami was. And also the second elder was already warned by the clan leader that Yami was unpredictable and could do anything to keep his involvement in this matter a secret. Yami pulled out a few scrolls and tossed them toward the second elder. These are the resources that the team had. Some of them were given by the clan leaders, and some must be their own. I will take my lead now. The second elder pocketed the scrolls and said, Stop, are you leading right away in the middle of the night? Will you not meet the clan leader? No. My work here is done. I have other things to do in the outside world as well. Yami said. How do we contact you? The second elder asked. He wanted to make sure that Yami fulfilled his end of the bargain. You don't. I will contact the clan leader when I feel the time is right. I could be a week or a month or more than that. Yami said, and body flickered away. Sumi sighed seeing Yami leave and said, the kid really is scary. I couldn't even breathe freely when he was in front of me. Second elder, what is this deal the clan leader has made, and will the kid really contact us? Shiro asked. He wasn't stupid enough to trust Yami just because he didn't kill Shiro. I wasn't sure if he would keep his word before, but he has no reason to lie now that he has what he wants. What scares me is the thought of why he wants it. Chapter 345, Wager. The second elder looked around to see if there was anyone nearby and then whispered the price of him finishing off the elders and the exploration team was their corpses. Huh? Corpses? Why would he need their corpses? Sumi asked in a daze, but immediately realized the answer to her own question. Our Ketsuryugen, how could he who himself is from a clan of dojutsu users ask for something like this, and how did the clan leader even allow it? Sumi asked with rage hidden in her words. She had read in her ancestors' diaries that even though the dojutsu clans were powerful, they were hunted and experimented on for their eyes, to a certain extent even more than that of the bloodline users. The second elder sighed and said the clan elder didn't have to allow it. He said that he will find a way to get what he wants no matter whether the clan leader agrees or not. I wasn't present during their meeting, but I know the clan leader is prideful and still, he accepted that the kid was stronger than him. I knew the kid was strong, but he even surpassed the clan leader at such a young age? Shiro asked, to which the second elder nodded. There was silence for a few seconds before the three left the vicinity and started walking toward the Chinoite clan grounds. By this time, Yami had already left the area and gone up the mountain to exit the Valley of Hell. It was already late at night, so it didn't take a lot of time or effort for Yami to slip through the Chinoite clan security and the shinobis that Yugakure had stationed surrounding the valley. But this time Yami didn't go inside Yugakure, instead he took a long route and entered the inhabited forests nearby. He already had a place in mind where he wanted to go first. As he was traveling, he sensed one of his bats coming toward him. This is one of the bats I had stationed to survey the Sand Elder Yura. It's good that I finished the matter of the Chinoite clan before this happened, or else I would have to abandon this plan of mine. Yami thought as he climbed onto the nearest tall tree. The bat sat on his arm and started to squeal. After a few seconds, the bat stopped squealing and disappeared in a puff of smoke. What the heck? 2 days only? And the time that the bat took to come here, I must say it should be 1.5 days now. The elder had gone for a meeting away from the village and Sasori met him there. He really doesn't trust Yura as well, nor does he trust his jutsu, which is foolproof, so he informed at such short notice. Even if Yura exposes the plan of attack, the Hidden Sand wouldn't have enough time to ask for backup from the Hidden Leaf. I must inform Lady Tsunade and Gara about this. Yami muttered and quickly wrote 2 letters and sent them in different directions. These were the same letters that both the Kages received. Yami then proceeded to where he was going inside the forest. From time to time he would pull out a big map from his pocket which had an X mark on it and waterfall written below it. Following the directions given on the map, Yami kept running through the forest and very soon reached an open space with a waterfall and a small pond. The surroundings looked beautiful, especially under the moonlight which was reflecting on the surface of the pond, but Yami could sense that there were many poisonous animals in the forest which could prove fatal to a civilian. But even a tiny hint of chakra was more than enough to make them go into hiding. Yami sat by the lake, washed his bloody clothes, and even took a bath himself. For the past few days he had to live hidden and even kill the entire exploration team in the narrow space of a cave. All that was tiring for him. He also gulped down a few protein balls to recover his strength back to his peak state. While coming here from the Valley of Hell, his chakra core had already replenished all the chakra that he had used, but the mental exhaustion was also something Yami had to consider. Yami then pulled out a scroll that had his bloody fingerprints on it. He unsealed the scroll and a small heap of eyes appeared in front of him. These all were the Ketsuryugen that Yami had taken from the members of the exploration team. I don't know if this gamble plays off or how the end result will exactly be, but it's still worth a try. Yami thought as he sat down in front of the heap of eyes and activated his devouring eye. He also activated his tattoo and let the black wisps of devouring law leave his hand and float near the eyes. For a few seconds, the black wisps didn't react at all, and just when he thought that he should give up his approach and try something else, the black wisps went through the Ketsuryugens, but instead of a tree like it formed last time, this time it formed like a beaded necklace where the black wisp was the thread and the eyes were the beads. The eyes started glowing red and all the eyes started merging into one another. It kept on merging until there were only 2 eyes left. Just as Yami thought that the 2 eyes will now merge with each other, the entire thing started rotating until it felt like some kind of liquid was leaking from them and gathering in the middle. The only difference was that the liquid, which was dark red when exiting the eyeball, would turn pure white with a hint of black until it reached the middle. Very soon both the eyes had completely melted and the only thing left was the black ring with the white and black eye in the middle. Wow, I didn't think it would form something totally different. I thought it would just form another type of devouring law, but this is something else. I will transplant this eye and test it later. Yami thought and lifted his hand to hold the white eye. Just as he touched it, he realized that the eye wasn't even solid and was as if some kind of liquid floating in zero gravity, but the big black ring made of wisp suddenly dispersed and the white and black liquid which had formed the eye moved toward Yami's face. Yami was caught off guard by this and tilted his head backward as a reflex, but the speed was way too much for him to react because the liquid reached his eyes and entered his body from the sides of the eyeballs. Yami tried to stop this from happening as he tried to grab the liquid, but he wasn't able to even touch it. He could only grab air as the liquid entered his eye. What the hell? At least it didn't pierce my eye as it did during the devouring eye incident. Yami muttered as he tried to focus and find out if anything had changed inside his body, but then he started to feel that his vision was getting blurry, and then suddenly Yami screamed. "Ay!" He grabbed his head as he continued to scream. He felt like red-hot metal wires were being inserted into his head and it was piercing his brains, creating a mesh of some kind. This continued to happen for a minute or so before Yami's eyes started bleeding as if he was crying tears of blood, and he just collapsed on the ground unconscious. Yami didn't know how long he was asleep, but when he woke up it was already morning. As he sat up, he saw drops of dried blood on the ground near him. He could also feel the dried blood on his cheeks, so he stepped inside the pond and submerged his head in it. He rubbed his face to remove all the dried blood and lifted his head back up from the water. He was about to turn around and step out of the pond, but he had to look back into the water to see his own reflection. Oh, fuck. What the hell happened? Yami cursed as he could not believe what he was seeing. Understood that this was Yami's doing. They didn't know what the Ketsuryugen was capable of, but now they were all about to find out. Hidan stopped a few meters away from Yami and the others. He had an ugly expression on his face when he saw Yami controlling him so easily. He couldn't feel any kind of control over his own body. What is happening? Deidara asked as he looked at Hidan and then at Gara. He could guess that Gara knew something about what was happening. Baki and the others, including the Akatsuki members, looked at Gara as if asking him the same question. Gara shook his head and said Yami can now control the blood inside Hidan's body. He is a lost cause now. Everyone was shocked to hear something like this. The information about the powers of the Ketsuryugen was kept a secret by the other villages so that no one would get greedy for such a power. Although the conditions to gain such control over a person's body were not simple, Yami had now managed to do them. He had managed to put his own chakra inside the blood Yami had given him, and now it had spread throughout Hidan's body. "This is bad, we need to take him away now," Sasori said, and was about to rush in to pull Hidan away, but he saw Yami look at him. He who was infamously known as Sasori of the Red Sand and was a S-rank shinobi had now frozen in his tracks. He couldn't even move an inch because of the amount of fear just a look from Yami had instilled in him. Just then everyone heard an explosion followed by a painful scream. Boom! Hidan's left hand suddenly burst from the inside as if there was a bomb inside his arm. The sand shinobis were so scared as they saw this happen that they flinched. "Yami, there is no need to give him a painful death, capturing him or directly killing him may suffice," Gara said, as he didn't want to see such brutality happen on his watch. He himself had seen worse and even done worse, but now he had changed. Without even looking at Gara, Yami said, "I don't take orders from you or anyone for that matter." Before Gara or the others could react to what Yami said, another explosion occurred. Boom! Hidan's right hand burst the same way as his left did. "Damn it, we can't let him do what he wants," Kakuzu said, and extended both his arms. He had healed quite well all this time, so he wasn't confident enough in breaking Yami's jutsu, but Kankuro immediately sent out one of his puppets with a shield on top of it. The shield was made of a completely different metal, and it had the face of a monster on it. The hair-like tendrils that left Kakuzu's hands clashed with the shield on the puppet. Although the puppet was pushed back a little, it didn't let those tendrils go through. While all this was happening, Hidan's hands started healing. Bones had already started to grow by now. "Hee, you can't kill me after all. I am immortal, this is the blessing of Lord Jashin. Some like you can't do anything about it." This wiped the smile off the faces of those who thought that the Akatsuki was close to being defeated. Hei didn't think that even Hidan's bones would heal this quickly. It was all happening in front of them. Yami smirked and said, "Actually, you being immortal is the thing I am counting on the most." Just as Yami finished saying that, Hidan's eyes widened and he coughed out blood. Sasori, who was getting ready to attack now, asked, "What's the matter?" Without looking, Hidan said, "Something is happening inside my body, I can feel it. He is doing something." Yami just chuckled as he snapped his fingers and said, "I am just having some fireworks inside your body and letting them heal and then rinse and repeat. I can do this all day." Chapter 347, Fight or Retreat. Hidan coughed up blood when he heard that. He could feel his organs bursting inside his body and then healing again. Even though all this wasn't having much of a physical effect due to his exceptional healing, it was putting a lot of mental pressure on Hidan. The continuous torture was not something he had ever experienced. The immortality that he was so proud of was now being used as a curse on him. Deidara, who was seeing all this from the top, quickly threw a handful of his clay spiders toward Yami. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to break the control that Yami had on Hidan, but the best he can do now is distract Yami and take Hidan away from Yami's reach. As Gara saw Deidara making a move, he directed some sand to form a curved roof over Yami and Hidan. This made the clay spiders detonate on the sand. Yami was sure of Gara reacting to this kind of attack, so he didn't even give much thought to defending against it. Yami made an annoyed expression and said, "I would have loved to play with you more and even get some information in the process, but it looks like this is getting too stuffy in here." As Yami completed saying that, he shut his fists tightly, and just as that happened, Hidan's skin all over his body started to swell unevenly and its color also changed to dark red. It was truly disgusting to see, and Hidan, who had no idea what Yami was doing now, was looking at his own disfigured body with fear in his eyes. His size continued to increase as if he was being inflated from the inside. "What is happening to him?" Deidara asked as he looked at Hidan's partner Kakuzu. Kakuzu just took a few steps back and said, "Whatever is happening, I don't want to be anywhere near it. This whole thing has been a shit show from the start." Deidara looked at Yami in anger and said, "It's all because of him, that kid, the Genjutsu Demon. I will kill him." "We cannot, they are already prepared for us. We need to think of something to leave this place," Sasori said. Kankuro and the other Sand Shinobis were hearing this, but none of them had the guts to go in and fight with the Akatsuki members. They all realized how big of a variable Yami was. While all this was happening, Hidan had already grown double his size. He didn't even look human anymore as the swelling increased randomly. "Back off," Yami said as he looked to the side, a little warning Baki and the others behind him to make some distance. Baki, without asking anything, went back a few steps, and the Sand Shinobis also followed his lead. Boom! Like a balloon filled with flammable gas, Hidan burst. It created a really big explosion, at least enough for the Sand Shinobis to feel the heat of the blast on their skin. Yami just swiped his hand in front of him and an invisible shield of air appeared in front of him, not letting any fire even come close to him. As the explosion settled down, the Sand Shinobis were quite happy that the first Akatsuki member to be killed was in their village's vicinity, and since the Hidden Leaf was an ally now, they were fine with having the victory in the hands of the Genjutsu Demon. But then the smile on the faces of the Sand Shinobis turned into frowns when they saw the blood and flesh of Hidan moving through the sand, trying to come back to his original place. Is he not dead even when he just burst in front of us? Is he really immortal? What if even he, the Genjutsu Demon, can't stop him? The Sand Shinobis started gossiping. They were horrified by seeing first Hidan just burst like a balloon and now his blood and flesh coming together. Just as Yami was thinking about how to get rid of this problem, he sensed two people coming toward him and Hidan, but they weren't coming from the side of the open desert but from the hidden sand. Yami turned back to look at the two old people coming wearing sand civilian clothes running toward them. Yami instantly recognized them because they were Lady Chiyo and her brother Ebizo. Their eyes weren't focused on Yami or Hidan but on Sasori. It had been years since they had seen their grandson, and now when they are seeing him, he is an enemy and a very strong one at that. "Elders, how come you two are here?" Baki asked as he quickly bowed to the two old elders. Chiyo reluctantly took away her gaze from Sasori and then looked at Yami and then at Baki and said, "At first, I didn't want to believe when Gara sent me the letter talking about the attack. I would never trust a Hidden Leaf shinobi even if we are in alliance with them. But now, sensing the amount of chakra being emitted from this place, I had to believe. Hee, what else could make old bones like us come out of retired life? We were bored catching fish anyways," Elder Ebizo said with a smile on his face. He then looked at Yami and walked toward him. "The amount of pressure and strength you radiate is really enormous. You remind me of the monster we had seen in our time. The Hidden Leaf truly is a land of prodigies." Yami didn't reply to the old man's compliment and looked at Lady Chiyo, who was now walking toward Hidan. "Do you have any way to handle Elder Chiyo?" Gara asked respectfully. "I don't know what to do to kill him, but for now I am confident enough to make sure that he won't be a problem for quite a while," Granny Chiyo said as she pulled out a few talismans from his jacket and a white tape. "I didn't know they had a talisman for this as well. I should have really paid a little more attention to Fuinjutsu," Yami thought. When he was growing in this world, he did try Fuinjutsu, but he realized that he didn't have any talent for it, and slowly the topic of Fuinjutsu dropped from his priority list. Lady Chiyo threw 4 talismans which surrounded the area where Hidan's blood and flesh were spread and then started hovering in the air. She then threw the white tape, which was in the form of a large spool. The tape kept extending and wrapped around the entire area. In the end, it created something like a mummy, but its shape was close to that of a human and it was already squirming inside the white tape. The 4 talismans attached to the mummified Hidan. Yami had already seen something similar to this in the anime during the 4th Great Ninja War, and Yami was sure that now different characters will appear and the sealing jutsu is completed, but this time, the entire mummy started to turn into stone, including the tape. After a few seconds, the entire mummy looked like a sculpture of a mummy. Yami didn't understand how Chiyo turned the man into stone, but he wasn't going to ask her. Chiyo was one of the orthodox people who were still alive, and asking something from them first is like giving them a chance to attack. And even though Chiyo has still come to the battlefield, she still isn't much supportive of the alliance. Kakuzu took a step toward the mummified Hidan, but Chiyo just threw another long piece of tape and pulled Hidan toward her. "Don't even think about it. Chiyo said as she caught the heavy carved stone and slammed it on the ground. After giving a warning to Kakuzu, she looked at her grandson and said, "I never thought I would meet you in such circumstances, Sasori, huh?" "Sasori? Do you mean Elder Chiyo's grandson?" Sasori of the Red Sand, the Sand Shinobis started talking in shock. They never thought that one of the Akatsuki members is their own and especially an elder's grandson. Sasori didn't say anything and pulled out a big brown puppet with blue hair. The puppet opened his mouth and shot a few darts from it. Lady Chiyo was about to stop them with her puppets, but suddenly Yami appeared in the way and flicked the darts away with just his fingers. "Now that Hidan is taken care of, I think you will entertain me quite properly," Yami said, and was about to take his first step when Lady Chiyo shouted at Gara, "This fight has been going on for too long now. We have an Akatsuki member in our possession. Drive the rest of the three away now." Chapter 348, Lady Chiyo. Gara nodded and started to prepare for a big jutsu. On the other hand, Chiyo looked at Baki and the others and said, "Focus on the Akatsuki member in the air. We don't want him to hinder Gara's jutsu in any way." Lady Chiyo had understood what kind of jutsu Gara was going to use, and it wouldn't be useful in driving Deidara away since he could fly. She then looked at Yami, but just as she was going to instruct him to do something, Yami looked back at her and frowned. She quickly closed her mouth and started giving instructions to the others. Yami chuckled in annoyance, seeing that everyone had started moving and the Akatsuki were no longer showing any interest in moving ahead with the attack. "Ugh, these people are spoiling the dreams that I had seen for tonight. I can't just leave like this," Deidara said as he dodged a few attacks that were coming from the Sand Shinobis and Baki. Sasori was staring at his grandmother since she came. He looked at Deidara as he heard what he was saying. "This is not the time to argue, Deidara. We have to retreat now. Our priority should be getting Hidan back. We can't let the Akatsuki's secrets leak," Sasori said, and signaled Kakuzu to target the mummified Hidan while he took care of those who were in the way. Kakuzu, who was already angry after going on the back foot due to Yami, reluctantly nodded. The stitches on his entire body started to open and the hairs/tendrils inside the body started to come out. "Gara, hurry up. I don't know what this guy is up to, but it doesn't seem good for us," Kankuro shouted. Kakuzu's had now brought the majority of the tendrils outside his body. He split them all into 3 parts and then had them all move toward Hidan. A few Sand Shinobis, including Kankuro, rushed to stop the tendrils from reaching Hidan, but then Sasori pulled out a small puppet with multiple holes on its head. With a movement of a finger, a barrage of needles started shooting out of the puppet's head. As it was shooting, the needles started hitting everyone in their way. Kankuro was also hit by 2 of them on his leg. He quickly pulled out the needles and saw that there was something purple on the heads of the needle. He looked at Lady Chiyo, who took one of the needles and looked at the purple substance. "This is definitely a poison, but not something I have ever seen. This must be something that he himself created," Lady Chiyo said. The Sand Shinobis who were hit by the needles, including Kankuro, now started to lose their balance. They stumbled a little at first, but then fell on the ground and lost consciousness. This made Lady Chiyo, Ebizo, and Yami the only ones now in the way of the tendrils, but Yami looked uninterested in blocking the tendrils. Just as the tendrils were about to reach close to Hidan, Gara shouted, "Earth-style, sand tsunami." Suddenly a big wave of sand close to 10 m high rose and started moving toward the Akatsuki members. Deidara, who was now annoyed by the Sand Shinobis, threw some of his clay toward the tsunami and exploded it, but it did nothing. It didn't even slow down the wave. The wave stopped the 3 groups of tendrils easily and kept moving toward the 2 Akatsuki members. "I am not dying here by the hands of brats who are still wet behind the ears," Kakuzu said as he pulled back his tendrils and used them to take big leaps and run away from the sand wave. Sasori also enclosed himself in a big puppet and dug inside the ground like a mole. Due to the big wave of sand pushing in front of Yami and the others, they had lost sight of the target. Only Gara, who was now in the air, could see that Kakuzu was running away using those tendrils and Sasori had disappeared underground. Deidara looked at his fleeing comrades and decided to leave as well. Yami pulled out a kunai to throw at Deidara and even covered the kunai with lightning chakra, but Lady Chiyo stopped him. If I said that the battle is over, then it's over, kid. I don't know how things happen in the Hidden Leaf, but don't overstep here. Seeing that the Akatsuki had backed off, Gara also relaxed a little and quickly got down near Kankuro to look at his brother, who was now poisoned along with the others. Seeing Chiyo lecture Yami, Gara said, "Elder Chiyo, can you please look at Kankuro and the others? The usual antidotes don't seem to be working." By the time all this was happening, Baki had instructed a few shinobis to apply for medicine on the wounds of the injured and poisoned ones. At first, they expected it to be healed easily, but then seeing that it wasn't doing any good, they understood why Lady Chiyo said that she had never seen this poison before. Chiyo just glanced at Yami, who wasn't even looking at her, and then she went and crouched beside Kankuro. She inspected the wound at first and then looked at the symptoms. She noticed that Kankuro was losing consciousness. She looked around and saw that Kankuro was perhaps the only one who was hit with multiple needles, and that's why his situation was serious. "I will have to figure out more things about this poison. Let's get them to the hospital first," Chiyo said, wiping off sweat from her forehead. "Is that serious, Elder Chiyo?" Baki asked respectfully. "Of course it is. Do you think I am joking or something? No, stop gawking at me and take them all to the hospital. I will be coming as well. I can't leave the village to you all just yet," Chiyo said, and Baki, along with a few other sand shinobis, picked up the wounded and the poisoned ones. Within a couple of minutes, they all reached the village. At first, there was a wave of happiness throughout the village as they had succeeded in pushing back the organization of whom everyone was afraid of, including the 5 great villages. The villagers did see that there were a few wounded, but the fact that there were 0 casualties also boosted everyone's morale. Only the shinobis who went for the fight knew that the shinobis who were brought in unconscious might look good, but some could be on death's door. As they all reached up, Lady Chiyo along with a few doctors started looking after the poisoned ones. They had placed serious cases like Kankuro in the middle. Gara was pacing back and forth like any other family member. He was worried for his brother, but then the old man Ebizo stopped him and asked, "What are you doing here, Gara?" "Huh? Elder Ebizo, I am waiting to hear news about Kankuro, as Lady Chiyo said that his condition is serious," Gara said as he looked at his brother inside the room. "I understand that, but right now the village needs the Kazakage. I am sure that they all must be waiting to hear from you. Leave the matter of Kankuro's and others' well-being in the capable hands of my sister. She can be too much at times, but she will do anything for the village." Gara was about to refuse, but then Yami said, "The old man is right. You can't do anything here. I am leaving as well. I am sure that when the backup sent by Lady Tsunade arrives, someone might be able to figure out the antidote." "Huh? I doubt that." A voice came from behind, and when everyone looked back, then they saw Lady Chiyo taking off her doctor's attire. She looked at Yami with narrowed eyes and said, "Firstly, Tsunade is not someone who keeps researching poisons, and why would she even send someone talented enough to cure them? No matter how much you all talk about an alliance, there is a limit as to how much help we can take. Elder Chiyo, that's not the case. Baki tried to explain, but Chiyo signaled him to shut up and went back inside the room. The others also followed her except Yami. "I will wait in the inn till people from my village arrive," Yami said and left. Gara and the others only glanced at him and then continued to enter the room. After seeing the condition of Kankuro and the others, they all started thinking about what to do next. Chiyo looked at Gara and asked, "So what is this third eye I keep hearing about?" Gara shook his head and said, "It is not my secret to tell. If it wasn't for Yami, then we would have lost the fight today. I know it seems ominous for him to have a forgotten clan's dojutsu and even be capable of using it, but we shouldn't pry in this matter." Chapter 349 Mission Failed. Lady Chiyo didn't like Gara keeping something from her, and especially when it's about a shinobi from another village. She looked at Baki, who gulped down his saliva and hesitated a little, but said, "Elder Chiyo, the kid had an eye below his one eye, and the dojutsu was Ketsuryugen." "A Ketsuryugen?" "The one which is black and red and allows a person to enhance their Genjutsu as well as have some amount of control over iron-intensive liquids like blood?" Lady Chiyo asked. As an elder and someone from the previous generation, she had heard an awful lot about this eye. Baki nodded and said yes, but the eye appeared to be black and white instead of red and black. I don't know what Yami did, but he was able to explode individual body parts of Hidan from the inside out. Lady Chio narrowed her eyes and turned toward Gara. I know that you have gotten too close to the hidden leaf, but don't forget that they are the ones who killed my son and daughter-in-law. They are not to be trusted, and now taking help from a kid of their village, we are showing our people how weak we truly are. Chio scolded Gara in a low voice. They were still in a room of patience, so she didn't want to raise her voice much, but the sternness in her voice was enough to convey her message properly. Gara sighed and said, as I told you, him being here is what helped us avoid any kind of casualty, and I don't think we would be able to handle 4 Akatsuki members, so for now I am thankful for the prior warning given by Yami. Ebizo saw that Gara wasn't backing down either, so he decided to butt in and said what's happened is in the past now. Let's focus on healing them. I will stay here with Chio while you two go out and make sure the village is completely protected. Baki and Gara nodded and then left the room. As they exited the hospital, Baki stopped and bowed to Gara as he said, Lord Kazakage, I apologize for telling Elder Chio about Yami's third eye even when you didn't want to. I understand why you did what you did, and to be honest, Yami isn't someone even the Hidden Leaf has any control over. I am sure you must have known this already. Gara said. Baki nodded and said, I do, Lord Kazakage, the number of people he killed in the Hidden Mist and the power he showed today. I don't think he is someone who can follow orders. I hope the backup from the Hidden Leaf arrives by tomorrow morning, or else the way Elder Chio and Yami Uchiha are going at each other, there might be a confrontation soon, and I. Baki was talking, but he stopped and looked down at the ground. And you what? Gara asked, to which Baki replied, and I don't want to see Lady Chio die. Akatsuki HQ, Hidden Rain, same time. An orange-haired man wearing the Akatsuki cloak was standing on top of a ledge of a building that was shaped like a big tongue. It was pouring and the entire area around him was silent. The man had purple eyes with concentric circles inside them and had many piercings on his face that were visible. Why don't you come in now? I am sure they are done with it by now. A woman's voice came from inside the building. With the sound of her feet tapping, she came out from the shadows. She was a beautiful young woman with no expression on her face. It was as if someone had sucked out all kinds of feelings from inside her and only left a husk. She had orange eyes and blue hair with a flower made of paper tucked in her hair. Listening to the woman's voice, the man turned around and said, it has finally started. It won't be long before we get what we desire. The man's voice itself held no emotions at all. He walked on the metal ledge and came back inside the building. Conan, where is he? The man asked, to which the woman said he is waiting for the news as well. I am sure that the process will be started in a few hours. As they were walking, they entered a big room that had many wooden stumps on it. On one end of the room was a man with an Akatsuki hoodie and an orange mask. The mask only had one hole near the eye, and it also had a pattern where the lines would enter from the edge of the mask and then slowly reach the hole on the mask while rotating around the entire mask. He was none other than Obito, who Conan and Nagato thought of as Madara. The man in the mask looked at the two of them and said in a squeaky voice, oh, the bosses are here. Why are you here waiting on the news with us? You could just go there using your space jutsu. Conan asked. She didn't understand why the one she in pain knew as Madara would act like a child and a newbie to the Akatsuki. Come on, both of you, what is the use of creating the Akatsuki if I do everything by myself? Obito said. Conan looked at Pain and said, there is no one even in the 5 great villages who would stand a chance against us. She said with confidence, but then she heard a voice. I wouldn't say that after what I just saw in the hidden sand. A creepy aloe vera-shaped Zetsu appeared from the ground and said. Obito looked at Zetsu and asked, what do you mean? This time his voice wasn't childish as before, but a heavy one. The mission failed. Zetsu said, to which even the stone-faced Conan frowned and asked, how is that even possible? I thought I made it clear to Sasori to take Hidan and Kakuzu with them as well. I thought Sasori wasn't the kind of person to let his ego cloud his judgment. I guess I must have thought wrong. Obito said in a little annoyed tone. He had brought himself to this point by judging people properly and making use of them. He didn't think Sasori to be the kind of guy to ignore orders when it mattered. Zetsu shook his head and said, "Oh, you didn't think wrong about him. He did take Hidan and Kakuzu with him to the hidden sand, and all four of them fought against the hidden sand, but one person was enough to put all the efforts in vain. For Akatsuki members went against the weakest hidden village and still lost? Who could be strong enough to put up a fight?" Conan asked. "Yami Uchiha, the Genjutsu Demon," Zetsu said. This wasn't the first time Pain and the others were hearing about Yami, but they didn't think that he would come in their way so early in their plan, nor that he was capable of even doing so. He hasn't been seen by anyone for the past 2 years now. And he is still a kid. Are you saying that he went toe-to-toe with someone from our organization? Conan asked, to which Zetsu nodded and replied yes. I don't know much of it as I kept my distance from the entire fight, but I saw him burning Kakuzu badly enough that Kakuzu had to go on the back foot. He also exploded Hidan into multiple pieces. Obito walked closer to Zetsu and said, "Now this is interesting. I never thought that kid was capable of this. It's a shame that Itachi didn't survive long enough to see this happen. Hidan is someone whose body is indestructible, so he won't die. I am sure he was able to get back in one piece," Conan said, to which Zetsu replied he did, but some old woman from the hidden sand put a seal on him and wrapped him in a white tape. Hidan is now in the hidden sand's custody. The other three escaped without getting their hands on Gara or the tailed beast inside him. I didn't think we would face any problems until we have to deal with the 8 and 9 tails, Pain said in a stoic tone. He didn't even bother paying attention to the captures of the one-tailed beast because he was confident in his organization to handle it. Conan placed her hand on Pain's shoulder and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I will handle it and make sure that we don't face problems for the other tailed beasts." She then looked at Obito and said, "I will personally go and put an end to the kid before he becomes a problem for us." Obito shook his head and said, "No, I have some good use for that kid. For now, ignore the one-tails and focus on the ones that are not protected by anyone from the great villages." Chapter 350, Worry Temari. But if we ignore the kid's interference this time, then he might become a problem again, Conan protested. She didn't want a single kid to mess with Pain's plans and ruin the whole thing. Obito looked at her, but this time his eyes weren't normal. It was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Conan subconsciously took half a step back as she saw the terrifying eyes. "Fine, we'll let it go for now. But what step do we have to take next?" Conan asked, but this time instead of Obito, it was Pain who answered. "Get a detailed report from Sasori and the others about what actually happened there. Till that time, have Kisame go to our hideout near the hidden sand. I am sure that now that the hidden sand feels like they have won, they will launch a retaliatory attack. Kisame can manage that. We will also need to assign a new partner to Kakuzu. No need to look further. I will become his partner as a rookie in the organization. I need to make sure that nothing like this stops us ever again," Obito said. Pain and Conan could do nothing but nod at Obito's statement. Hidden sand. Next day morning, a group of people were running toward the hidden sand. They were Team Dai and Kurenai along with Temari. As they reached a certain distance away from the village, they saw a big devastated area. Seeing the destruction, Temari said in a worried tone, "Seems like we reached late as we expected. Seeing the scene here, I can say that it was not a small battle." Kakashi nodded and said, "Yes, I agree, Temari. We must go to the hidden sand fast now. We don't know what the situation is there in the village." Niji stepped forward and touched the scorched and melted sand that was below his feet. He looked back at the two teams and said, "It is obvious that it was caused by a fire-style jutsu, but seeing the effect it has had on the sand, I can say I have never seen a fire this strong. It's no use making theories by just standing here. Let's go to the village first and find out from them what happened," Sasuke said. Sakura nodded and patted Temari's shoulder. "You need to be strong now, Temari. No matter what happens, we are with you." Naruto didn't want to hear all this. He was already at his tipping point, so he just started running toward the hidden sand village. Naruto Karen shouted, but he didn't listen and continued running. Seeing no other way, Kakashi and the others also continued on their journey toward the village. At the gate of the hidden sand, the sand shinobis were guarding the entrance of the village since last night. The security had been tightened like never before. "Someone's coming, be alert," one of the guard supervisors shouted, pointing toward a group of people heading their way. The guards in the vicinity immediately pulled out their weapons to attack at a moment's notice. Due to the big bright sun in the sky, it was getting harder to figure out who these people were, but eventually one of the guards saw Temari among the group. He lowered his weapon and looked at the other people in the group. Very soon he realized that it wasn't another enemy but their allies. "It's Lady Temari with shinobis from the Hidden Leaf. Inform Elder Baki and the others," the guard shouted, and two shinobis behind him nodded and ran inside the village. The other shinobis at the gate also relaxed, knowing that it wasn't a hostile party. Within the next few seconds, Temari and the others reached closer to the gate. They saw the heavy security and all the eyes were on them. This got Temari more worried as to what had happened last night. She saw the gate open and Baki walk out with two sand shinobis on either side. "Isn't that the guy who was your guardian during the Chunin exams?" Karen asked, to which Temari nodded and said yes, he is Baki, one of our most trusted people and an elder now. "Lady Temari, you came at last. I am glad to see you are safe," Baki said, and then looked at the group that was along with Temari. "I am glad as well, Elder Baki. We saw the destruction that was caused that way. It looked really bad," Temari said as she pointed in the direction where they saw traces of the battle happening. Baki nodded and said, "Come in, all of you. I will explain everything to you on the way to the hospital." Temari's heart skipped a beat as she heard the hospital, and she could see that Baki looked tense as well. "Hospital? What happened? Is Gara all right?" Baki nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Kazakage is all right and well, but your elder brother Kankuro is one of the people that have been poisoned." Baki then turned back and started walking inside the village. The streets seemed vacated and the people were looking at Temari and the leaf shinobis from their windows. They all looked a little scared after all that happened last night. Even though the battle happened a kilometer away from the village, the sound and the tremors caused by the jutsus used had taken root in their hearts. Kakashi walked side by side with Baki and asked, "So poison? We weren't aware of any Akatsuki members using poison. I mean, none of them are using it as a main weapon. I am embarrassed to say, but the one who used it was Sasori of the Red Sand," Baki said. The squad members of Team Kakashi and Guy didn't understand why Baki said that, but then Temari asked, "You mean Elder Chiyo's grandson? I knew that he left the village years ago, but being a part of the Akatsuki and using poison on his own villagers is unforgivable." "Yes, 4 Akatsuki members attacked last night and Sasori was one of them," Baki said. 4? That many? And seeing that Gara is safe, the village must have put up quite a fight. How many casualties were there?" Temari asked. She knew that every member of the Akatsuki is an S-ranked criminal and has the strength closer to that of a Kage. Baki suddenly stopped and glanced at the leaf shinobis, and his eyes stopped at Kakashi and Guy. Luckily, except for a couple of shinobis being poisoned, there were no casualties. Yami Uchiha went toe-to-toe with 3 of them without breaking a sweat. One of them is in our custody now and the rest had to flee with injuries. "What? 3 of them? Alone?" Naruto said in a surprised tone. "I guess whatever he was training for paid off," Niji said as he glanced at Sasuke with a side eye, expecting Sasuke to get a little competitive, but instead he saw a small smile appear on the boy's face. He is my student after all, he can take down anyone he wants," Guy said proudly. Kakashi just gave a smile and said, "That is good, I expect nothing less from him. Let's go and meet him at the hospital. I assume he is in the village." He is, but in disguise. But once the news of your arrival spreads, I am sure that he will meet us at the hospital. Let's go, Lord Kazakage can sigh in relief once he sees that Lady Temari is safe," Baki said, and the group headed inside the hospital. As they reached the first floor of the hospital, they saw Gara speaking to a few elders. As he saw Temari walk onto the floor, the stress on his face visibly lessened and he started walking toward the group. All the Leaf Shinobis were a little shocked to see Gara like this. He was very different from the Gara they met during the Chunin exams. Temari, thank God you are fine. I was so worried that the Akatsuki might target you on the way. Gara said. I am alright, but I heard that Kankuro has been poisoned. Temari said. A wave of sadness blew over Gara's face as he said yes, and the poison is extremely painful and fatal. It is not something anyone has ever seen. Even Lady Chiyo tried last night and she couldn't do a thing. The entire atmosphere became gloomy as Gara said that. Temari was trying her hardest to hold back her tears. Sakura broke the silence and said, can I look at Kankuro and the other poison shinobis? I am a disciple of Lady Tsunade and have quite an amount of knowledge about poisons. This is not something a small girl can do when even I can't figure out the poison properly. Lady Chiyo said as she left the room full of hospital beds. Sakura didn't say anything but looked at Temari and Gara as if begging them to inspect the patients. Chapter 351, Friction with the Old Woman. Gara looked back at the source of the voice and introduced everyone to her. Everyone, this is Elder Chiyo, a master of puppetry and poisons. Chiyo, who was about to pass another remark on Sakura and Tsunade, looked at Kakashi and pounced on him. I will kill you. White Fong guy quickly got in between them and stopped the woman from reaching Kakashi. Everyone was confused why the old woman just jumped on Kakashi. Chiyo's brother Ebizo held her back and said, Chiyo has come back to your senses, he isn't the White Fong. He just looks like him due to his hair color. Chiyo, who was struggling in Guy's arms, looked to the side at Kakashi and stopped. Looks like my vision is blurry from old age. It's alright, Elder, can we now discuss the poison? Lord Kazakage, I think Sakura can help in this matter. She has been under the tutelage of Lady Tsunade for the past 2 years. Kakashi said. But just as Elder Chiyo was saying when Gara signaled her it's alright and said, no problem Mr. Kakashi, we welcome all the help we can get. Kakashi signaled Sakura to go and diagnose Kankuro and she left followed by Chiyo. She wanted to see what the disciple of her archenemy was capable of. Let's wait here and discuss other things while they are doing their job inside. Baki said and everyone agreed. Kakashi-sensei, who is this White Fong that the granny was shouting about, and even if she wants to kill that guy what does it have to do with you? Naruto asked. Naruto, White Fong is my father. She must have mistaken me for her. Kakashi said in a hesitant tone. Ebizo looked at Kakashi and said, oh, you are his spitting image. I must say even I thought it was your father for a second. Kakashi didn't want to talk much about his father and he knew that Naruto and Lee would ask a lot of questions if given time to mull over this, so he decided to change the topic. So Elder Baki told us that Yami helped out during yesterday night's attack? Kakashi said. He didn't want to say to a Kage of a village that his village was able to resist an attack only because of an outsider. That could sound very insulting not only to the Kage's pride but also to the ones around him. Helped out would be a small word, Mr. Kakashi, he took on 3 of them. Gara started explaining everything that happened yesterday, from he receiving the warning that the Akatsuki plans to kidnap Gara by making an elder a mole to Yami revealing the mutated Ketsuryugen. What is a Ketsuryugen and how was he able to explode the Akatsuki member Hidan from the inside? Naruto asked. He had never heard of something this bizarre. The other members, including Niji and Sasuke, were confused, so Kakashi decided to give them a brief explanation about this dojutsu. The Ketsuryugen is a dojutsu just like the Sharingan and the Byakugan. The abilities that the dojutsu contains were that they could pull you in a Genjutsu if you look them in the eye or they touch you. But the most important power of the dojutsu was to control liquids with iron like blood. I think Yami was able to manipulate the blood inside the Akatsuki member. The only condition is that the user must let some of his chakra penetrate the victim's bloodstream. Kakashi said. Wow, that is a really scary power to have, but how can someone have a third eye? Lee asked. At first the group thought that Yami had sacrificed one of his Sharingans to put on the Ketsuryugen, but they never thought that he would create a completely functional eye socket on his face. Listening to all this, Sakura got a little nervous and looked to the side at Sasuke and asked, "Do you know anything about this Sasuke? I mean, the way Elder Baki is describing Yami, it sounds like he has changed a lot." Sasuke shook his head and said Yami would hardly share anything on his mind even when we were kids living in the same house. "I don't care how strong he has become or what bizarre powers he has gained, the only thing that matters to me the most is that he is my brother and he is safe and healthy." Sasuke then looked at Elder Baki and asked, "Any way that I can find him here? I am sure that he may have left some way to contact either you or Gara." Baki felt a little insulted when Sasuke called his village's Kazakage by his first name, but he knew that they all knew each other 3 years ago and Gara wasn't pretty enough to make a big deal out of this. Before Baki could give Sasuke an answer, Neji looked up with his Byakugan activated and said, "We don't need to find him, he is still on top of the roof of this hospital." "Oh, you can recognize a person so accurately right now?" Karen asked in excitement. She knew that Neji had been practicing a person's chakra signature to find them. "No. But no one has such bright chakra as Yami." Neji subtly praised his teammate. "Hey, I also have a large amount of chakra." Naruto protested, to which Neji said, "Naruto, by bright I meant by its purity is higher. You have the quantity of chakra while he has quality." He should have already known this if he had studied in the academy properly. Karen was scolding when suddenly she stopped talking and looked at the entrance from where they had entered the floor. Seeing her like that, the entire group also turned around to see Yami. At first, they didn't even believe that it was Yami since he looked the same age as them and his childish face had now turned into a cold handsome one. They could still see his blue eyes, and the Uchiha logo on his shirt was enough to prove that he was indeed Yami. "Why, Yami, you really grew up like it was 4 to 5 years since you left. How have you been?" Karen asked, to which Yami nodded and said, "I am good." "How are the poison patients?" He looked at Kakashi and Guy when he asked the question. Kakashi pointed at the room and said, "Sakura is putting her own medical skills to the test to figure out an antidote." Yami walked and stood between his brother and Neji and said, "Both of you seem to have changed your destinies." The others didn't quite understand what Yami meant by that, but the necessary parties understood. Sasuke and Neji looked at each other but didn't say anything. Yami chuckled and was about to say something else, but then Chio said, "Now that all are here, let's go and meet the Akatsuki member that I captured." Elder Chio said this in a different tone to provoke Yami, but he didn't even look at her and turned toward the door to leave with the others. Kakashi couldn't help but smile seeing an elder of a village trying to get on Yami's nerves. Chio walked a little faster so as to come side by side with Yami while the others, including Gara, were behind them. Sakura and Karen stayed back at the hospital to take care of the poison patients. "So can you tell me more about the eye that you showed us yesterday? You are still a kid, so I don't expect you to know that wearing another person's dojutsu could be considered a crime, and this even makes the clan furious." Chio said and looked at Kakashi and asked, "Isn't that right?" Kakashi didn't want to become a tool for the elder, so he just chuckled and said, "I will inform Lady Tsunade of this, and I am sure Yami will receive a stern warning for this." The small smile on Elder Chio's face disappeared. What Kakashi meant was that even if the Hokage found out about this, Yami would only get a slap on the wrist. After walking for a minute or two, the group reached a black house made of stone. Baki jogged ahead and whispered something to the guards standing by the door. The guards immediately opened the door and one of them ran inside. The steps were already going downward, which meant that they were going in the basement. Soon they reached a reinforced metal door with a small grill. A sand shinobi came to the group and said, "We haven't removed him from the seal that you cast as an elder, but his body has already formed." Chapter 352, Meeting the Prisoner. I didn't believe when I heard that a person was capable of this, and especially a cultist. Elder Chio said as she opened the door of the cell, and there he was hiding wrapped in a white tape with something written on it. "Everyone stay on alert, he will attack the moment the seals are deactivated," Kakashi said, and everyone got into a stance to attack. "That won't be necessary," Yami said as he stepped further and tore the talisman with the seal imprinted on it. This immediately deactivated the seal. Just as Kakashi had guessed, Hidan didn't waste a single second and pounced on the very first person that was in front of him. Unfortunately for Hidan, that person turned out to be Yami. Just as he pounced with his red eyes and maniac-type look, Chio along with the others was about to jump and stop Hidan, but the very next second, they saw dark red tentacles come out of Yami's back and rush toward Hidan. There were 4 tentacles and each of them stabbed one hand or leg. With the same momentum, the tentacles pinned Yami to the wall. Seeing this, Niji and the others were taken aback. They had never seen Yami use anything like this. Even Guy was surprised when he saw this. He didn't think that his student would have such a Kekkai Jinkai. What is this? The amount of heat and energy each tentacle is radiating is tremendous. Baki said with his mouth open as he looked at the tentacles. He subconsciously lifted his hand and was about to touch the tentacle that was close to him, but Kakashi held his shoulder. Everyone except Yami looked back at Kakashi for this. They didn't know what it was, but now seeing Kakashi's expression and his action, it was clear that he knew about this beforehand. Kakashi shook his head and said, "Don't even think of touching it. It is a scorching release, a Kekkai Jinkai we know very little about. Anything that it touches will lose all kinds of moisture." Hearing this, Baki quickly pulled back his hand. Niji and the others looked at the stabbed hands and legs of Hidan, which now looked as if all kinds of life had been taken from them. "Ugh, it's you again, kid," Hidan said as he looked at Yami with eyes filled with hatred. He couldn't swallow the reality that a kid had defeated him not just in terms of strength but also wits. Elder Chio called out Hidan and said, "How dare you, criminal, try to kidnap the Kazakage in front of the hidden sand? Do you think we are this weak?" Hidan narrowed his eyes and looked at Chio and said, "If it wasn't for this kid's meddling, we would have taken your Kazakage away. I don't know what you plan to do by capturing me here, but there is no chance that I will spill any secrets. We know many ways to make you talk. At the end of the day you will be begging for death to that Lord Jashin of yours," Chio said. She was about to instruct something to Baki when Yami said, "He is right. He cannot feel any pain nor can he be killed easily. There is no use interrogating him. Yami, although you are strong, it is wrong to underestimate Elder Chio," Baki said. Kakashi signaled Baki to stop and asked Yami, "If you already knew this, why didn't you stop them from taking him as prisoner? And why did you come here with us to meet the prisoner?" Niji asked, to which Yami smiled and replied, "He may not prove to be a treasure trove of information like we thought, but he definitely is a good bait." Just as Yami finished saying that, the space beside the entire group was less than arm's length from Hidan, distorted. A hand wearing Akatsuki robes and black gloves appeared from the distorted space and was about to reach Hidan when Yami pulled out a yellow talisman from his pocket and threw it on the wall just outside the jail cell. Everyone, including Hidan and the owner of that hand, was confused as to what Yami was trying to accomplish by this, but then as soon as the talisman touched the wall, the words written in black started glowing and then lines of glow started appearing and spread out throughout the hallway. Within seconds, 7 more talismans appeared everywhere in the hallway. The arm that appeared from the distorted space grabbed onto Hidan's shoulder and was about to pull Hidan towards it into the space distortion when the glass-like looking space started to break. "These are paper talismans that I got from the Chinoite clan. They are made to lock a place so that anyone can come inside but can't go out. I spent the last night arranging them here," Yami said. The hand that was trying to pull Hidan froze and a voice came from the distorted space. "The Chinoite clan? They weren't lying when they said that you had the Ketsuryugen, but how did you time my arrival here?" Yami shrugged and said, "I knew that you would like to see who you were up against. Last time you were able to take someone in front of me, but I can't let that happen again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You think such a talisman would cause inconvenience to me?" Obito said. He knew that he couldn't just take his arm back now, but since he had Hashirama cells and Hidan was practically immortal, he had nothing to worry about. Gara and the others didn't know what to say to all this. They didn't think Yami would plan this ahead. Kakashi chuckled and said, "Being away from you for 2 years really made me forget what kind of a person you are. I should have known you must have a reason for coming here." Obito also chimed in the middle and said, "I must commend you. You are a step ahead of Itachi. Sad that he didn't live to see his brother become like this. I will take my leave for now, but I will be back for Hidan again soon." Obito was about to close the open space and cut off his arm. He let go of Hidan, but then Obito had an ominous feeling. He didn't know what was wrong, but he felt that something terrible was about to happen. He looked at Yami, who was now smirking and had one hand on the hilt of his sword, and Obito understood that Yami had something else in store as well. Yami held his sword and instantly activated his devouring law. Due to the long sleeves of his kimono, no one was able to see his hand turning black. Just as his black hand unsheathed the sword got covered in purple lightning with something black flashing from time to time. Before Obito could make any move, Yami twisted the sword upside down, pointing the sharp side upwards, and slashed the sword up cleanly, cutting off Obito's arm. Inside the orange mask of his, Obito's eyes widened as this pain felt not just of his arm getting severed but also some kind of burning sensation. He couldn't help but scream loudly as his arm fell to the ground. Aya! Obito screamed in agony. Just as that happened, Hidan looked to the side and understood that he wasn't going to get pulled into the space for rescue anymore, so he tried to jump toward the distorted space. "Take me!" Hidan shouted with an arm stretched toward the distorted space, but he felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't have the time to even look back and understand what had caused this, because 4 scorch-release tentacles wrapped around his body. But this time the tentacles weren't bright orange or red but black in color. Elder Chio and the others could feel the power these black tentacles were radiating, and none of them wanted to be a target of them. As soon as the tentacles touched Hidan's body, the immortal body started to get destroyed, but instead of flesh and blood, it was getting destroyed into direct ash. The 4 tentacles completely wrapped his body, and within seconds, his entire body was broken into 3 pieces and evaporated into ash. Pissed? What just happened? Baki asked. He couldn't believe what just happened in front of him. Seeing the power that was used just now in this prison cell, Baki was convinced that this wasn't a fight he could participate in. He would die without even knowing what happened. He couldn't even see when Yami unsheathed and cut Obito's arm. It all happened in a flash, and the next second, Hidan was getting turned into ash from the tentacles coming out of Yami's back. Chapter 353, Annoying Elder Chio. Seeing that Hidan had completely turned into ash and there was nothing left to burn now, Yami retracted his scorch-release tentacles. Firstly, he took back his devouring law, which turned the tentacles back into their original red color, and then they dispersed. By this time, Obito, who had now lost his arm, also cancelled his kamui, and the distorted space went back to normal. Yami looked back at the paper talisman that he had thrown a minute ago to activate the formation. With a flick of his finger, he threw a button-sized fire at the talisman, making it burn to ashes and stopping the formation entirely. He then looked at Obito's arm and picked it up. "What are you planning to do with this arm?" Chio asked, but Yami wasn't one to answer her questions, and he just tossed the arm towards Sasuke, who caught it instantly. "Send the arm to Lady Tsunade for research," Yami said. Yami turned around toward the door and started to walk outside when Gara asked, "If you were planning to use Hidan as bait, then why not tell us about it?" Kakashi knew that Yami would give some rude answer, and since Gara wasn't just anyone but the Kazakage, Kakashi had to intervene now. He wasn't sure that the plan would work like this, or else he would have informed you about it. Kakashi said. "Is that so?" Elder Chio asked as she raised her eyebrows and looked at Yami. She knew that Kakashi was trying to cover up for him, so she wanted to hear it from Yami's mouth. Yami looked at Kakashi and the other leaf shinobis, and all of them were indicating him to nod and get this over with. Even Sasuke understood that this matter could affect the relationship between the 2 villages, so he wanted his brother to cooperate. Yami nodded and said he is right, and then left. Naruto, who had been quiet this whole time, walked towards Sasuke and picked the arm to inspect it for himself. "Why would he have you send an arm to Granny Tsunade? Does the arm have anything to do with Akatsuki member appearing from empty space?" Naruto asked, but no one had the answer, and Sasuke had just asked a question. "Kakashi-sensei, why did it sound like this isn't the first time Yami had encountered this space jutsu Akatsuki member?" And he spoke as if Itachi had something to do with it. Kakashi and Guy were the only ones in the room right now who knew about Itachi coming to the Hidden Leaf. "I don't know anything about this, Sasuke," Kakashi said, and everyone's, including Lee and Niji's, attention shifted to Guy, who is Yami's sensei. Seeing himself get put in such a situation, Guy gave a small laugh and said, hee hee, we didn't have any mission like that. It must be something that happened during a solo mission that Lady Tsunade gave Yami. Sasuke and the others were about to accept the answer and leave the prison cell when Lady Chiyo said they both are lying. They definitely know something. She didn't stick around to see Sasuke's and the others' reactions to this and left the cell. Baki followed her out and started instructing the sand shinobis who had now gathered a few meters away from the cell due to the noise caused during the fighting. Gara looked at Sasuke and the others and said, I apologize for Elder Chiyo's behavior. She is still skeptical about the alliance between the hidden sand and the hidden leaf. Please don't take her words seriously. Kakashi also wanted to give a polite reply, but Naruto pushed him aside a little and stood in front of Gara and said, Gara, we aren't going to get affected by something like this. Don't worry about it and let's focus on getting back at those Akatsuki bastards. Naruto, Gara is the Kazakage, you can't talk to him so informally. Neji reprimanded, but Gara shook his head and said, no, it's alright, even if I became the Kazakage, I still treat you all as my friends. Don't worry, Gara, very soon I will also become Hokage. Naruto said, lightening everyone's mood and making Sasuke chuckle, which earned him a glare from Naruto. The group left the prison and went back to the hospital to get an update on the patient's condition. As they reached the hospital, they saw Temari standing in the corridor. How are they doing? Gara asked as he saw her sister. You guys just came on time. Sakura was able to figure out the poison and remove most of it from Kankuro. The other doctors are using her technique to heal others as well. She said that since the quantity of poison wasn't much, it isn't life-threatening anymore, but she will start working on preparing the antidote. That is good news. I knew nothing could happen to them when Sakura is here, Naruto said as he walked inside the room toward Kankuro. At this time, Sakura was standing to the side trying to feed medicine to Kankuro. Seeing Naruto and the others, Kankuro removed the medicine cup and said, Naruto, Sasuke, thank you for coming. He then looked at Yami with an embarrassed face and said, even though it was you who did almost all the work, we ended up becoming a burden. We are sorry and thank you for protecting us and the village. Kankuro tried to bow a little but failed due to the pain. What's to thank for this? Just get better fast and then we can go and find those Akatsuki bastards, Naruto said, trying to cheer up Kankuro. Yami had let Kankuro fight with Sasori and Kakuzu for the sole reason that he would be able to get something that Kakashi can track just like the cannon. If things can't happen like the cannon, then I will have to create situations like that, Yami thought. Yami looked at Kakashi and said we should start spreading into small groups to find the Akatsuki hideout. They must have a place where they wanted to take Gara. They won't travel too far. The desert is vast and it will be hard to find them, Neji said, to which Kankuro looked at Baki and said, can you bring the destroyed puppet that I had used last night? We have retrieved it, but why do you need it? Baki asked, to which Kankuro said, you will understand everything when you bring it. Baki nodded and instructed one of his men to go fetch the destroyed puppet. After a few minutes, the shinobi returned with the remains of the puppet. He laid them out beside Kankuro's bed. Kankuro looked for a few seconds and pointed toward a wooden hand with a closed fist and said, open that fist, it contains a piece of Sasori's clothing. I am sure that the scent on it will be enough to track him. Kakashi crouched and picked up the cloth. He looked at it and said, very good, my summoning animals will definitely be able to pick up something. I will go out and have them start the search, Kakashi said and left the room. Seeing that there was nothing much to do, Sasuke said, I will also leave and send the arm to Lady Tsunade. Arm? Whose arm is that? Sakura questioned. Temari and Kankuro had the same question, but then Gara said, I will explain everything to you later, Kankuro, just rest for now. 5 minutes ago, Hidden Rain, Akatsuki HQ. Just as Pain and Konan were deciding the next steps of their plan, they heard a loud scream coming from their building. Both of them quickly rushed toward the building source of the scream and saw Obito on the ground still screaming while holding his shoulder in pain. They could see that his arm was severed and the clothing had become black with not even a drop of blood coming out from it. What happened? Konan asked. Obito, who was now on his knees, didn't even look at her and said, that kid, he is a bigger threat than I thought. We will need to focus on him sooner than I thought. He did this to you? Did you go to rescue Hidan from the hidden sand? Pain asked. Yes, he used Hidan as bait to get to me. I got Kisame and Itachi out the same way a few years ago. He remembered that and used it against me. I am unable to heal. Obito said. He didn't know why the potency of the Hashirama cells wasn't working. What do we do now? Conan asked. Obito with his bloodshot eyes looked at her through the mask and said, find Orochimaru. He and the 5th Hokage are the only ones capable of finding out what happened to my wound. Chapter 354, Backups Team Go. Orochimaru is a traitor to our organization Madara. We can't ask him for help, and we certainly can't ask other members of our organization to stop pursuing the tailed beasts and find Orochimaru. Conan said. What does finding Orochimaru have to do with the Akatsuki? No one except Kisame knows about my identity or connection to the Akatsuki. Have Kisame and Zetsu search for that snake. I can't believe a kid was able to inflict such an injury on me. Obito said, wincing in pain from time to time. Conan looked at Pain, who simply nodded and said, Kisame is currently at our base in the Land of Wind. Once Sasori and Kakuzu are healed enough, I will task Kisame with finding Orochimaru's whereabouts, but his job will end at information gathering. That snake is slippery, and after Hidan, we can't afford to lose any good Akatsuki members. Obito turned around and left the building through the window. Hidden Leaf. It was already evening now, and after a tiring day, Tsunade and Shizun were leaving the Hokage building. Today was a really busy day, Lady Tsunade, Shizun said with Tuntun in her arms. Yes, I know. With the pace things are progressing, things are going to get busier from now on. I need some sake and some beauty sleep now. Tsunade said while walking toward the market when she heard a squeak behind her from above. She was already used to the voice now and knew what it was. Looks like Yami has sent a letter. I don't know whether to curse or thank this kid for increasing and decreasing my worries at the same time. Tsunade turned around and saw the bat come in front of her on a nearby branch. Shizun was about to take a step ahead, but she noticed the bat looking at Taunton, which even freaked the poor pig. You are Yami's bat, you really might pounce on my dear Taunton. Shizun said as she backed off. Tsunade chuckled as she walked forward and took the letter that was attached to the bat's legs. She looked at Shizun and said, let's go, huh? Are we going back to the Hokage building? Shizun asked. Anything involving that kid isn't simple. And if I think it is what it is, then our work tonight is far from done. Tsunade said as she started walking back toward the Hokage building. As they reached their office, Tsunade sat on the sofa and opened the letter. She read it for a few seconds and smirked in the middle, which was a relief for Shizun since it meant that it was good news. That kid, he really is something else. I wonder how he managed to pull it off. Tsunade said as she looked at Shizun. What is written in there, Lady Tsunade? Shizun asked curiously. As Yami had reported previously, the Akatsuki did come to the Hidden Leaf. The Kazakage and the others were able to keep the fight a safe distance away from the village. They captured one member of the Akatsuki and the other 3 ran away. Tsunade said. Wow, that's wonderful. But Yami didn't write things in detail? Shizun asked. No. Yami's main motive for writing this letter was to let us know that the Kazakage is safe and that he wants us to send backup at the sand. Tsunade said as she called out one of the Umbu guards and said, tell Asuma and Kurenai to come here along with their team. Launching an offensive against the Akatsuki, I must say it is a bold move, but if anything goes wrong, then wouldn't that put the relationship between us and the Hidden Sand Village in jeopardy? Shizun asked. She wasn't much of a politician, but she knew that Tsunade had worked hard on progressing the alliance with the Hidden Sand and Hidden Mist, and now one of them could get in trouble if Yami's plan causes someone important from the Hidden Sand to lose their life. After a few minutes, there was a knock on the door. Tsunade sat back in her chair behind the main table and said, come in. The door opened and Asuma and Kurenai along with their squad entered inside. They looked as if they were ready to leave right away. You all seem as ready as ever, Tsunade said as she looked at the big packed bag behind Choji and the other bags. Asuma made a proud expression and said you were the one who told us to be ready at a moment's notice if Kakashi and Guy's squad needed us there. I am guessing that's why you have called us here? Tsunade nodded and said yes, we have got the basic report about the things that happened in the hidden sand. Yami along with the Kazakage and a few others faced 4 Akatsuki members and were able to capture one while making the others run away. A wave of happiness passed through the office. Although they weren't shouting and cheering, they were all happy to hear it. Asuma decided to spoil the happy moment and asked if the attack was successfully defended, then why are we being sent there? Tsunade didn't say anything for a few seconds and then passed on Yami's letter, which was now on the table, to Asuma. Kurenai peeked to the side and asked what's written in it. Asuma read it in a few seconds and looked up at Tsunade and asked, are you going to support this lady, Tsunade? It sounds very risky. What is Asuma? Kurenai was more confused by Asuma's statement. Yami wants to launch an attack on the Akatsuki and that's why we are being sent. Asuma said, to which Kurenai and the others were a little surprised. They knew that Yami would not sit idly when someone comes to attack him and goes back alive. Asuma was worried because he wasn't sure if his squad would be able to handle someone like the Akatsuki members who are S-rank criminals. Although they have a good synergy, they lack experience. Tsunade understood what was going on in both the Jonin's mind and said by the time you reach the hidden sand, it would be likely that Yami and the 2 squads will have already launched an offensive with the sand shinobis. Your task most probably would be to keep the village secure. Are you thinking that the Akatsuki might launch another attack on the village? Shikamaru asked. Even though the hidden sand is regarded as the weakest of all the 5 villages, it can still face a mercenary organization head-on if they try their best to put up a fight. Tsunade nodded and said yes, their objective was the tailed beast inside the Kazakage Gara, and depending on how much importance it holds for them, they might come back. Was it really a good idea to serve another Jinchuriki to the Akatsuki when one is already in danger? Shikamaru thought. I hope all your questions have been answered. You all should leave right away. When I get a detailed report from Kakashi, I will inform you all as well. Tsunade said as she handed over the official mission to Kurenai. The entire group except Asuma turned around to leave when Asuma asked, I have one last question and a bit sensitive one. Tsunade creased her forehead when she heard that. What is it? Tsunade asked. She didn't mind that the squad members were listening since Asuma asked this question while they were in the room. Whose orders are we supposed to follow? Normally we would follow Kakashi's, but now it seems like Yami is the one spearheading this thing, so I wanted to know who is in charge and if there will be any problem like a clash of experience and talent. Asuma asked. Kurenai and the kids also nodded as they didn't have the answer but were keen to find out. You won't face that problem. Yami knows better than to go against Kakashi and Asuma. You are fit enough to handle such situations, so don't disguise your question behind something else. Ask what is it? Asuma just sighed and said I don't think it would be a good idea for Naruto to go on the offensive against the Akatsuki. By the time we reach Hidden Sand and are able to intercept him, can we have him stay back in the village? Asuma was not one to worry about things that were going to happen in the future, but seeing the amount of chaos the Akatsuki was making, and that too with a clear goal of obtaining the tailed beasts, serving the 9 tails on a silver platter didn't sound like a good idea. He didn't know why Tsunade wasn't making any effort to ensure Naruto's safety. Him being out for more than 2 years was not a problem since one of the legendary Sannin himself was watching over him, but now Kakashi himself is not enough to stop the Akatsuki and keep Naruto safe. Chapter 355, The Kid's Audacity. Tsunade smiled as she understood what Asuma was trying to say. For a second she thought that Asuma was becoming like his father, who would tie people up in his web of manipulation on the pretext of safety and care, but turns out he really did care not just about the 9 tails falling in the wrong hands, but also Naruto. Asuma with the people that are around Naruto right now, he is safer there rather than inside the village. Trust me to keep him and the beast safe from the hands of the Akatsuki. Kurenai was also a little convinced when she heard Tsunade's reassurance. She nudged Asuma and said Lady Tsunade must have definitely taken this decision after careful thinking. Let's not delay our travel there and endanger the hidden sand to any further extent. Let me know when you are about to leave. Tsunade said. Asuma also nodded and said, I will take my leave, Lady Tsunade. After that, everyone left the room except for Tsunade, who sat quietly without saying anything, staring at the door. I thought I told you to rest. You don't want those injuries to flare up, do you? Tsunade said, and the next moment Itachi appeared inside the room wearing an umbu mask. I know, but I can't sit still when we're fighting on so many different fronts at the same time. This sounds too much to handle for you by yourself. Itachi said as he removed his mask to reveal his face, which now had a few injuries, but they look almost healed. You should be the last person who spouts bullshit like this. Now tell me the real reason you are here. Tsunade asked. 2 bats entered the village today, and while one of them carried the letter to give you, the other one went straight to the main residence of the Hyuga clan. Itachi said. The Hyuga clan? What does Yami have to talk about with them? Did you see to whom the letter was delivered to? No. I could only see that it went inside the main compound. Getting nearer to it would require me to go closer and in danger being spotted by a Byakugan. Itachi said. Even he was confused as to why Yami would have any kind of contact with a clan that has no sort of connection with the Uchiha clan. Would the letter be to one of the clan leader's daughters? Tsunade asked as she looked at Itachi, but before he could even say anything, she shook her head and said no. No, both of your little brothers are oblivious to this kind of thing. I wonder where they get it from, she said while giving Itachi a side eye. In a time like this, the only person Yami would contact from the Hyuga clan would be the patriarch himself. But what does Yami want from him? Itachi thought. Hyuga main house, same time, the door to the main hall opened and the previous patriarch walked in. He looked at his son, who was in deep thought, and saw a letter in front of him on the table. You called for me? I was training in Hanabi. Hayashi nodded and pointed at the letter and said, I have received a letter from Yami Uchiha. Huh? That kid? Why would he send you a letter? Let me see, the elder said and sat down on the mat and started reading the letter. As he kept reading, the expressions on his face started to change and his gentle but stiff hand turned into a fist, crumbling the sides of the paper the letter was on. I will behead this kid for even making such a demand from us. The elder said, grinding his leftover teeth, and was about to get up when Hayashi stopped him and said, I am considering approving his demand. Just as the elder heard these words come out of Hayashi's mouth, he froze, and then you dare, he shouted while activating his own Byakugan. The entire hall was filled with ripples of chakra leading the elder's body. Even the guards standing outside were a little stunned and scared as they felt it. Don't make me regret my decision of making you the patriarch, Hayashi. The elder said as he held the table in front of him, and the table instantly crumbled to pieces. Hanabi, who was now resting in a nearby training ground, also felt it and started running toward the main hall. She didn't think that the Hyuga clan was attacked or anything because she could easily recognize the chakra of her own grandfather. She opened the door of the hall and saw her furious grandfather sitting in front of her father. Elder, don't lose yourself in anger and listen to what I have to say, Hayashi said, trying to calm down his father. He still hadn't called him father, which meant this statement was coming from the patriarch and it could not be taken lightly. The elder took a few deep breaths, and with each breath, the chakra ripples started to go dormant, and very soon the entire hall was quiet. Hayashi didn't even look at his daughter, who was standing by the door. He just looked at his father and said, it was a promise made by me and I have to live by it. I didn't know this is what he would ask for. I don't think he has that sort of motive as we fear the other villages like the Cloud Village might have. Hayashi did tell me he made a promise with Yami when the kid saved my granddaughter, but what face will I show my ancestors when they find out what I let happen? The elder was in turmoil. He didn't want his patriarch to break the promise, but Yami's request was outrageous as well. The elder looked at Hanabi and then back at Hayashi and said, he told us to take our time, so that's what we will do. I will think of something, but you need to find out what he knows about the cage seal. We need to invite him over once he returns from his mission. I understand. Thank you for not making me break my word, elder, Hayashi said. Hokage building, what was that just now? Itachi asked as he and Tsunade both looked out the window toward the Hyuga residence. It came from the Hyuga clan area. The clan leader and the previous one are training the younger daughter Hanabi to become the next leader. I don't know if this was a part of training, but the ripples didn't last long and I don't see any kind of destruction. Itachi said as he activated his Sharingan and glanced at the Hyuga clan area. They are too strict regarding the main clan and the branch clan, or else Niji Hyuga would have been a good choice for the next clan leader. Tsunade said. She then looked at Itachi and said, there is something else I wanted to tell you about, but I am not sure if it is of any significance. What is it? Itachi asked. A few weeks ago Hiruzen Sensei's chief Umbu approached me and said that while investigating the elders Koharu and Hamura disappearance or possible death, the nearest person to that house was Yami. Tsunade said while trying to gauge Itachi's expression. Itachi frowned at that statement and said, are you implying that my brother had anything to do with this? Tsunade shook her head and said, I don't think so, and all this information was pieced together by the root, so I don't even find it credible. I still thought you should know. Although I wasn't able to get rid of Danzo or the root, I am sure that when Danzo returns from his diplomatic trip, he will be furious with what all has happened. Itachi said. He then looked at the door and left instantly. The very next second, Shizen opened the door and peeked her head inside Lady Tsunade. The two teams are ready for departure and are waiting at the gates. Yes, let's go. I have some final instructions for the rest of the team and this is their first S-rank mission. Tsunade said as she stood up and left the office with Shizune. Hidden Sand. The next day, Yami was sitting in a room allotted by the Sand Shinobis to the Leaf Shinobi teams. He was sharing the room with Niji, who was awfully quiet since last night. Yami knew that Niji had a quiet nature, but he expected his old teammate to at least ask him what he did in the past 2 years. That wasn't the thing bothering Yami. The fact that Niji would try to steal glances from time to time and look at Yami's body was making Yami uncomfortable. From last night till this morning, Niji had done this more than 25 times. Chapter 356, Time to Chase. He obviously must know that I can sense his gaze on me, then why is he behaving like this? Does he swing the other way? In the canon, he dies without any love interest, so I don't know what his preference is. Yami thought, and before he could come to any other conclusion, he felt Niji's gaze on him again from the bed on the other side of the room. Yami looked at him directly and asked, what is the matter with you? Niji looked up at Yami's face and said, your body, it is making me uncomfortable. Yami frowned as he heard that and said, be specific with your words, Niji. With my Byakugan I can normally see a person's chakra flowing along her pathways, but for you it looks like your entire body is chakra and at times it pulsates from being too bright to disappearing as if you aren't there at all. Niji said. Pulsating? Is it because my body composition has changed now? And what does he mean by disappearing? Questions started popping up in Yami's mind as he heard that. Can you activate your Byakugan and look at it once? I want to see why does the pattern change. Yami said as he stood up from his bed. Niji hesitated a little but eventually agreed. He himself didn't know why it was happening and planned to keep it under wraps until he reached back to his clan and asked his uncle or grandfather. Niji sat up straight on his bed and activated his Byakugan. He looked at Yami and said, right now your entire body appears to have chakra flowing through it instead of just your pathways. Is it pulsating and how bright does it appear? Yami asked, to which Niji massaged his chin and said, It isn't pulsating right now, and speaking about brightness, then it is slightly more than an average Jonin. The only person who could match you in the brightness level is Naruto. Maybe even the Kazakage Gara, because he is a Jinchuriki too. Alright, now I will try to intentionally circulate chakra throughout my body. Tell me if you notice any change. Yami said and closed his eyes. He started pushing out chakra from his chakra core and began sending it to the tips of his body and even his skin. Now it's pulsating with something a little brighter. Niji said as he stood up with his Byakugan activated. Yami started pushing more and more chakra into his body. For seconds later Yami, whose eyes were closed the entire time, heard Niji's voice, now this is getting brighter than I expected. Can you increase the intensity? Niji asked and Yami nodded his head and said, just hold on for a few more seconds, I am increasing the amount of chakra gradually. For the next 8 to 10 seconds, the chakra being circulated inside Yami's body increased several fold. Niji clenched his teeth and continued using his Byakugan. A tiny droplet of blood appeared under his eye socket, resting on his bottom eyelash, about to fall on his cheeks. Niji was about to say something to Yami, but then Yami said, "I am going all out now." Before Niji could deactivate his Byakugan, Yami was using his chakra core to its fullest extent. Aarg! Niji screamed as he covered both his eyes with his hands and crouched on the floor. Hearing the scream, Yami immediately stopped and opened his eyes. He saw Niji sitting on the floor and blood dripping from his eyes, which was now falling on the floor. The room's door slammed open the very next second, with Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke barging inside. "What the matter?" Kakashi asked as he looked at Yami, and then his eyes fell on the bleeding Niji. "Oh my god," Sakura said, shocked seeing the scene in front of her as she rushed toward Niji to inspect his eyes. Sasuke walked close to Yami and started looking at his body to see if Yami had any wounds. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Sasuke asked as he couldn't find anything on Yami's body, to which Yami only shook his head, indicating that he was unhurt. "What happened? It's not like the two of you to fight? Did you have an argument?" Kakashi asked. Sakura, who was now healing Niji's eyes, said his eyes look a little burnt, as if they have been exposed to very strong impulses. "They will heal, but you will need some time to rest." Kakashi nodded in understanding and looked back at Yami for an answer to his question. "Niji and I were testing something with me, increasing the circulation of the chakra in my body, and Niji was seeing the difference in intensity and flow with his Byakugan. Seems like we pushed the experiment far enough." Yes, it was far enough, but luckily Niji didn't sever the nerves of his Byakugan, or else he would never be able to use his dojutsu again. Kakashi reprimanded. He looked at Sakura and said, "Take him to the hospital for treatment. I have just received the location of the nearest Akatsuki base from my ninja hounds." Sasuke wakes Naruto and the others up. "I will go and inform Guy and Lee, who have been training since early morning. Meet me at the hospital in 20 minutes. Sasuke nodded and then looked at Yami and said, "See you at the hospital. Do you need some rest as well?" Yami chuckled and said, "I am already craving for a fight, and you are trying to keep me away from one?" Sasuke didn't bother replying and left the room with the others, while Yami also started making preparations to leave the village. 15 minutes later, Yami reached the hospital and saw Sakura and Karen looming over Niji's bed, looking at his eyes, which were now covered in white patches. Temari, Gara, and Lady Chiyo were standing beside Kankuro's bed talking to him. "Lady Chiyo, I am perfectly healthy now. I can fight Kankuro. Leaving me here wouldn't do any good." Kankuro was trying to convince the elder to let him come with them. "In the condition you are in, you won't last a minute against Sasori," Lady Chiyo said. "Lady Chiyo is right, Kankuro. Don't worry, we will handle the Akatsuki base. The Leaf Shinobis are going with us as well," Temari said. "You can't keep me down that easily, Temari. If you guys don't take me with you, then I will have to follow you after you leave." Kankuro didn't want to accept that he was so inferior to Sasori in terms of puppet master. Kankuro was about to protest more, but he heard a voice spread in the operation room. "Sakura, give a paralyzing poison to Kankuro here. The last thing we want is an injured shinobi on our back." Everyone quickly looked in the direction of the voice, which obviously came from Yami. "That was too harsh of you, kid, but maybe that is the only way," Lady Chiyo said. Sakura also got up to walk toward Kankuro, but he hurriedly stopped her. "No. No need, Sakura. I will stay here and give Niji company. You guys should go and grab those Akatsuki bastards." Karen narrowed her eyes and looked at Yami. "You burned Niji's eyes in the morning, and now you want to paralyze Kankuro. Whose side are you on?" She chuckled as she finished the sentence. Before Yami could give a fitting reply to her question, the rest of the Leaf Shinobis entered the big room. Guy and Lee went to see Niji while the others stood beside Yami. Kakashi had a map in his hand which had some markings in red. He passed the map to Gara and said, "This is where my ninja hounds traced the scent of the Akatsuki members. They couldn't enter the hideout as it was blocked by seals. Kakashi-sensei, then we should leave the village soon. What if they heal their injuries and leave the land of wind?" They might target some other tailed beasts. We have to catch them before that," Naruto said with determination burning in his eyes. "The injuries this monster has given them won't heal that fast. I am sure that they can't be at their peak state for at least a week or two," Lady Chio said, staring daggers at Yami. Yami just rolled his eyes and said if it weren't for you letting them escape, then their corpses would be buried somewhere here. Gara and Kakashi locked eyes as they understood that this wasn't a debate that could be solved amicably and it could very soon lead to a full-blown fight, so better nip it in the bud. Since Lady Chio was an elder, Gara couldn't just reprimand her, so Kakashi decided to make Yami step back. "Yami, the lives of the Hidden Sand Shinobis are also a priority, so sacrificing them for the Akatsuki members wouldn't have been a good choice." Yami chuckled and said, "Are we talking about the same village who betrayed their S-rank shinobi Pakura as a peace settlement and then stuffed a monster into a kid? Seeing the past record, I thought killing those Akatsuki members would have been a priority." By the end of the sentence, Yami's chuckle had turned into a look of scorn and a tone of pure hatred. Everyone, including the Sand Shinobis, was shocked to hear what Yami just said, but not a single one of them said anything. The entire room went silent. Chapter 357, Obstacle in the Way. No one knew where this was coming from. They didn't expect Yami to use such harsh words, and that too in front of the Kazakage and an elder of the village. Kakashi put one hand on Yami's shoulder and turned his face towards him and asked Yami, "What are you saying? What has gotten into you?" "I expect something like this from Naruto's mouth, but I never thought Yami would say this. Did I misjudge his emotions all these years?" Kakashi thought and expected to see sympathy or some kind of anger in Yami's eyes after what he just said, but his eyes were cold as ever. There wasn't an ounce of emotion in it. Yami pushed Kakashi's hand away gently and looked around. Seeing the shocked faces of his teammates and Elder Chio, he said, "I am not ranting about the hidden sand or expressing any kind of anger towards it. The other great villages have done something similar to this in the past few decades, or maybe even worse. What I am trying to say is this is the kind of world we live in, and the faster you accept it, the better. Having naive thoughts of fairness and justice is an idiot's dream." Elder Chio stood up in anger to scold Yami, but she could not refute a single thing Yami said. She knew that Yami was right, and she herself had her fair share of involvement in committing such heinous deeds, from creating deadly poisons to sealing the one-tailed beast inside Gara. Just as Yami was about to say his final sentence and leave, Naruto walked in front of him and said, "I will change it. If this is how the world has functioned for the past few decades, then I will make sure that it changes in the coming decades when I become Hokage. I hope Naruto and Yami don't get into a debate or even a fight." Sakura thought as she saw Naruto with his always confident and determined expression looking at Yami. Yami just shrugged and said, "Even if you do become Hokage and manage to turn the Hidden Leaf into a dream village like you want, what about the other villages?" Kakashi and Guy expected Yami to make fun of Naruto's declaration of becoming Hokage, but to the contrary, Yami easily accepted that. As for Yami's question, Naruto didn't have any kind of answer and he could only stutter, I don't know that, but I will try to do something." Yami looked at Kakashi and said, "I think we should leave now. The weather here is too unpredictable." Elder Chio also stood up and said, "He is right, we should not delay this any longer. As long as there is no sandstorm, we should cover as much distance as possible. According to what I understand from this map, it will take us 4 to 5 hours at maximum speed to reach there." The feral old lady suddenly became tame? Yami's words must have really stabbed her through. Kakashi thought as he nodded. Everyone who was going on the mission was already there with their luggage. Within the next 5 minutes, everyone started their journey from the hidden sand. Except for Karen and Niji, all the Leaf Shinobis took part in the mission. Since Sakura had already made the antidote, Karen only had to nurse them all back to full health with the help of the Hidden Sand doctors. From the Hidden Leaf, Gara along with Temari and Elder Chio took part in the mission. Gara didn't want Elder to take part, but he knew that she wouldn't want to miss meeting her grandson even if it is as his enemy. Luckily for the group, there was no sandstorm heading their way. Just an hour into the journey, Gara suddenly shouted stop. He and Elder Chio were at the forefront of the entire group since they knew the desert like the back of their hand. "What's the matter?" Temari asked as she looked at her brother who was now staring at an empty cliff nearby. Gara pointed towards that cliff and said, I sense some people in that direction. The energy they are giving off doesn't seem good, and I doubt there would be anyone staying in the middle of the desert. We don't have Niji now, or else he would have seen it with his Byakugan, Yami said as he tried to sense the enemy. And who is to blame for that? Sasuke smiled as he nudged his little brother. Yami swiped his hand and a blade of air flew towards the cliff ready to cut it, but just as it was about to reach the cliff, a purple sword intervened and countered the blade. Everyone present there immediately recognized who this enemy was. Kisame Hashigaki. Kakashi said. Another Akatsuki member? Judging by that sword, he must be one of the 7 mist swordsmen and wielder of shark skin. Elder Chiyo said, ready to pull out her puppets. Careful everyone, I sense multiple people. I am sure he isn't alone. Try to stay together until we are faced with all of them. Gara said, stretching his hand to stop anyone from rushing toward Kisame. Kisame with his razor-like shark teeth smiled and said, like I promised, I have delivered Yami Uchiha to you. Now help me get rid of them. Just as Kisame said that, a man in his 40s wearing a pointed hat and having black and white makeup on his face walked beside Kisame. 8 to 10 people also revealed themselves and jumped down from the cliff looking at Yami with bloodshot eyes. Yami and some others recognized them easily. Yami, I thought you got rid of all the cultists, looks like you let some slip. Lee whispered. Yami gave him the side eye and whispered, it's not like they have some kind of a census that will let me know of their exact size. But guessing that this man, whoever it is, came this far to kill me, he must be the last branch of that rotten tree. The man stepped forward and shouted, you killed my nephew G in the hidden mist, and so this bishop is here to avenge his death. Kakashi pointed at Yami and said he was also the one to kill all the other Jashin cult members and the spies that were spread out. As the bishop and the cultists heard that, they became more enraged. Purple characters on the cultists and the bishop started glowing. Guy looked at Kakashi and asked Kakashi, what was that for? Kakashi waved his hand and said, trust your student Guy, he can handle them. We should focus on Kisame. Yami, do you need my help? Sasuke asked, to which Yami shook his head and said no. Let me burn this rotten tree to the end. I also want to see how strong a bishop is face to face. Yami then rushed toward the cultists who had jumped down the cliff. Is he planning to fight without his sword? Sakura asks, seeing that Yami hadn't unsheathed his sword and neither was his hand on the handle. The brat is looking down on them. He sure is confident. Elder Chiyo said. It will also be a good test to see how much he has progressed in the past 2 years. Guy said, looking at his prodigal student with excited eyes. Kill him, bring me his heart as sacrifice, the bishop shouted, riling up the cultists even more. The muscles of the cultists started expanding and veins started to pop out and be visible through their skin as if their bodies were running in overdrive. Wow, you guys are doing something new this time. Yami said as he straightened his hand and covered it with lightning chakra. Lightning blade, Yami shouted and swiped the blade at one of the oversized cultists. Yami's aim was to sever one of the legs, but due to the sudden increase in overall size, he ended up making a deep cut near the cultist's waist. Yami quickly stopped and looked back to see how much damage it did. To everyone's surprise, the wound started healing on its own and at a tremendous speed. There was no leftover scar or anything where the wound was. Yami's attack was healed so easily? Sakura asked in shock. The wound was deep, but the cultists still managed to heal it. Sensei, should we jump in? Naruto asked. No. Your brother must be just testing the waters now so that he knows how much power to use and what their weakness is. The cultist turned back and looked at Yami with a malicious smile on his face and said, I am going to crush your skull, brat. The bishop also laughed and said, your attacks won't work on my men, kid. They are invincible to physical attacks. They are unkillable. Yami looked at the bishop with a smile and said, with enough power no one is unkillable. Yami then snapped his fingers. Chapter 358, Own Your Fight. Just as Yami snapped his fingers, everyone expected something big to happen, but nothing like it did. Are you bluffing, kid? Haha, the bishop asked as he looked at Yami with a mocking expression on his face. Everyone else who knew what kind of a person Yami was didn't say a word because they knew he wasn't one to bluff his way out of a fight. The bishop was about to order the cultist to attack Yami, but to everyone's surprise, the cultist fell on his knees holding his stomach and vomited blood. Huh? What happened? The bishop asked. The cultist, who now had an ugly expression on his face, coughed up blood again and said, maybe he used poison or something, I don't know, but I feel a tremendous amount of pain inside my body. The pain is increasing every passing second. Do something. The bishop didn't understand why one of his best experiments, which he prided to be invincible and unkillable, was in such a state when the wound that the attack caused had already been healed. The bishop looked at Yami and asked, what did you do to him? I was sure that my men don't have any physical weakness. Yami started walking toward the other cultists and said, oh, nothing much, just injected some lightning chakra inside his body. Growing their body to such an extent forcefully will definitely put a strain on his vital organs, so it wouldn't take a lot of chakra to destroy them. While Yami was talking, he also activated his Sharingan and instantly body flickered in between the other cultists. While this was happening, the first cultist, who was on his knees, had started bleeding from his nose, eyes, and ears, and his body started shriveling as if he was losing all strength from his body. Bishop save me. The cultist looked at the bishop with hope, but all he got was a disgusted look from his master. The bishop looked at Yami and the other cultists with an angry expression. He then stretched both his hands, and a green vine with purple thorns on it came from his sleeves. You really need to be killed before you become a catastrophic threat to us, the bishop said, and jumped toward them. The purple thorns on the vine started glowing as well. I feel this would be too much for the kid. We should step in now, Elder Chiyo said, and Sasuke even stepped forward to jump into the fight. Seeing this, Kisame also tightened his grip on the Samahata. Kakashi held Sasuke's shoulder and said, if it would be too much for Yami, then why hasn't he unsheathed his sword? I am sure he has a plan for it, and if we interfere, then Kisame will jump in as well. By this time the bishop landed on the ground and swung one of the vines, drawing out not just blood but also flesh. Shockingly for everyone, neither the blood nor flesh belonged to Yami because the vine had hit a cultist and ripped apart his chest. The smirk on Kisame's face was wiped out instantly, and the leaf and sand shinobis were thrown in confusion. The bishop swung his other arm as well, and again the vine hit another cultist, throwing him at a distance in a seriously injured state. The cultists looked at each other, not knowing why their master was doing that. But then one sentence from the bishop's mouth made everything clear. Stop running, brat, and just get slayed by my demon vine. As Kisame heard that, he quickly shouted, the bishop is in a Genjutsu, get away or he won't stop. Kisame didn't give a damn about the lives of those cultists, but they were his distractions and also meat shields. He didn't want to be the one to fight the leaf and sand shinobis alone. Just as the cultists heard that, they understood why the kid in front of them was called the Genjutsu Demon. With just a quick glance at the bishop, he had managed to trap the bishop in his Genjutsu. So that's why Yami was standing still? He already had the bishop under his control. Elder Chiyo said. How do we free the bishop from the Genjutsu? He might kill us all at this rate. The cultists were arguing with each other. Kisame knew he needed to do something. He stretched his hand back with the sword still in his hand and threw it toward the bishop. The Samahata was a sword with his own sentience and his own chakra, so injecting that chakra in bishop could free the bishop from Yami's grasp. His plan was correct to a certain extent, but the sword didn't reach the bishop because it received a strong kick from the side when it was thrown toward the bishop. This kick was thanks to Yami's teacher, Might Guy. He looked at Kisame and said, don't gang up on my student. I am your opponent here. Fight me and let me see how strong the 7 mist swordsmen are. Seeing that Kisame had now entered the fight, Kakashi quickly related to everyone their duties. Sasuke, Lee, and I will take care that none of the cultists escape from Yami's grasp. The rest will fight against Kisame. Try to keep his sword away from him as long as possible. Yami also heard this and glanced at Kakashi first and then at a cultist who had started running away first. Kakashi understood that Yami wanted him to take care of the cultist. Sasuke and Lee bolted toward the cultist, trying to stop him. On the other hand, Chiyo turned toward Gara and said, "Encase the sword in sand. We need to make it difficult for him to get the sword, just as Kakashi said." Kisame clicked his tongue, seeing that 4 more were coming to make life difficult for him. He quickly performed some hand signs and created a big wave that got more amplified between the hills surrounding the cliff. The big wave started moving toward Gara and the others. Gara knew that it would be extremely hard to control the sand once water overwhelms it, so he looked at Naruto and said, "We need to find a way out of this." Naruto smirked and said, "Don't worry, I got this. I am not letting this fish off the hook this easily." He quickly created a shadow clone of himself and started creating a Rasengan. Sakura didn't know why Naruto was creating a Rasengan at this time, so she asked, "What are you doing, Naruto? How can a fist-sized Rasengan help us tackle such a massive tsunami? Who said this is going to be fist-sized?" Naruto smiled as he and his clone held the Rasengan up in the air and poured massive amounts of chakra in it. This increased the size of the Rasengan several-fold. "Big ball Rasengan!" Naruto shouted and slammed the Rasengan onto the approaching tsunami, throwing all the incoming water to the side and even destroying the hills in the process. Kisame was taken aback as he saw that and quickly rushed toward his sword, which was a few meters away from him. As for the fight that Yami was fighting, he was fighting a cultist while making the bishop believe that another cultist was Yami. He had still maintained his Genjutsu over the bishop after so many jutsus were thrown around on all sides. As for the escaping cultists, Lee was stopping them from escaping while Kakashi and Sasuke were using lightning attacks to imitate the technique Yami used. At first, they did try doing physical damage from the outside, but the healing factor of the cultist was really too high for the damage to stack up over time. Yami looked around and saw that while everyone was so busy fighting, no one was there to pay attention to what Yami was doing. Taking advantage of that, Yami activated his hidden blade and also his devouring law. Since the cultists were so weak against regular lightning, what would happen if they faced the purple lightning? Just as he covered the hidden blade in lightning, due to the activated devouring law, it turned purple. Yami just jumped from one cultist onto another and stabbed them once. The main aim of the stab was to just inject the purple lightning. Just as Yami expected, this was a better way to get rid of those annoying pests. Instead of getting injured and then shriveling up and dying like before, these cultists expanded more like a balloon and burst into a purple flash, not even leaving a single piece of flesh. This of course attracted everyone's attention as 3 cultists just burst into a flash within a matter of seconds, but they thought that Yami must have used some other technique to do it, so they just focused back on their own fights after making sure that no one from their side was injured. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 10. Peace.